Welcome, everyone, to CRoM Con IX, the elevator pitch. We're going to have a good time today. We got a bunch of guests, 20, 25, 30 people, something. We're going to be pushing them through here. We're going to have them introduce themselves. We're going to have them tell us why we should buy their book, and then have them tell us where we can acquire those books. And we're going to do this all day long. And yes, somebody's home, so there's dogs howling. Let me bring in our opening panel, because these people are very knowledgeable in this exact thing, what we're talking about, the elevator pitch, getting people to look at your book. And we're going to bring out, hey, Marv, I see you out there, buddy. We're going to bring out Meredith and Rob, and we're going to let them introduce themselves. And I see William Pace is out here watching. It's like, thanks you guys for tuning in. Please share this out everywhere. While Meredith and Rob introduce themselves, I also am going to go share this out everywhere. So, good morning, Meredith.
Good morning. I guess I'll start. So I'm Meredith Loughran. I am the associate editor over at Geek Insider, as well as the executive producer of the Geek Insider podcast. I'm also one of the founding members of CRoM Con IX, and I am wearing the comic noob title until I actually deliver. I know Rob's trying to take that away from me. Don't take it away from me, Rob. It's still mine. But I am actually working on my very first comic. It's called The Dying. It is part of the anthology that I'm putting out on Amazon as well as Kickstarter. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that I can actually pay for more art, because those stories are actually going to be converted into scripts, which are going to be eventually turned into comic books and perhaps a graphic novel. So I'm really excited about that project, but we could talk about that later. I'm going to pass the torch to Rob, Pitchmaster.
Yeah, I was excited to hear this was going to be about elevator pitches today, because I think most people don't understand the power of them, the actual genius that they can be, and how they can actually kickstart your career. To Meredith's point about trying to take the newbie title away from her, it's nothing against Meredith, but there is a danger in a newbie title. I think when people think they're new, they kind of, oh, well, I'm a rookie. I'm still new. I can make mistakes. And you can't do that. Luckily, Meredith doesn't suffer from that. Meredith's far from a noob when it comes to creating content. As she said, she creates content constantly. Of course, I am the creator behind comicbookadvocates.com, which now focuses more on the comic side of news. We give you the news, we do back reports, we do a bunch of things. Even while I'm talking to you guys now, I'm helping out a creator, getting someone more promotion, because it's just what I do. And when it came to elevator pitches, I love the idea of it, because there are things that I have done that absolutely prove how powerful a pitch is, even to the fact that your pitches can go on your branding. You can see behind me a sign that says free Spanx, and it says at the bottom, you can't see it, hugs. That has generated me customers, people coming over, having conversations. And I'll be honest, it's while I do create a fetish book, it's sold the other books on the table just as easily as a fetish book. And behind the scenes, we have Jax, who's beating a video game apparently very badly. So he's winning, it sounds like, at the moment, because there's different sounds for losing. But
there always is.
It's all about learning how to be comfortable in your own skin. I hate to put it this way, but it's like dating people. It's like trying to go up and hitting on people. That's what your elevator pitch is. And if you ever think about that, how you come across with the way that you speak to a stranger is so important. And that's what the elevator pitch is. You're trying to draw attention. You're trying to make someone more interested so they're invested in one. The ultimate goal of it is tell me more. Give me your business card. Send me a proposal. I want to buy your book if you're at a table. And I think especially this year, when we've all been in these little boxes, and this is how we're selling, we're in little video frames, you see so many people go off on like a diatribe of what their creation is. Well, it starts on a planet, but it's set long, long ago. And it's like, geez, man, just get to it. And most people tune out. Like, I've been on shows where I've literally gotten a soda. I said hi to Jax. I came back, the guy was still pitching his book, and I'm like, all right. And it was one issue. I think he actually told me more about the book than he wrote about the book. So you have to be clever. You have to do it. And I've got a whole lineup of pitches that we can go over. Meredith can talk about pitches. Even Pops can talk about it. Even how he named his group. That's a pitch. Believe it or not, it's a quick pitch.
Actually, I do have the first promo that I ever wrote. Oh, geez, where am I at? What's happening here? Am I up? How do I get?
That's better.
Okay. I have a copy of the first promo that I wrote for Mojo Risen. And I'm going to share that with you guys as we go on talking about this. So you'll even get to see what my elevator pitch sounded like, my very first attempt at it.
You know what? Honestly, I don't think I'm very good at pitching. I'm like, why am I here?
Well, I think you are, because a pitch also has to do with what we do on the title. And people don't realize this, the title of your videos. When you're putting a video out there, the name of your branding, those are all pitches. And while we're talking about elevator pitches specifically, they are pitches that we do. And I wore this shirt specifically because, believe it or not, this is a walking pitch. I walk around a show like this. I have that. And at a Comic-Con, people stop me and ask me about it. And I send them to my table, even if I'm not at my table, because I go to panels. So I'm walking the floor. I've got Jax. I'll walk the floor with Jax. And people ask me, oh, where's your table? What do you create? And I send them to my table. And while I'm gone, I'm selling books. The people who are at my actual table who are with me, and Meredith will probably be with me next year because we're going to be doing things with Terraform. She'll see people, oh, someone said that there's a book about this, and that's usually me. I just don't tell them I'm the writer when I'm out and about, because they know they're going to want my signature, and I tell them I'll be there in a few minutes, because I also want them to see the person next to me who's with me, you know. And it's about, and I've helped people when people are at the tables with me. I help them with their pitches because it annoys me. So you have to hear their pitches all day, and if their pitches stink, you're like, okay, it's not working. I dislike your book now. And if they're good pitches, you really like it. Like Joel Rodriguez, who does Dust County Chronicles, has an amazing pitch. He sounds robotic a little bit. We tease him about it, but it's always the same pitch every time. So one day he turns to me, he's like, pitch my book, because I was picking on him. He's like, oh, well, Rob always picks on me, because I'd been picking on him the whole weekend when he pitched. So he's like, Rob, go ahead and pitch my book, and I'll pitch yours. And he's very uncomfortable at the fetish book, and he thought he was going to get the best of this. But I pitched his book so well, I sold it. And he did such a horrible job on pitching my books that he didn't sell it, but I saved it and sold it on my own. But he was like, oh, I never thought to pitch it that way. And it's so important that we as creators talk to each other about that, because sometimes you're so involved as a creator, you forget what the fans might see and enjoy about it, because you've read it, you've written it, you know everything about it. Remember, you're pitching to a stranger.
I think that's the important thing about backer pause that you do over at Comic Book Advocates Network, you know, because it allows people in kind of a safe environment to actually show the promo, show the pitch, and then with a panel of people who are there who have some insight and opinions about it without tearing it down or anything like that. I mean, it's not meant to be negative. It's meant to be a learning experience. What captures our attention? What works? What doesn't? And then fix it and see if it makes a difference. A lot of times it does.
Well, that's the magic of it. It's not about critiquing as much as it is about the person's attention. So if you're watching it and your attention's gone, it's just the truth. Hey, yeah. I'm a consumer. I like comic books, and I just found a problem with this. You know, I just got bored. You just bored me. And here's why I got bored. You can change it or not. And some people will change it. I mean, some people don't even do videos. They don't even care enough to do a video. And then you get the people who do a couple flashes of art and like some copyrighted music, and they think that they're clever because we're going to suddenly think Depeche Mode likes their comic book and license their song for their comic book that's the first ever. Because you never see a real professional using copyrighted stuff, because they understand the problematicness with that. Not only does it make you look like an amateur, but it also makes you seem like you can't sell your book on your own, you know? I always, like, whenever I see a celebrity endorsement, I kind of get nervous. I'm like, why is your product not good enough that you needed these bigger actors to sell your book? You know, like when you need someone huge, it's not a movie. When you know, you get Brad Pitt selling your soap, I'm like, okay, what's wrong with your soap? Is my arm going to fall off? Like, what's going on?
I'm worried, like, a lot of times when you see some of these people that endorse stuff and then you find out later that they don't actually use these products, and it's like, that kind of bums me. I feel like I'd be kind of honorable about, promoting the things that I actually use, like Irish Spring or whatever, I mean, I actually use that, so I could see myself promoting that. But I couldn't see myself promoting Zest if I don't use it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's weird.
Well, I mean, there is a marketing aspect to that. Obviously, somebody who has a much bigger reach, you're reaching their audience and hoping that you can garner some of the benefits from that. But at the same time, I think it really depends. Because you can have the best product, but if you don't have that reach, nobody's going to know where you are or how to find you, who you are, or what the heck it is that you have.
And that's exactly what we're trying to do here right now, is get people exposure. I mean, that's basically all I've tried to do since the day ECCC went down, was help everybody keep being seen, because you're not being seen live. So, we'll put you online. That's exposure is all it's about. When I started this, Rob, remember 400, 500 people back in April? It's like, it's
You've really grown your group really well on Facebook.
I mean, we're doing that. I mean, I'm starting to get a bit of a following on Twitter and YouTube. I still can't see myself doing Insta yet, because I just don't take that many pictures of myself. I guess I don't know. I don't have art to show people. I don't have. I just promote everybody else. So
yeah, but what you could do with that, if you feel that that's where a lot of your audience is, and a lot of the creators are, the artists are there, the movie stars are there. You take it when you do your panels like this. You take a screenshot, make it a nice square, put it up on your Instagram, and tag them.
This could be, but like I say, it's like, for me, it's like I slowly step into each different platform, because diving in can sometimes cause me problems. Twitter's kind of a cesspool, and I get caught up in it, so I have to try to dive in and dive out,
Yeah.
But I think everybody has that problem there. They want to get in there and promote their book and then get out before they get caught up in some, conversation that goes beyond the bounds, of the comics.
Well, Twitter is a great tool if you can use it properly, and that is actually a great place to do a pitch, because you only have a certain amount of characters that you can use. You can add images, which helps increase the value and the viewership of those posts. And so if you are if you have a steady flow of content that's going out there with those pitches, with the proper hashtags, it's hashtag heavy, so make sure that you're hopping on the proper ones, because if you hop on a wrong hashtag, who knows where your audience is going to be diverted to. But that allows you to actually practice your pitches very well, because you have to be clear and concise. You have to grab their attention very quickly, and then just as quickly it's gone. So to have a presence there and growing that, and interacting with other people and trying to grow that network is important as well.
And yeah, that other thing about typing that quick message there, and you type it out and you hit send, and then you look at it and you totally typoed yourself into something bad, and you had to go out there and go, no, that was just a typo, I didn't mean,
I hope nobody saw it on Twitter. Oh my gosh. Delete.
Exactly. Well, I don't have too many things I delete, so I just tweet under it, oops, because I try to be an honest person. I try to own what if I screw something, I own it, and yeah, it happens a lot, but that's me, that's been my life. I screw things up. I own them. But, for the first time in my life, I'm doing something for other people that I feel good about. So I eat all the bad stuff with it, because I feel good about what I'm doing. So, if I make a mistake, I got people like Rob that calls me out, I got people that keep me in check. So, you know, I mean, hopefully people just like ride with it. I'm getting better. You know, I'm getting better at this.
That's a testament to advocacy, though. You know, it helps to have a network of people who are out there who will hit the retweet or who will share your posts out and stuff like that. It helps to have that solid foundation of people who are advocating for you, because you know we need each other in order to do that. And you know, for anybody to say, "Oh, I've got the audience that I want," and blah blah, no, you want more. There's always more out there, and so you. What I try to say with people, and it kind of this is it's not really about pitching, it's more about marketing. But when you first start out on your social media, you know, you reach out to your family and your real life friends. You need to go a step beyond them. You need to find their audience, and then those the audience beyond them, and that's how you grow. And when you get to a certain point, it grows exponentially. um, you know, but there are certain milestones for whatever reason. Maybe it's the algorithms and things like that. But once you hit those milestones, it gets a little bit easier. And then maybe you don't have to work so hard, but that doesn't mean the quality of what you're putting out there as far as content has to be crap. You know, it doesn't give you a pass just because you have a large following.
Rob, I have a question for you, sir. Do you remember your first elevator pitch?
Yeah, it was for my site. And I did a horrible job. The first site that we started out as Written Sins Productions, and I thought at the times I couldn't get written sins. The whole idea was that everything we do as comic book creators is a written sin. We're either correcting it, we're talking about it, we're exploring it, we're doing something with it. I thought it was clever. It was going to put us out there as something different and new and unique. The problem was this writtensins.com at the time for some reason wasn't available. So I was like, all right, Written Sins produces things. So we'll go productions because I plan to make comic books anyway. And maybe I'll get people to make anthologies. The problem was the first year we got thought of as just a productions company. So it was very hard to promote people, and we were considered horror. Was not good. So then the second iteration, which is still our actual URL for our site, says Creators of Written Sins. Really simple, right? We're creators of written sins. So I thought that would be really good. We got rid of the production problem, and no one ever thought we were making comics as much. But now, again, the horror thing. There were literal people who were like, "Why make a kid's book? Why would I want to be on a horror site?" And I'm like, "We're not a horror site." As a matter of fact, that was all the way back 5 years ago in 2015. I only got really a horror title under my wings this year, 5 years later. In all that time, I'd never actually written anything that was horrific. Even my monsters book wasn't horrific. It really wouldn't classify as horror. It would have been drama. The Oz book I was part of this year is the first time I really did write something as a comic book form that was very dark and like horrific. So I had that problem. So from Creators of Written Sins, we finally got Written Sins. So I just did the URL ping back because I'd said this on the show yesterday with Meredith. It's very hard to migrate your stuff from a website to a website, and it's a pain in the butt. Plus, I figured homage. We started as Creators of Written Sins. Let's see where we go. Again, Written Sins, same problem as Creators of Written Sins or your horror site. As a matter of fact, it made it worse. Now that it was just Written Sins, it was far worse. So these elevator pitches that I was doing for the site didn't resonate because they always had to start. It was like, well, you know, we're creators coming together to show the written sins we create. Oh, no, it's not a horror site. So my elevator pitch had to become a seminar. No, we're not a horror site. No, I don't charge anyone for that. No, I don't do any of that. So then it came to me. I needed to change the site's name. And we were getting popular. And it was one of those moments where 2 years into it, really getting popular with the Written Sins. Everyone, to this day, people call us Written Sins. That's how popular we've gotten. People still call us our original site name. I changed it to Indie Advocates. Indie Advocates really changed it. People got it a lot quicker. I no longer had to have that pitch. It was just, you know, support indie comics, become an advocate today, join Indie Advocates. And it was quick. People got it right away. Okay, we advocate for indie. Then the problem became, well, what's indie? Do you do indie music? Do you do indie shows, movies, and all that? And it was also the whole aspect that, like, I look at the word indie and I see how people have, like, almost the only word I can say is make it toxic. And Pops knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There are these people who try to take it and say, well, we're Indian, we have to do this together. Meanwhile, they're selling you their book, they're selling you their program, they're selling you all their lies because they're not acting the same way. So at a time this year, I became totally disgusted even with the term indie. And I had been coined an indie advocate, not my choice. And I had a lot of trouble with it until this year. I finally became okay with the word advocate when I put it in front of, or I put comics in front of advocate. When I became a comics advocate, it felt like it fit. For the first time, I was like, ooh, I like this. Because it was no longer about the people. Because this year, Pops, we've seen people come and go. We've seen some horrible stories go. And we've seen the ugliness of humanity. And and I was telling this to Meredith, there are a lot of people that I know in this industry that I will never be able to read their writing or even look at their art doing superheroes after the way they've acted. Because they've acted so horribly, I don't think they could ever do a good superhero story. And there's a difference. Like me and Pops have had arguments and fights back and forth, but he's never crossed a line. And if he did, I wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, and the same with Rob. Okay, yeah. Rob and I have had many times we butted heads, but I've learned from Rob. Okay, and this is the whole point, people. I'm 57 years old. How old are you, Rob?
Oh, well, you don't ask a lady her age. No, I'm 42. I'm 42.
There you go, right there. Okay, I'm 57 years old, and I'm not afraid to learn something from somebody, even if it's somebody with a different political background or a different, entire set of views. I'm not afraid to listen to this guy and take the things that make sense and incorporate them into what I'm doing. That doesn't mean I agree with everything he does. He doesn't agree with everything I do. But this right here, when I came up with the idea for the elevator pitch, I think it was because I was watching one of Rob's shows and I was like, I don't want to do the whole weekend con thing in December because people got stuff to do. Maybe we'll just do an elevator pitch con. So this is kind of like your idea come to fruition through the madness.
And we were talking about this actually yesterday on the show. I had mentioned, I was like, I know Pops is doing the elevator thing. I don't know. It just seemed like it was in the ether lately. I didn't realize you had seen me talking about it. But like I've seen a lot of people talking about elevator pitches. And I think the first time I've talked about it all year, but I think what really brought it back, and I give this credit to Watson. Watson had done something about pitches on just a basic thing. I think he was arguing with another creator about pitches, actually, and they were just asking for some advice. And then someone else had mentioned it. And I think the reason people are talking about pitches so much right now is that we're failing on these screens. We're failing to connect to our readers because, again, it's okay to show your personality, but this is what you get on a lot of these shows. Hey, man. Yeah, man. What's going on, man? Yeah. I make comics. Oh, let's talk about Plastic Man. They turn her into a bitch, man. How can they turn her into a bitch? And then they wonder why they don't get anyone to back them. Because the first thing out of their mouth where they're excited about is something negative. Yes. And it's something attacking something. And maybe they have a good reason they don't want Plastic Man to be made into a female. Personally, you had me, a flexible female. Here's my money. Just tell me where to sit. I'm in. I'm all in for watching a flexible female for 90 minutes. Thank you. I've never seen so many men. This is the perfect pitch.
There's always a silver lining, Rob's trying to say. Look for it.
But I mean, look at that pitch. Come watch a flexible woman on the big screen. There you go. You've just made billions. Avengers, watch out. Here comes Plastic Chick. I don't know what they're going to call her, but whatever they wind up calling her, Rubber Band Girl. She's going to Rubber Girl. Ooh. No matter what they name her, there it is. You have to understand the content. And I've been on Indie Volt, and when I was on Indie Volt, and Pops knows this, when you go on Indie Volt, a lot of times you're almost playing a wrestling character. You're supposed to amp up that energy, and it's arguments back and forth, and you get a little bit more, side cheek about it. But you expect that from Indie Volt. But when you're a guest on a show that isn't like Indie Volt, you have to come professional. You have to do your hair, brush your teeth, even if it makes you put that mindset that this isn't important. But you know how it's just that mentality? And I told Meredith this every time before I go live, I brush my teeth, and she's like, why? I was like, believe it or not, it just makes me feel like I'm ready. Yeah. It puts me in that moment. Meredith knows this. I fell this week and still did my show. Pancaked onto the hard concrete I actually dislocated my little pinky thing. I didn't even know till a couple days later, and had to pop it back into place. And it was a bad fall, sprained my ankle, and I still did backer pulse. Not my best. I definitely probably gave myself a concussion when my head hit the floor too. Not my best. You can see I'm like, what's that word? But I showed up. And like Pops will talk to you about this. The biggest elevator pitch you're ever going to do is your reliability. Showing up when you say you're going to show up, being who you say you're going to be. If you're one of the, like I say, rise against bullying. And when I did that and I made that, and some people might know or might not know, and because we're being honest, and this is actually shop talk, there are occasions where I break the character. I am Mr. Anderson, but I've also been playing a character called Bobby Gregory because he's the persona that creates the kids' books. Usually I keep them separated because of the two different, because I create fetish books on one side and kids' books on the other. And I do try to be mindful of that. And it's not like I'm trying to hide it like it's a Secret Service memo that I don't want someone getting out about hookers. It's not like that. I'm just trying to do it for kids. So when the kids are looking up, Bobby Gregory will be where they get redirected quickly. Yes, it's out there, and I don't try to make it too much of a hidden thing. But the point what I'm trying to say here is that you have to understand how you come across. So when I came up with that at Rise Against Bullying, even though that's the counterpart, the other side of me, Bobby Gregory, who I actually wear a mask to be now, I live up to it on my end. I don't engage in bullying. When something gets too heated, I walk away from it. And Pops has seen them come for me, and they have. And that's where the uncanny thing came this year. Because if you just do right, if you just, like Pops said, help other people, and you're a genuine human being, they can only throw lobs at you. In the end of the day, it's just words. Oh, you're an asshole. What did you do to me to make me an asshole? Is always my answer. Like, why did you make Rob angry? I have friends who like message me, hey, did you run into so-and-so? I was like, why? What they say? He's like, I just want to know what they did because it sounded like you were in rare form that day because they showed me some screenshots. And I was like, yeah, I said this and that. And they're like, okay, that's the missing part because my friends know me. They know I just don't go out looking for a fight. But I'm from New York. I'll stand up. And I'll have that argument. And a lot of times I'll take it to a personal messenger. And I'll rip someone apart in a personal messenger. I'll give them the real size of it. I'm not nasty. I don't call them names, but I tell them the truth about it. And I tell them, look, you're being immature. I was like, I don't care. You're going to see me on the road one day. Do you really want to have me have to come over to your table and have this conversation face to face?
Well, the difference there is that you take it to a DM. You don't air that crap out on social media in public in front of everybody because a lot of times it could be a misunderstanding. A lot of times it's just, a turn of a phrase. It could be interpretation and things like that. So, I mean, that's really important to, if you're going to air out your differences, do it in private.
It's like usually a lot of times we all know inflection is not there in a text. Mm-hmm. How you're saying what you're saying is not there in a text. Okay. I've had people hit me up in private messaging, man, you said this and this and this, and I don't know about you, man. And then I'll call them up in a video chat so they can see me, so they can hear my voice, and we talk. And now we're friends because they understand I wasn't being an asshole. I was just being honest about who I am or what I believe. And it isn't about them, it's about me and what I think, and it's everybody has to be able to be themselves and say what they feel and do what they feel. Hopefully it's right, but we don't get to choose what's right for other people. We can only choose what's right for ourselves,
And I want to point to something that you said. Inflection cannot be felt necessarily in a text, which is why it's important that, kind of turning it back to pitches, when you write something, be clear. Be clear about what it is that you're pitching. Nobody will really get your feels. What they will do is when they're reading your content, they're going to project their feels onto it. So interpretation is very personal, and what you put out there is also Yeah.
Can you give us an example of the difference between inflection in the voice and with a pitch? Can you say off the top of your head?
No, don't put me on the spot like that. I haven't had coffee yet.
I can actually do it, and I already created something here. So hold on, Pops. I'm gonna have you drag up my my screen so I can show it to you and give an example, because it's an important learning lesson. Actually, everything she's saying right now is
Before you do that, Rob, we're at the 30-minute mark. Pops, are we okay, or do you have somebody in the wings?
Oh no, we are good actually till 12:15, because our number one is one of the people that checked out on us.
Okay.
I do want to take a little minute. I don't have a commercial reel or any of that like you guys do, but I do want to say thank you to all the admins of all the groups that allow us to share this feed or share the link to their group and get exposure for these people. I want to thank everybody who shares this feed out, because that's what this is about, is exposure. And the longer the reach, the more chance somebody's going to sell a book, man. And that's what we're trying to do, is help everybody out. Hello, Nita. Hello, Nita. Hello, Brad. Brad's actually a local. I haven't met him yet, but he lives right here in town where I live. So that's coming up here in the near future. I'm going to go meet Brad. You watch.
And sorry, Rob, back to you.
No, that's fine. Pops, can you pull up the screen? All right, so here we go. First couple of things with your pitches: make them bright, make them loud, make them stand out if they're not going to be in actually your voice. And I'm going to go over that in itself. Have people have something to look at. Let their eyes wander. Okay, so here are a couple of pitches, and I want you to hear what they're talking about with the voice. All right, so I'm going to read it and this is a lot of people it shows. This is how they read it. After a lifetime of hiding who she is, Barbara begins to explore her dark instincts. And you're like, okay, are you excited about your book? Do you care about your book? And people get so used to saying their pitches. So here's what I suggest to you. Practice your pitch with the inflection in your voice. At home, you have to learn to say it. You have to learn where you're putting it. Even if you write it, sometimes by writing it, like what I'll do sometimes, if I'm practicing a pitch, I'll make words bigger, like capitalize them, because our mind tells us that there's an inflection, especially mine. So now, when I read it the way I've practiced and written. After a lifetime of hiding who she is, Barbara begins to explore her dark fantasies and instincts. And it's okay. You notice I put in fantasies. It's okay to add a word if it feels natural while you're pitching. If you remember your pitches, you go off the top of your head. Perfect examples down here with the 50 Shades. Because I wrote it, there's a difference between saying something out loud and writing something out loud too with your pitches. So I went at 50 Shades, but if I read it, I would read it if 50 Shades of Grey was written by an adult who knew what they were talking about. You want to be able to show the energy that you're excited. Smile. Even if you don't have the best teeth in the world, still smile. Even if you're not the most attractive person. Not the most attractive person in the world. We're humans. We're all humans. I'll tell you the truth. Like, the people who look scared don't bother me. If you look nervous, that never bothers me, because I see the strength you're showing me by still pitching while you look nervous. The people who bother me, who are like, yeah, it's a good book. Why don't you take a look at it? And if you have any questions, ask me. That right away, I'll be like, because everyone tells you, oh, if they hold your book, they're going to buy it. Like, it's some sort of like mine that's going to grab onto their hand and not let go, and they'll die if they don't buy it. No, you still have to earn it. And I do. I sit at my table and I talk. I play with my son, and I let my thing and people let my signs do the work. They're my pitches sometimes. People come out, what's that mean? And I get up and I smile. And I have a bad back. I have a higher seat. Meredith has seen it. I stand up if I can, and if I physically can't stand up, I apologize for not standing up. And I say, I'm sorry, my back's hurting me, or I would stay standing. Show the people respect by coming ready. Be excited about the things you do. Me and Meredith talk about this, and I'm sure Pops can chime in on this. The people who show up to your shows and they're like, again, they're not excited to be there. Oh, I'm going to do Pops' show as a favor to him. Fuck you. Stay home.
Yeah, it's not to me. It's a favor to you.
Yeah, I showed up today for me. This was an opportunity for me to talk about pitches, and I like talking about. I'm the pitch master, damn it.
And also, I'll be honest about the other part of this. It's about bouncing everybody's fan bases off each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Marv's fan base, off Iskis's fan base, off Sister Mercy. Everybody bounce off each other's fan base. You might pick up a few extra fans because somebody from another fan base saw what you're doing and was excited about what you were doing because you're excited about what you're doing. That makes me excited about what you're doing, and I can pitch that way better as an advocate if I'm excited about it. You know?
Well, here's the thing. The three of us, we are advocates for a lot of things. All right. It's not just comics and stuff like that. I have a lot of other interests. And I have been asked by many people over the years, can you help me out? Can you help me out? And I hate saying no. I love helping people. It's maybe one of my downfalls, because a lot of times I'll help people before I help myself. Here's the problem. They are willing to let other people do the work for them, and that doesn't work. You have to want it, and you have to want it more than I do, because it's not my responsibility to let people know about your book. You need to be that excited. You need to go out there and pitch, and you have to want that success. I can't want your success more than you do. Okay? Because I have other things to do.
Absolutely.
Believe it or not, there are some people I feel like I want their success more than they do,
Oh, no, you probably do. You probably do.
There's some friends of mine, man, that I just really want them to succeed, and sometimes I feel like I want it more than they do. Well,
if they're turning that around and saying, hey, I see your enthusiasm, maybe that's the kick in the ass that they need. But if they're falling by the wayside and you're still going, then Pops, you would be wasting your energy.
Oh,
well, you know what it is? There's three types of creators. There are the ones who are genuinely not good at this. No matter what they will do, they will never be good at this side of it. They have to learn that they need an advocate. Brock Lesnar, perfect example. Brock Lesnar's a beast of a human being. One of the toughest guys. Like, I look at him like some of these wrestlers, I'm like, I could whoop his ass. But he's up there with The Rock where I'm like, not a shot in hell. Not even with a Trent gun would I win that battle. I know I'm getting like Undertaker, nope. Brock Lesnar, nope. Not. And I'm like, John Cena, I don't know, man. He can't see me, like I don't know. But the whole point of it is that there are just these larger than life people that you can always see. But Brock, being one of those larger than life people, horrible on the mic, horrible. Has can't even. It's a train wreck. It's honestly a train wreck. He is like one of the worst. Also, for those who remember Lance Storm, he was a great wrestler, and The Rock called him Mr. Robotic, and that was it. His career was over, and he did not mean to do that to him. No mic skills. So that's your first type of creator. Second type of creator, people who bleed, who live for comics, who are fans in and out, who absolutely want this, who will do anything to get it. They'll work every day at it. They'll do what they have to do. They might not advocate for themselves enough, but you asked them to talk about their comics. I was making the joke the other day. The reason I wanted to go to a comics convention recently was because I literally got to the point where when the mailman came up and I was wearing a shirt like this, I would spend a half an hour explaining to him what my shirt was all about. He was like, okay, I got to go deliver mail, because I was so tired of not talking about comics that I wanted to. And you can see the smile even now on me because it's genuine. And you got the third type. And this is the one Pops, I think, is mad at. The people who think they're owed it. And
not
you see
so much mad at, just disillusioned with.
Yeah. They're the ones who think they earned it already. No matter what the success they've had, whether they have worked in IDW or even just got a successful Kickstarter, they pissed me off the most. Well, I made $20,000 on a Kickstarter. Do you realize that in the comic book industry, that's pathetic? And I'm saying that as a guy who raises $2,000 on a Kickstarter, and I know my shit's pathetic. I'm not going to be happy. You'll never see me brag. I'll be grateful for every backer. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate everyone's support from the bottom of my heart. But I will never brag about something until I sell 1 million copies or 500,000 copies or 1,000 copies even. I hate these people who do like, I'm going to print 20 comic books and go to a comic book convention and then brag about how I sold out of my book. You did 20. You talk to me when you're in 1,000 print run. You talk to me when you're reprinting your book for the third time because you ran out of your books. Stop
People
celebrating.
still want them.
Yeah,
that's the key right there.
Yeah.
People still want your book after your print runs out after your first print run runs out, you make another one, and then people still want your book when that print run runs out. Now you're talking about some success. If you're talking about some kind of numbers, you guys talk like right now, we got like DC and Marvel printing what, 40,000 copies of the title?
If that, sometimes, to be honest.
Right. And half of those, some of those don't even go off the shelf. Okay. So some of those titles aren't even selling as many as they print. And you have a few titles that still go off the shelf. We're not, but you think about it, back in the 90s, back in the 80s, they printed way more books and sold way more books.
Millions of copies were sold.
That was success. That was success. If you're printing 2,000 books and you're selling them in today's market, you're doing good. But in comparison to what used to be, we're not close.
Yeah. And you have to remember, this industry, it does not suffer fools. And the minute you stop trying to earn your place, you will be replaced. There is, and I say this all the time, I go to conventions more than most. And when I go to conventions, and when I first started this, I tried to get interviews with these guys in their creator alleys, the bigger ones, like the premium alleys. You've all seen it. And every time I tried to ask for an interview, they all acted better than, like, they looked down on me for what I was doing. And it's just the truth. And I don't mind. We were a small site at the point. We're a lot bigger now with almost 50,000. We'll probably do 50,000 subscribers this year. So now it's a little bit better. But this is back when I had 5,000 subscribers. I get it. But here's the thing. I saw those same people keep showing up to the shows, and I suddenly started looking them up. None of them had worked in comics in a long time. They were using their limited success within the industry to keep going. Meanwhile, Neil Adams, in his own booth, not in a premium one he's paid for. A lot of times, if you don't know it, Neil Adams is paying for his booths, by the way. He doesn't always just get them comped. He actually sets it up, and he's still working in comics. You want to know why? Neil Adams never stopped being hungry. Jack Kirby never stopped being hungry. Stan Lee, I love Stan Lee, but he stopped being hungry for a while. And you saw that. He wanted to be Hollywood. And you saw the fall off. And you saw his legacy stops. Like, if you really think about it, Stan Lee's legacy stopped in the 60s. He didn't really, 70s too. He created some characters in the 70s. We don't really hear about Stan Lee's creations in the 80s and the 90s because he wasn't creating anymore. So remember that. Stan Lee got lucky. He was the outlier because he became the face of something. Most people who pull a Stan Lee will get washed into the history. Will Eisner died in a hospital while creating his next project. That's the creator I want to be. I create comics for the fans, the readers. I don't create it for money. I don't create it for celebrity. I said this to Meredith. I hope that my characters outlive me and everyone's like, who's that Anderson guy? Oh, he created this. Oh, cool. I really love those characters. I don't want to be a Stan Lee where I get known to be the person. I'd rather my characters be known. Because as a writer, that's the biggest compliment you can have. And as an artist, I think it's the same thing. Oh, he's the artist who drew that. Having your definition of the work you have done, your body of work, is more important than your ego. I see so many people. I worked for Image. I worked at Marvel. How many issues? 2 issues. What does that tell me? What is that legitimate? Are they calling you? No, you did work for Marvel. Okay, who you work for now? Oh, I'm just doing things. And a lot of them do make money, because some of them will have those hits. And then you see some of them still crawling to get in the industry, still making comic books. I've seen like creators who worked at Marvel and DC come into Artist Alley and do their independent books with like, this is where I belong. They want to be in Artist Alley. They don't want to be in Premium Alley. And then you get a few people who like the Premium Alley. And this is the industry. And there's no fairness over who gets picked up. And I know people are like, oh, they didn't deserve it. Oh, well, I did better than that. You can't ever hate someone for the success. Celebrate it, because that just tells you that people want content, and your content could be next. And if anything, they're raising the stock of comic books. Every success is our stock going up in the comic book industry. Never hate someone for being successful. Keep on your path, keep your nose down, and be humble. Be humble as you can be. Let me tell you, I hear it all the time from fans. When they come to my table, they hate creators that they meet that are stuck up. Scott Snyder, one of the guys I always hear great things about. Greg Capulli, great guy, I always hear great things about. And then I hear, and I won't mention the names of the creators I hear that always say something nasty, or people talk to me. I hated meeting them. I don't want to ever be that guy. If I heard that a fan had a bad experience, I'd actually reach out to them and be like, hey, listen, I might have had a bad back on that day. My back might have been cramping on me. I'm sorry. Let me send you an autographed copy of a comic book. You know, like, you know, I would be that guy because I would feel horrible.
And I think that's very important is, you know, how you are perceived. I had gone to a book lovers convention, and there was an author, and I read her books for decades. And I finally had an opportunity to meet her. I'm not going to out her, but she was such a bitch that, and she looked like she was bored for being there. How dare you? You are in front of your fans, the people who support you, the people who got you to where you are. And for you to be bored, rolling your eyes, looking at your watch while people are standing there waiting to talk to you is an insult. I basically, when I got up to her, I was like, no, thanks. And I threw out all her books and I never read her again. There's no reason to, because there's so many other creators out there, you know, so don't be that person who is just an asshole to your audience. You know, they're the ones who get you to where you are. They're the ones who are going to get you to the next step, the next milestone. You know, they're the ones that are going to drive you.
Fans like me, okay, we care about what you guys are doing. If I didn't care about what you guys were doing, CRoM Con would have never started. Comic Related Madness would still be my little 400 people that I love group. You know, and nothing would ever have come of this. I'm a fan. I love comic books, obviously. Okay. Keep giving me good comic books. I don't really care what the name across the top is. I don't care if it's Nine Realms or if it's IDW or Dark Horse or DC or Marvel or you know, Third Empire, you know, from Mojo, you know, Coffin. It doesn't matter what the name on the top is. What matters is the content. Sell me good books, please.
And remember,
you know,
this industry is, you're only as good as your last release. Kickstarters are important. They've been amazing. Indiegogo, I have my problems with personally. Not a political thing. I've literally had issues with them. I don't know why I have bad luck. One day I'll tell the whole story. But Indiegogo is a great thing for this industry. But it has to go beyond that. If you want to be a creator, you have to show up to shows. You have to do the grinding. You have to do the interviews. You have to go on the press tours. You have to talk about it. And you've got to, and Chuck Pino says it best. If you're gonna title a book issue number 1, you damn sure better have an issue number 2 coming back right after it, and then 3, then 4. If someone starts investing in your stories, and I'm not trying to knock anyone who makes money on crowdfunding, it's all a grind. I'm saying it's part of it. You don't get a gold trophy for just crowdfunding. You have to do it further, unless that's your goal. I mean, to be fair, there are some creators out there who are fanboys who are just creating or fangirls too, who are just creating something to create it, and they get excited because they sold 100 copies. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but for the goal of this particular panel, we're talking about the more professional side of it. The people who are really making a go of it, who really want to create and be the next boys. Let's be honest. I'd love to see Cat Dad and Supermom made into something. I would absolutely love to see Barbara Unleashed become a Netflix thing, because I've seen there are other things they're willing to put on Netflix, so I know I'm okay to make it there. So I do this, and of course I want to have my things come to life because I think it's cool. But in the meantime, I will never stop creating comics. I love comics. Meredith sees me in the background. I have 13 scripts written right now, ready to go, ready to be a comic book. Not ideas, literal scripted out things for actual issues of comic books, because that's how I roll, and that's how I'm going to continue to roll until I die. If I die creating a comic book or something else, depending on what time of night it is or time of day it is, I'll be a happy man. But at least I created comics that day, and I love advocating. Like Pops, I've been doing this for 10 years now, being an advocate, trying to help other people. And it, like Pops, I started in a Facebook group. And that's where Written Sins came from. The first group I had was actually about Comic Book School, which, by the way, Comic Book School put together an anthology this year that they're going to be talking about today, and I'll be sharing that video. I'm part of that. It's about my creative journey. We all come together. I started in New York Comic Con over a decade ago. I made an actual a group from a Facebook group. I went in and then we changed the name of the Facebook group because I do that a lot of times. I just can't help it. ADHD names. I think of something better. My pitches continue to evolve. So then we went into and we made a website, and all that time, the one thing, and Meredith can say knows this about me, I feel very obligated to advocate for people because I know that there are great creators out there who just need someone like me, Pops or Meredith, to pay attention to them, to give them that because they're struggling right now. They're out there working their ass off, and they just need someone to notice them. And I can't tell you the power of just noticing some of these people. I have people in this industry who are now signed with bigger publishers who still contact me and still thank me for what I've done. That's a humbling thing when you're there. And of course, the first thing I say is, so are they hiring?
I do have some good news right now, though. While we've been talking, we filled in that spot that was vacated. So at noon, we will be moving on to our next guest. Rob, I want to throw this at you guys real quick because this is the first thing I ever wrote as a promo for Mojo Risen. And I did this on December 30th, 2019. And this is how it goes. The world has been shattered. Those who once protected the magic are gone. Mojo Risen. New Orleans, the center of all magical power since the Big War. Evil beings full of greed and hatred tear through the fabrics of time and space, trying to take the ultimate prize, the magic. Few there are who protect this prize. Not always friends, more often enemies. Yet they understand, if they don't stand together on occasion, they will all fall alone.
You could have stopped, honestly, in the first sentence. No, I'm saying for an elevator pitch, that was it. Because your elevator pitches get them to ask you the question. Remember that. So you do that quick pitch, and you could add New Orleans into it, and set within the darkness of New Orleans under the belly, and then boom, whoa, tell me more. And then that second part would have been perfect for the
answer,
because you need to have that follow up. Most of your pitches should be to get them to ask a question. First thing,
there is like I did it in a post with some of the art, the early art from.
Okay, yeah, book. But that's different online.
And there is a three-line pause in between that first line and then the next, paragraph. But yeah, I mean, Mike Barron gave me kudos for it. It was my first one. I was like, he told me, he said, you forgot to add the protagonist.
Remember, elevator pitch.
Yeah.
For everyone watching, elevator pitch, 2 sentences, no more. Quick, concise, to the point. Remember, if someone comes up to my table, the first thing I say is, they don't ask me a question from all the stuff, and they look things. I'm like, hi, my name is Mr. Anderson. I create books about fetish monsters and more. What would you like to know about? I have invited them to start the conversation with me by identifying where they want to go. And it's funny because they all get back to fetish. No matter who it is, they all want to know about the fetish book. Some step in it right away, but most actually take the long way around. Ask me, well, what's the more? But you're having that. You're having that conversation. You're interacting. Pop's right there demonstrated. If that first pause he took, he would have had someone go, oh, tell me more. I can tell you right now, being on the floor, there it is. And that final part would have been that filler. And you have to have that filler. Don't be that person who's like, hey, my name's John, and I created a book about a catfish who's actually out in the world as a human being. He's the ultimate catfish, and he's trying to save the ocean. And then the people would be like, oh, how's he going to save the ocean?
Well, now you know the whole story.
Right.
You have to be able to have enough. Just give them the taste. Just the tip of the creativity. Don't give the whole thing.
And the other thing that you mentioned yesterday during the Sunday, not the Sunday Comics News, the Comics News.
Weekend.
The Weekender, yes. Where you were talking about the poo-poo platter. And, me being a juvenile, I laugh when I hear poo-poo. I can't help it.
And what happens when someone laughs? I taught you this yesterday.
Yeah, people pay attention. They ask questions. It makes them feel good.
And they lower their shields to you. If you can make someone laugh, if you can make them feel happy, there's a 90% higher rate of them liking you and staying with you. You have the energy. That's why smiles matter. That's why sense of humor matters. Like Pop says, we need sarcastic fun. If we had sarcastic fun on Facebook, though, Facebook would be a totally different experience tomorrow. Because half the things I type are sarcastic. I had Luke call me up, Rob, you're being really mean to someone. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, read what you wrote. I read it in my voice. And when I read it in my voice, he's like, oh, you would say it that way. Oh, it's not as mean as I thought it was.
Exactly.
So then I did this thing where I was like, okay, I'll explain what I mean. So I would say my sarcastic thing, and then the bottom, I was very like analytical about it. And I had a friend tell me, you have to stop doing it. It's worse. He's like, I think it's funny, but you're actually making it worse when you explain it.
I've actually gotten to the point where sometimes I will put the word sarcasm in capital letters between parentheses at the end of a sentence because I don't feel like explaining this. You know? So here, y'all, I'm just joking, you know, because this year has made everybody a little thinner. I want to say, and I don't mean thinner like, you know, skinny. I mean thinner skinned, maybe. It's gotten under everybody's skin just a little bit. The whole lockdowns, the whole, you know, through the whole election thing and everything, and everybody's been on edge. And I love this industry. I love these people. All these people coming up after you guys, everybody at Indie Bowl, all the other podcasters, William Pace, everybody who helps get our word out. Okay, I love all these people, man, and believe me, I don't hate anybody unless they really have gone out of their way to give me a reason to hate, like done something to my son or my grandkids. You cross that line, then you catch, you know. But other than that, I love people. I really want everybody to succeed. I hate that people want to put barriers between my being able to help them over what they view are my personal opinions. It has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do for people. I don't hold your personal opinions against you to promote your book. I hold how you treat me against you as to whether I'm promoting your book. You know, I mean, I don't put up barriers to anything, to anybody for what they write or what they believe until they make me the target. You know, I'm just trying to help you. I'm not a creator. I don't have a boss. I can't be doxxed or canceled. People can leave the group. Other people join the group. It happens all the time. You know, I mean, there's going to be people that like you and there's going to be people that don't like you. I've learned to accept that, but I'm always going to be honest about what I'm trying to do, which is help you guys sell books, help you get the exposure you need. All of you, everybody watching, everybody who watches later, you know, I mean, this is about you guys. It's never been about me. It's never been about what I'm going to gain from this. It's about what I can help you guys gain from this. And if that gets people to, you know, oh man, I sold a bunch of books, thanks, and they send me a book, right on. But I'm not asking for that. But it's great every time I get one of them packages I wasn't expecting. You know, there's great people in this industry. Really, really great people. Allow these people, especially like Rob and Meredith, when they're promoting you, when they're trying to help you or giving you advice, hey, I take advice from Rob. You know, I've learned from Rob. I've learned from Meredith. I've learned from all these guys, you know, that do podcasts and stuff. And hopefully I'm giving everybody something that's worthy of their time. I see there's people watching. I love to see people watching what we're doing. We have a couple of people in the background. So how about you guys go ahead and give us a little throw out where we can find you. And you're both welcome to show up later to the panels if you see an open spot too, 4 o'clock and 9 o'clock. So, you know, but Meredith, you want to go first? Tell us where.
Yeah, I'll go first. And I dropped my Linktree link in private chats. If you could share that out, that's where everybody can find my social medias and not everywhere that I participate in. But okay, so again, thank you, Pops, for having me here with Rob to launch CRoM Con IX. I hope that everybody has great pitches today. I'll be tuning in with the replay, but you can find me at marej99.com. Keep it really simple.
Yeah, I just posted it in the YouTube chat. So.
Okay. And the other thing is also, Pops, just to give you a piece of advice, if people are dropping in their Kickstarters or their crowdfund links, just be careful with that, because the one time I got popped off of YouTube for doing that, if somebody reported me for spam, I have no idea. Just with some of the crowdfunding, you might be careful. But anyway, guys, so head over to Geek Insider. You can find my articles there. You can find me at marej99.com. That's MEREJ99. I am a content creator. I am a comic noob. I am getting ready to launch my own Kickstarter as far as my prose, so that I can pay for art to turn those stories into comic books. And it's a really exciting journey. I basically tripped into the comics world, and the community kind of picked me up and dragged me all the way in. So I am in. I love it. I love the creative process. I love meeting all the creators, the writers, the artists, and I'm learning so much. And I think that's the important thing. That's what I kind of want to leave with is if you're going to take the time to come in and into this business, treat it like a business, treat it with respect, go through the learning process. Don't come in here expecting anything. Your efforts will determine that, and so will your attitude. Your attitude will determine your altitude.
Thank you very much. Rob, where can they give us your pitch, dude? Where can we find you?
My name is Mr. Anderson. I create comics about fetish monsters and more. I am the uncanny, uncannibal, absolutely, because they've tried. I am the unboxable advocating creator who actually loves to help you guys. With comicbookadvocates.com, we can help you bring your news to a bigger audience, thanks to the help with Geek Insider, which we're now part of. You can find my personal books at MrAnderson.com. Check out Bobby Gregory for Cat Dad and Supermom news as they head to Scout Comics under the Scoot imprint. And make sure that you guys just go out there and be more than a comic book fan. Become an advocate for comics. When you read something you like, talk about it on social media, share it, and tell your friends where you found it. Share these programs, share each other's wisdom with each other, let it spread on. But more importantly, be a pair. Be a professional who actually loves the industry and leave it better than you got it. So be an inspiration for others. Stop lowering your standards to be like everyone else. Instead, rise above.
Cool. Thank you very much, you guys. Totally appreciate you coming out, man.
Thanks for having us. All right, we'll catch you later, Pops. Have a good show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace. And look at this. It's my tech guy, my co-host, my other half, Mr. Phil.
Hey, what is up?
What's up, brother? And Rich,
there he is.
Piranha. How you feeling, Rich? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
You
Just
sound
taking
good.
care of some business, doing some stuff, and setting up a game design portfolio. Just occupying my time however way I can make it. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing wonderful, man. We're doing this again. We're the night.
Yay, we are.
How you doing, Phil?
Oh, still getting my stuff together.
All right. Well, why don't both of you give us a little rundown? Okay, let's start with Phil. Give us the rundown. Who you are, a little bit about your background, and then we'll do.
Well, I thought we could just do Rich on this one since I'm going to be popping in at the 15.
Okay, I was just going to do the whole 30 minutes together if you wanted. I don't care.
Oh, I don't. I want Rich to be able to talk about his cool stuff he's got.
You too, man. You too. Hello.
That's what I'm saying. Do you guys want to do your 30 minutes together, or do you want 15 minutes separate?
Let's do our 30 minutes together, man.
See?
Okay.
Because then we'll just play off each other and all that shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm game, man. I'm game.
And then I can eat my breakfast.
Hey, breakfast.
Yeah, man, it got here like right when the show started, so it's been sitting over here on the side, and I haven't been able to touch it yet. Bill, you got this?
Sure.
Right on. Let's go ahead and tell everybody who you are, man. And I'm just gonna
Okay, yeah. I'm Phil Leon. I work in comics mainly as a colorist. I do other things. I've done editorial work. I also do illustration when I get a chance. Right now I'm working on a couple projects. One of them is Naked Cannibal Campers. And rebooted a Malibu title over at Silverline called White Devil. Okay, well, that's about me. Tell them about you, Rich.
I draw stuff.
Stuff and things, yes.
I
Lots
draw
of it.
comics. That's
What
it.
do you got? What do you got brewing right now, man?
What do I got brewing right now?
Hold up. Save what we got doing right now for a few minutes. Let's do a little background on you guys.
Okay.
Let people know where they can find stuff you've already done,
God.
and then we'll talk about what you're doing, and then we'll talk about where they can find you.
Wow. Okay. That's a good one. I started my first professional art job that I ever got in comics was Marvel Comics. Yeah, I went straight from, part-time manager at a Pizza Hut to Marvel Comics. So yeah, hey, and I worked as a staff artist there for about a year and a half, and then I was a freelancer for 10 years. And I stopped for a bit, and then I went to DC Comics for a little while, and then in 2013, I decided to hit the independent circuit because even though if it pays a little bit less, there's a lot more creative freedom, and I dig it a lot more. And the people in the independent circuit are a hell of a lot nicer than the ones in DC or Marvel. And I've been there ever since. I'm still doing it today, and I'm putting out, finally, I have the wherewithal and the gumption to actually put out my own graphic novel. I'm writing it, drawing it, coloring it, lettering it, and then I'm going to have it printed into Kickstarter probably sometime in February or March. And it's going to be 4 chapters. Each one's going to be 48 pages, and I've already have the story laid out in my head, most of it anyway. And it's going to be good. It looks really good.
It's looking awesome.
Yeah, it is, man. I'm very proud of it. And the title of it, the Incantessi. It is the story about a young woman by the name of Cassandra Rossi. She is a professional dancer, ballet dancer. It's flamenco, merengue, whatever it might be. She's a professional dancer. And it turns out she belongs to a long line of people who have the ability to summon the mystic arts and use it for offensive and defensive capabilities through movements of dance. Now, there are most of them can pick like maybe 1 or 2 abilities. She has them all, but the problem with her is that that's not so much a problem. She's all too human. And when you go, and this is the philosophical part of it. It's okay when you go from just something to like wielding the power of a god in less than 24 hours, and you realize that you can do all this. It messes with you, and you don't know which way you're going to go with it. And that's what this story is about. The story is about the development of what a person does with ultimate power. Now, I'm not going to say that
Hold up. I don't want you to tell us too much about it. I want you to give us your elevator pitch. How are you going to sell this book to us in a very short
elevator pitch? Okay.
Yeah.
Cassandra Rossi is a ballet dancer, is a professional dancer from Milan who has the ability, who is destined to be the master of the mystic arts through her ability to dance.
Now I want everybody
will she fulfill her destiny, or will she be consumed by it?
I want everybody to understand. Rich took this time slot 10 minutes before he came out, so it's not like he had his elevator pitch prepared. But
I'll talk about it again later.
we'll give him a chance to put it together and get to it again. But I just want everybody to know.
Am I going to be on later tonight? Am I going to be on later tonight at 4 or 9 where you guys are?
Yeah, whenever you want, man. I mean, the panels are wide open, bro. So,
All right, yeah. Well, I'll come back at 4 o'clock your time, which is 9 o'clock mine. So, you see, this is some of the beginning art that I have there. This is some of the art. This is my pencils, my inks, and even my letters. So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. That's the stuff that I'm putting out, and I can't wait till it comes out. I'm almost finished with the colors on the whole issue, and I got to do the lettering next, and then I'll have a full ready book, and I'm probably going to release it sometime in March. You see, because I live in the UK, and they don't have conventions yet, and I think the first convention is going to be May of next year. So it's going to give me time to work on the second issue. I'm sorry?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Phil, go back a page. Go back one more. Is that Christy?
No. Actually, who that is the whole thing about the thing about our character, my character, is it was actually a commission way last year, and the commission was for an Italian actress. And I asked her what she wanted me to draw. And she's like, "Oh, draw me like I have magic powers and stuff." So I just made this ridiculous costume out of everything. But then I wanted to do my own book. I felt like I wanted to do my own book, but all my characters suck because they're all like 80s or 90s extreme power based and shit like that. You know, just like kind of like Image or something like that, where they're just way. Oh, thank you, Warren. They're kind of way too overpowered and kind of stupid. And I'm like, oh, God, these suck. What am I going to do? So then I see the commission that I drew of her, and I was like, hey, listen, can I use this as an actual comic? She's like, absolutely. And it became what it is now. And I have a page on my Facebook page, and I'll provide a link a little bit later. And yeah, it's coming out really good. The story's becoming more and more layered as it goes along. You know, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it so far.
I think it's awesome, man. I've been getting to see little blurbs here and there, and it just looks good. And wait till you start seeing some of the magic-y stuff and stuff. Those are really cool.
Well, I have to show you some of Phil. I got to show you some of the stuff that I'm towards the latter parts of the pages, man. I mean, like towards the end of the first chapter, it is nuts. It is kind of nuts, and I'm rather pleased with it. But you know, we'll see how an audience picks it up because when I finish the first issue, not only do I have to start working on the second issue, but then I got to promote the first issue, and quite frankly, I'm having a little bit of trouble with that. And I think, Pops, you had a guest before that might be able to help me out with that. So, I need a little bit of help when it comes to promoting stuff. That's my only thing.
Well, and that's what we do, bro. That's what we do.
Oh, I think when you do your live cast and you're talking about stuff and drawing it out, I think that's really getting some promotion going for you, right there, man. I mean, I've always enjoyed them for like a while now. I've been watching your live draws for what, couple years now or something?
I'd say so, yeah. My thing is that I have to remember to make sure that I copy the link and I make sure that everybody can see them. Because that's something that I don't think I do. So I have to make sure that a lot of people can see them, and I have to coordinate it a lot better when it comes to putting all of them together and having everybody see my stuff and making sure that I have a pitch where it's like it's not too long. Just like, you know, like I gave a whole soliloquy before. It's sometimes it's a little bit difficult for me to try and put things into like smaller words or something because I tend to ramble along like I'm doing right now.
Which is cool. Everybody wants a little interaction and to hear you talk and you be you, because, you know, a lot of people, not only do they invest in the books, they invest in the artists because, you know, there's that connection. And if they like what the artists themselves and what they're doing, they're going to be more apt to be looking at the books. And then they'll see how, you know, that'll draw them in to see how cool the book is freaking looking, you know?
Well, what I'm going to do, well, like I said, I'll put together a small package, and I'll probably figure out how to I'll put together a small elevator pitch, and I'll make sure I provide links to the page that I have. I already have, dude, I already have 600 likes and 600 followers on my Incandescent page.
Nice.
Yeah, that's like a month.
Right. Yeah, I've watched that grow quickly.
Well, that happened because of Sophia. The actress's name is Sofia Brocani, and she's great. She's a sweetheart. And I asked her like a little, like maybe about half a month ago. I was like, "Listen, can you share this with a couple of your friends?" And then I went from like 250 likes to 420 in like overnight.
Wow!
I was like, awesome. Well, okay, yeah, but all of them are Italian, which is amazing. Well, I'm Italian too, but I mean, like, from Italy Italian. So it's like, oh great, now I got to learn Italian again. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. I'm definitely gonna hit the comic convention circuit in Italy when it comes back up. Oh my god, I have to.
Oh yeah.
Man, you're gonna have to share
Bellissimo.
some live feeds from those cons too. I'd love to see how they do things over there.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely.
You know, I'd love
Absolutely.
to see that, man. So, I mean, if you're going to cons over there, man, please do a little 15-minute live feed and pop
Oh,
it up.
absolutely. Absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, but these are what you're looking at right now is the first 5 or 6 pages of the story. You know, we're establishing who she is, what the relationship to her aunt is, or the relationship that her aunt has, or how they interact with each other. It's getting an idea of who she is. You know, and we also get an idea of who her aunt is.
Sarah, what's up?
Hello. Who
We
is that?
acknowledge our fans in the madness, bro. We acknowledge them. That's how
Thank you. No, I hope I'm not rambling on too much. It's Phil's turn to talk.
I was gonna say, yeah, Phil, it's time for you to tell us a little bit about your background.
Yes, please.
And then drop us a elevator pitch on that thing you're working on, if you're allowed to.
Those several things I'm working on.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of elevator pitch my work and the things that I'm working on. How's that?
Okay.
Well, yeah, like I said, been working in comics now probably about 6 years. I've been an artist for years, since I was a teenager, and also a musician. Now I've went into comics full time, and I've been working on covers, anthology stories, and some books as a colorist. And I've also picked up doing editorial work. I also do a little bit of graphic design, and I guess I'm getting pulled into doing some voice acting here soon too for some Kickstarter.
Yeah, man, you got a velvety voice there, man. You got like a wow. I'm all hot and bothered.
Well, thank you. But the main one was as soon as I go in a world of comics.
Oh my God, yes. Oh.
Incantessi coming soon.
Oh my goodness,
to a book near you.
Oh, I gotta change my shorts.
Okay. See, and I go the other way. Saturday.
Oh, that too.
That's
Sunday, Monster Comics.
Yeah, Monster Truck Show with comic event. Yeah.
But as far as that, I am a freelancer. I've worked on projects at Wonder Funders, Ravenfish. God, I'm trying to think of them all right now. Well, why don't I just show you some stuff? How's that? I also work on some, got a collaborative with a buddy, a really cool, interesting, unique artist, Greg Kimmett up in Toronto, that since we both had gotten into this and he'd gotten back into it, we just started working back and forth on like one-off pieces and everything. And really cool guy and a good friend. But like, this is a project that I was working on, a short with him and Chris Cole, part of one of my little pods. We got a few things on there. Huh?
That's good stuff.
Oh, thank you. We got some things on the burner. There's one of the one-offs we did over the Halloween period with Greg. He threw down the pencils, and then I wrapped up the rest from there. Here was one we've got in the works. Here was a one-off because we always do Star Wars Day. It comes to May the 4th. Me and him kick some of that out. We seem to do like an annual thing between Halloween. We always do some things together on Halloween, and then we also do things on Star Wars Day. You know, that's kind of our annual gigs. This is a story we're working on called Johnny Get Your Mech. Greg's working on the pencils. I'm finished them out. Chris Cole is the writer for that one. That one's going to be fun. It's basically think of The Warriors meets Blade Runner with James Dean type stuff and mechs battling. So that one will be fun. Kind of a psychobilly rockabilly kind of thing going on there too. This was a piece that I did for a commission, or not a commission, but a submission for Richard Friend for a book called Blaster Kid.
Wait a minute, Richard Friend was the inker of. Did he ink David Finch?
I believe so. Okay. I started following him over on YouTube. He has a regular like show, whether he's either drawing or talking about different books, and that's how I ran into it. And they had submissions as like I had some time, not much, but I did as much as I could and got it just in under the deadline. This was a piece I was working on with Shiloh, Sophizo Graphics. This one was just kind of fun. It's for something of his called Phantosci.
I actually have some of the original artwork from that particular project back over yonder over here. Yes, Shiloh's good people.
Okay.
That's some lovely stuff, man.
Cover that I did. This was one of my earlier covers from a little while ago. This was Elysian Fields. This is Mike Odin's book. He's going to be on sometime later. This was a pinup piece that Joe Tolliver did the line work for, and I threw the colors down for, and I believe
nicely done.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Yes, I know about Elysian Fields. Yes, I do. Yes,
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Let's see. Then from Ravenfish, Rich knows Ravenfish people. This is something Joe Gallagher, he's putting together. It's Omicron Cipher. Me and him have been working on this in the background as we get the chance off and on.
Nice.
It's a pretty cool. It's about halfway done now. It's basically a sci-fi opera. A fun thrill ride.
It looks good. Omicron Cipher looks good.
Thank you. And yeah, we'll be working. We'll be updating and talking about that more as we get into the first of the year coming up and stuff. Let's see. I do have. Okay, there we go. And there's another page from Omicron. And let's see. We'll go to.
There we are.
Here was one just for fun that I like because Mojo Rising and Raj and all those guys. This was just a fun one.
Jim O'Reilly.
Yeah.
Jim O'Reilly cover. The Gator.
McFarlane character sketch I decided to throw some colors down on. What else?
There you go.
Here is a mock cover from me and Greg. We like to do mock covers occasionally when we get the chance, and we both like the old EC Comics stuff, so we kind of did that with a slight little bit of update and look in it and everything. Like I said, I really dig Greg's work. He's got the unique, like the faces he makes, and the expressions are just great. Let's see what else we got. Oh yes, Phil does draw also. I know I don't show that much.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, but
he does.
I'm going to get back to doing a little more of that. Some people have been hitting me up about that stuff for like pinups or stuff. And I was like, well, I do color. Well, I guess I could do some line work too. Why not? So. And this is some more fill line work here. Some pencil work going on.
Brad has a question for you there, Phil.
So where can we find? Well, hold on. We're getting to Cannibal Campers. Just hold on, man. We've got plenty of goodies coming. All right. Where are we? Throw me off my game here. Boom. There you go. Naked Cannibal Campers. No.
Yeah.
Dave Sumi asked me to do the cover or one of the covers for him, so I've been working on that. That's actually who asked me. That's one of the people that asked me about doing the voiceover work for some of their Kickstarter video stuff. Speaking of which, I got a preview of that, so I will just show everybody real quick because I already had it loaded.
There you go. Look at that.
And this is Naked Cannibal Campers. It's basically like 80s grindhouse horror. It's around a lake. The witches live on one side of the lake where nobody is, and there's campers and everything on the other side. And yeah, lots of spooky stuff. There's a warlock guy and some sidekicks. There are kind of a bit of humor going on in there too. So it's a little bit of funny, schlocky stuff, fun stuff. But yeah, he's getting that kicked off. He's about ready to get the Kickstarter rolling on that here real soon.
That looks really good, dude.
Naked Cannibal Campers coming soon.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. And then we have, right now I'm working on, this is the Silverline book I'm working on over there with Roland Mand and those guys. It's called White Devil, and it's a rebooted old Malibu title imprint, and they are bringing it was kind of a manga at first, and now they're bringing it out. They're updating the style a bit and throwing in that Western flavor. And speaking of Western, it's kind of like that. One of my friends that knows about it, he summed it up. In the video game world, think of it as post-apocalyptic Red Dead Redemption meets Dragon Age is basically.
Wow.
And the writer is R.A. Jones. He is the co-creator from Bulletproof Monk.
Wow,
he's worked on Green Lantern and a bunch of other stuff like that, for various companies. And that's the White Devil. That's the main character there. And I guess from what I gleaned from him, that it is kind of some of the influences were like the Seven Samurai and the Magnificent Seven.
Yes.
And then, throw in post-apocalyptic and throw in some dragony stuff and, fantasy elements. And one of the things I do remember is like bullets are very scarce. So there's also a lot of swords going on. A lot of sword work going on because what was one of the phrases I think I remember? It's like when he has to use one, it's like, you owe me a bullet or something to that effect.
Nice.
But, there we go.
Okay, sir. You guys we got 3 minutes left.
Hold on, we got one last one. All right.
Let Phil take the last 3 minutes. That's fine with me.
Go. And there
I
you
just want
go.
to make sure you guys get your links dropped in the private chat so I can put them in the comment.
There's the blood and swords. And okay, that wraps up my presentation because that's all I have pulled up right now. So yeah, there you go.
Okay, so drop your links in the chat so we can get them in the comments. And you guys are rocking, man.
I'll drop mine in a minute as soon as my computer decides to receive its actual Wi-Fi signal.
Cool. And me, you can find me anywhere. Like just look up Phil Leon. I'm here on Facebook. I do a lot of networking and my talking here on Facebook. It seems to be a good spot for me. You can also find me at like ArtStation and other various social medias at PhilmanX. And if you need some commissioned work, I do covers, pinups, sequential pages. Just hit me up and I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it.
Cool.
Where can they find you, Rich? Give them some rich information, man.
Okay, you can find me on social media. You can find me on Facebook just by Rich Parada. You can find me also on Instagram at RPE Illustrate at The Incantessi. That's a page I have there. I also have a page devoted to the graphic novel that's coming out, Incantessi. It's through my Facebook page. It's open to the public. And I'll send the link. So if anybody wants to take a look at some of the stuff that I've already posted, that would be great. And I'd love it if anybody just sent a friend request, and I would be more than happy to accept it. And you can see some of the live stuff that I do. You can see some of the stuff that I post. And I hope I see you guys there. Thank you.
Okay.
Most definitely. Go see Rich's stuff. You will not be disappointed, guaranteed.
Well, go see Phil's stuff, and you won't be disappointed either.
Now wait till we both get on something together. Then we'll really mess with them, man.
You know how I felt, Phil. I'll talk to you about it later.
Oh yeah, I know. Eventually, sometime.
It's always good seeing you, Rich. Always good seeing you, bro. Always good talking to people on the other side of the pond, man. Love it.
Yes, absolutely. If you want me to, like I said, if you want me to, I'll come a little bit. I'll be here a little bit more prepared in a few hours if you'd like.
Yeah, no problem, man. We got open spots at 4 o'clock. You want to come out? Phil will be there, I'm sure.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna pop
I'll be there
into.
for it, definitely.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna be in and out for most of the day, but I'll definitely be back for the panel and stuff, man.
Cool.
All right, guys. I will talk to you again, man. Thank you so much.
It's good seeing you, Rich.
Thanks,
Phil?
All
Rich.
right. I'll see you cats later.
Peace out.
Peace.
Okay, Phil, do you know Sean?
No, I do not believe I do. Hold it. Do I? I may.
You may.
Yeah.
You do now.
Hey, my name's Sean. I'm the founder of 8-Bit Shinobi.
Oh yes, I do know you. Hello, Sean.
Hey.
Thanks, Sarah. We love you. You know. All right, Sean. This guy has a very unique Kickstarter or Indiegogo or crowdfunder or whatever you want to call it. It's
Mhm.
very unique. It's not like everybody else's. Not at all.
Yeah.
So,
It's got everything. It's got
Hold up,
comic
hold up,
books,
hold up.
games.
yeah, hold up. I don't want you to pitch it yet. First, I want you to
Okay.
tell everybody a little bit about your background and how you got to where you're at today. All right.
Okay. Well, I've been writing since I was a kid. I really like comic books. I love playing video games and going to the arcade. My uncle brought me to the arcade. I remember playing X-Men, and we actually one day got a group of 6 people and we beat it.
It's nice to when you actually get a group that works together. I had one last night on Warframe. It was awesome, man. I just started playing that game, and I learned so much from these guys last night. I like it too. I get it. So, you have a background in the love of the genre, obviously.
Hmm.
So, your direction though is a little different from everybody else's. Without going quite into it yet, go ahead and give people a background how you got to that point today, where your Kickstarter is so much different, or your crowdfunder is so much different than everybody else.
Well, it all started when I do theme parties. So I make Japanese food, make cocktails based off of comic book characters, games, and everything. And someone's like, you should open up a location. And then I said, okay, I think I looked into it. And then for 2 years, I went to Comic Cons and I had all my games set up. And at the same time, we were working on a comic book. And I said, why not put it all together instead of doing 2 different things? Just have it all under one place. And I figured that because of the way our our station was set up, we were attracting people with free games, and then they'd come and buy our little collectibles. So I said, why not incorporate comics too? People come for the free games, and then they'll see comic books from independent creators.
Now, I want you to drop me the link to your Indiegogo so that I can pull it up when we get to the point where we're talking about it.
All right.
Okay. Because, like I said, this is such a unique, it's a very unique crowdfunder. Okay. Yeah. It's
Mhm.
Indiegogo. I know we always get those things mixed up, but this thing is, I don't even know how to explain it. It's, I'm going to let you explain it. Give us the pitch while I put this banner up and people can, geez, that's a lot.
So we're currently working on a comic book called Paranormal Academy, and it's about elves and all the mystical beings. They got together and formed an academy, and now a dark necromancer king and his army fell, but they're coming back, and the next generation has to fight them while going through the courses and the final exam. And we also got video games. I actually have one of our systems set up right now. It's it's our console system, and it comes loaded with over 5,000 games. They're all categorized by system. So we got the pixel arts. We got different sizes.
There you go. Paranormal Academy. There's the book.
That's Paranormal Academy.
Now you've got tile art. You've got the mask, t-shirts, drinking glass. Who's gonna drink? How to make nerdy cocktails. Large pixel art. You got the Ninja Turtle Ooze cocktail preview. That's a drink you made, right?
Yeah, it's like a slimy, oozy drink, like the actual ooze.
See what I mean, everybody? This is different. This is definitely a different type of crowdfunder. The replica console, the mini arcade cabinet, and I asked him about this before. This is not like the ones that just like fall apart that you get at Walmart. Okay, I asked him about, are they sturdily built? Because when you got 4 kids slamming on it, it's got to be able to withstand the elements.
Yeah, it's solid.
So yeah, it's stuff like this, man, that is in this Kickstarter that's pretty cool. What? William, that's not how you get interviews, bro.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
No, so what made you decide to do this thing so uniquely, though? Not just like do the comic book as a crowdfunder, but to incorporate all this other stuff into it. What made you come up with that idea, or how did you come up with that idea?
Well, at first we weren't ready for the comic book. We wouldn't have the funding to get it ready, and then we got to a point where we got the money to actually make it. So I said, let's put it in. We can get it done by the time it finishes. I mean, when it's ready to go out, right?
Right.
I decided I'm like, why not incorporate it all at once? We're doing it at the same time instead of having 2 at the same time. Let's just do one big one.
Cool. So I mean, obviously it's a new shot. Okay, so you got 26 days left. You got a few people that have jumped on, but why did you set a goal so high?
It was basically for the equipment, and I was hoping to get half of it, but we were very fortunate that a lot of people in our area, they approached me and they said that they'd prefer to pay cash. So we actually got more than half of it.
Already?
Sold 5 arcade units. We sold about 3 of the Super Nintendos. And it actually has arcade games in it, all the consoles. And the best thing about it is when you're playing a game, you can exit out of it and go back to the title screen and then use this to scroll faster. So you're not like taking hours to go through it. And then you have the title screen where you can go through each system. And we got Nintendo, Neo Geo, Mega Drive, Sega Master System, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Game Gear, Atari.
That's crazy. 20,000 games.
We got all the old systems bundled up into one, and it's way better than what Nintendo has. Like, you don't have to reset it every time you want to play a new game.
Do you worry about Lucas coming after you for that X-Wing?
I hope not.
Oh, geez. It's just the things that go through my head. It's no big deal. So there, no, look, see, there you go, man, right there, right? I never got to do that. She went up on me, dude.
It cost an arm and a leg, but that's us building it, and you could see that's the board without any printing, and then you see we did our first prime on it.
So I'm kind of reading this. You can keep talking. I'm just kind of reading this because it's interesting to me. I know I read it before, but you know, it's
Yeah.
like so much stuff goes past my screen that
And we also I have more of the pixel arts right here. So I have the alien right here.
Hold on, let me get over there so I can pull that up for you. We have.
And this is how big it is. And we also have Alucard. And these are the smaller ones, which are actually on sale. They're usually $25. We're selling them for $15. Of the Mega Man. I also have the Tyler.
Okay, so I want to ask you if you just now ran into me on the street and I said, "Oh, dude, nice shirt," and you said, "Hey, I'm a creator," how would you get me to come look at your book? Like right now, as I'm walking past, you don't got time. You don't know if I'm going to stop and talk to you or not. What are you going to say to me to get me to stop and talk to you?
We got an amazing crowdfunding campaign. We got everything. We got comics, video games, courses to make your own beer and wine. We got everything.
Oh, beer and wine. See, you just sold it right there. You got to start with that. We have courses for your own brewery. And while you're brewing your beers, we got comics and we got this and we got I'm just saying the beer and the wine might be the selling point. You might start there and go, it's 2020, bro. Everybody's sitting at home drunk, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. It's like, hey man, nice shirt. You into comics? And now you're gonna tell me, yeah, man, I make comics. You know, it's like the elevator pitch, that instant connection that as soon as somebody expresses an interest in the fact that you like comics, you got to be ready to come at them with 2 sentences that says, go check mine out. You know what I mean? Because they might not have time to stand there and talk to you about it, but that might stick in their head. The title or whatever, you know, you got to get that little pitch together. That's kind of what this whole thing is about, is helping everybody develop a pitch that's going to sell their book. And usually word of mouth, stuff like that, that's where it goes. That's where it starts and how it expands, just like it did in your local area right there. People heard about it, they came to you, they got them. Now we're going to try and get people out here to hear about it. But at the same time, we want you to work that pitch, that here's why you need this, man. You need to go check this out, and this is why. You see what I'm saying? Not just we got this and we got that. You need to go check this out. I'm going to tell you where, and this is why you need to go do it. And you want to throw it at them quick and concise and sell. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I want you to think about that a little bit. Maybe try and put something together and come back out at 9 o'clock and tell us what you came up with.
Okay.
All right. Just a little like 2 sentence, how you're going to grab my attention as I'm walking by. You know,
Okay.
give me that. Come back at 9 o'clock. Let us know what you came up with.
All right.
All right. It's good talking to you, Shinobi.
Thank you.
Definitely. And also at Shinobi on Twitter. That's how I found him. If y'all want to know, that's really where he's at. I don't know that he's been out there on Facebook much, but drop your links in the private chat other than just the I already got the Indiegogo up there, but if there's other ways for people to reach you, drop them in the chat so we can let people know, bro.
I'm also on Facebook at 8-Bit Shinobi.
All right. Just like it's there, 8-Bit Shinobi. All right.
All right.
Good seeing you. See you again later tonight, man. Come out with something.
Take care.
Show me
Bye.
something later tonight, bro. Peace.
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 And next we have somebody I've never met before, a newcomer to the group, and we're going to find out about him, and I want him to do it in the same way. Mr. Riley Weber, I want you to tell us a little bit about your background and how you got into doing what you're doing, and then in a few minutes we'll go into pitching what you're doing.
All right. Well, I fell in love with comics when I started reading Calvin and Hobbes. It was kind of like destiny. My teacher knew I was that kid. I was that hyperactive, imaginative, just off the walls cartoonist brain. And Calvin and Hobbes and Spawn and Ghost Rider, they drew me into comics. And I started making them when I was 12 and selling them on the side of Albertsons and Best Buy. And I've been doing it ever since. And it's honestly like it's part escapism and part addiction. I can't stop.
I understand that. I've been a fan all my life.
Yeah.
So was there one particular person who let me say, I don't know, I don't want to say influenced you, but who's got you going in that kind of direction? Is there somebody whose footsteps you kind of want to follow in out there? Or
there's been lots of influences, not just in comics, but like throughout creative, walks of life in general. Mad Magazine. I loved Mad Magazine. That was like a big one for me. I love the energy of comics back in the day. Image and, like everything was loud and explosive. And I love the over the topness. And then you have Calvin and Hobbes, which is just like almost philosophical, it's questioning authority. It's being almost punk, and I wanted to do all of that. And everything about, rock and roll music and, George Carlin's stand-up comedy. I just wanted to take all of those things and put it into my work,
Okay, so we didn't really get who influenced you, but that there were.
Yeah, well, there's no one person. That's the thing. Okay. It's not just one guy or gal, but the reason I say all those things is because it's hard to pick one.
Okay, I get that because I'm a fan of a lot of different things. So if I went to creating something, I could see that it wouldn't be any one influence. There obviously be a lot. I'm 57 years old, so there would be a lot of things that would influence.
I could list a couple of artists that I definitely love. I could do that.
Well, I definitely want to hear that.
Okay. Well, Greg Capullo and Todd McFarlane, Bill Watterson, Asuma Tezuka, Tetsumo Nahai. Those are a couple of my favorite ones.
Cool. So can you share the screen to?
Yeah. Let me do that.
And then I want you to pull it up, and then I want you to go ahead and give us your elevator pitch.
You got it.
That little why we should go look at this.
You got that. Just share the screen, and boom. Okay. So this is my character and my comic. This is Rip the Falcon.
Okay,
and
hold up. Let me set the stage. Let me set the stage. I'm walking by you, and you're wearing a comic book T-shirt, And I'm like, oh, right on, comics. You into comics? Now, you don't know if I'm gonna stand there and talk to you for very long.
Yeah.
So tell me, yeah, I'm not only into them, I create them, and this, and give me a reason to go look at your book right now. Right?
What I offer in comics is loud and edgy and off the chain. Rip the Falcon is a character that's pretty gritty and pretty raw. And I know that term gets thrown out a lot, but it's not necessarily about like being a badass or being cool or anything, but it's surreal, it's trippy, it's kind of like an out there experience. Let me show some pages. This is, the kind of environment that, our character Rip lives in. Just this barren kind of out there landscape. And I really want to push the surrealist part, and the story is not necessarily, against it's an adult themed comic, but it's not over the top. And it's really just a surreal adventure of a wanderer going through an out there experience. He's a regular guy and he's just trying to find his way.
Cool. So, is this an active campaign right now?
Not yet. So I just finished the penciling, and it is in the process of being inked. And I want to say by late January, there will be a Kickstarter.
Cool.
And
so, dealing with some scheduling on the outside here, but yeah, I don't want blank spots. Talk about your stuff, man. So
the thing about this book that's really special about it is, I think that the color in everything else about it is 100% traditional, all of it. So the story is kind of like a spaghetti western. If you like old school 70s and 60s spaghetti westerns like Fistful of Dollars and Good, Bad, and the Ugly, our character strolls in, he meets this couple and gets to know them. And then, trouble comes around the corner. But, our story is really about this character just kind of, finding his way through life and bumping into trouble, because it's like he can't escape it. And I really try to make that, come across in the art.
Yeah, it sounds like me. We're just stumbling through life, going trouble.
Yeah, I mean, our character, he's a little mysterious. He's got past. He's got his own story, but in this first issue, you don't really know too much about him. He's more of a man of action, and you get to know him through the scenes that the kind of quiet moments in a movie, and I really try to make it feel like an old style 70s film. I use like wide panels. Every shot is almost a wide shot, and I want the steady pacing of like an old school Sergio Leone kind of Western film, and I really try to bring out the colors. Everything is watercolor. Everything is on traditional board, and I don't think there's a lot of stories that have talking animals that are violent and mature, not like in a mature like exploitation way, but just like a serious kind of way,
Right. So is it fun? Are you having fun?
Oh, I love it. It's my favorite thing I've ever made, ever. I mean, like, I've been drawing for 25 years, and this is a culmination of all of it. This is like everything I've learned, everything that I've wanted to say in a comic. The character Rip is very near and dear to my heart. He's a character that came almost organically. I made him in high school, and he's been with me ever since I was like, coming into the world. So, me and him are just kind of riding the storm, pun intended.
Cool. And first off, if anybody in the chat has questions for these guys, you're more than welcome to ask. Now, I do want to say, when it comes to that elevator pitch, this is the reason we're doing this weekend, is to help everybody work on that particular thing, that instant connection with somebody that gets them interested. And when you're doing it generically, because you're talking to a lot of people, it's different than like when you're doing it one-on-one with somebody. Okay, so you work on that. How do I talk to somebody that asks me questions about my book? But then you get out here where there's nobody asking any questions, and you have to create the reason they go look at it. You understand what I'm saying? It's like you got to come out with that. Here is what I'm doing, and this is why you need to go look at it, without giving away the story, without going too much into it, and not taking away the reason to go look at it. Like you said, guy's real mysterious. You want to keep some of the mystery of your book, but you need a hook. You need a line, a slogan, or whatever, a way to get people to go, wow, I need to go look at that.
Well, the tagline to the book is getting lost is finding home.
Okay, so you start with that. It's like somebody's like, hey, dude, you're into comics and stuff. And you're like, yeah, man, I created one. And then you say that line, and now you're either going to hook them into asking you more questions, or they're going to go, huh, or whatever. You know what I mean? You're going to get the reaction that gives you the chance to go further. But you need the line that gets them to question you, to ask more questions. You see what I'm saying? And this is the line you're searching for. This is the slogan you're searching for your book right now. That one works. That's what I was asking for. That's what I'm saying. How are you going to get people to go, well, what? Well, what about it? Well, how, and then that turns into, well, where can I find it? And you see what I'm saying? But you got to have that initial hook.
Yeah.
We do have a question from Iskis.
I use watercolor. I got a kit from my local art store. Is a 12-color paint travel kit. Comes with these over here, and I use a Tombow watercolor brush. It's got water in the reservoir, and you just squeeze it. But watercolor kit. They got for about $35, and I got a scanner right here. It's a wide format WF7710 scanner, and I get the Bristol board and scan it right into the computer.
So see here, Sarah's the same way. The short elevator pitch. What was the short elevator pitch? The line. That was what we were asking for. And then, like William said, it's like you kind of want to install a sense of urgency into your buyers. You want to, like Mike Barron would say, reach out and grab them by the throat. You know what I mean?
This is an adventure that's going to be surreal and cerebral. You're going to feel like this is an out-of-world experience. The characters, the story. It's trippy, psychedelic.
That's what I'm saying. That's where you want to go. You want to reach out and grab me and pull me in.
Yeah.
Okay? You already know the whole story, and I don't want to know the whole story yet. I want to know why I should read the story.
Well, it's trippy. It's very trippy, and it's a mature story in the sense it's adult themed. It's not like exploitation or anything, but it's not pulling punches. They're bad people and they do bad things, and our hero is not necessarily trying to be a hero. He's just trying to be a regular guy.
Right.
And so, you know, this is a story about just almost like a spaghetti western. You know, you have a character who's just stumbling through everything.
So
And
real quick, where can we find you?
right now, I'm on Facebook, Riley Weber on Facebook, and I can put down in the chat my Discord. I am active on both those social media platforms the most, and I'm currently working on the book. It is not live on Kickstarter yet, but it will be up in about January. Mid to late January, and I hope you guys enjoy it. I really do.
Cool. Oh, Rip the Falcon.
Yeah, I'm really active on both Facebook and Discord. I like to share my stuff kind of amongst people in my circles. But the comic will definitely be live on a Kickstarter in about a month.
Cool. All right, Riley, it was nice meeting you. We are going to talk again. I promise you that, because
good.
I do this every month. Okay, so the first weekend of every month, just go ahead and leave a little half hour or so on your schedule. Usually we do it 2 days, half-hour slots. So
Great.
Be ready in January, first weekend. We will get you out here again, and hopefully you'll be close to getting ready to launch it by then.
Oh, it will definitely get closer. Thank you very much. I will catch you around. Thank you.
Peace out, man.
All right.
And next we have Mr. Marvy, the Sin Killer. And
hi, Pops. Thanks for having me
to CRoM Con again.
Yeah. Thank you so
much,
man. Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you. Doing great and having fun, and it's a great show today. It's been with great guests, and it's awesome. I've been learning a lot today. So
yeah, I've learned a lot too. Like that, I have a dog that just wants to sit here and whine at my leg right now. Like for the last hour, Luna been sitting here. You can barely see her because she's all black, but she's been sitting here just whining at my feet.
Yeah, Flash was here. My dog Flash was here, but he's not with my wife. So usually he's with me when I'm here, but not today.
And Meredith says, hi, Marv.
Bon dia, Meredith. How are you?
Okay, so you understand the concept for the day. It's the elevator pitch.
Yeah, my first.
And what I want you to do first, though, is I want you to give everybody a little introduction to yourself and a little bit about your background without going into what you're doing right now. And I'm going to try to get some of your art up here where people can see it, if I can. My tech guy bailed on me, so go ahead. Tell us about your past and what got you into doing what you do, man.
Yeah, well, I'm known in the community by Marvi. My real name is Mário Vasconcelos. I'm from Portugal. I was born in France, and I grew up with comics from France and Belgium and Italian comics, everything from Europe. I've been reading since I was a kid. My father, I believe he was a comic book fan because he left me not a bunch because we used to move a lot and we lost a lot of comics, but I still have some pretty good stuff from the 60s and 70s. And everything starts there. But then I came back from France to Portugal. My parents got divorced, and I stopped drawing because I started drawing very young. And then I became, in my 30s, a painter and a freelance illustrator. I have my art in 2 books. Not my books, it's just people invited me to make some art. And I work on a cultural website. I was drawing myths and legends from Portugal for 6 months. And one day I was watching Jeff Lafferty making The Berserker Knot. I don't know if you know this awesome book. And I saw this book being born. And
Put that up there again. Let's see.
yeah, The Berserker Knot.
Berserker
Is,
Knot.
Yeah, by Jeff Lafferty. I saw him doing his 100 Days of Making Comics. I saw this book being born, literally. And well, he got me, his passion got me into this. So I was painter and illustrator, but I left everything behind and I started to doing the Sin Killer.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm trying to figure out how to show this art. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm so lousy at this. That's why I have failed.
Yeah, I'm not a tech guy too. I'm also with tech. I do everything traditionally because my tablet and my computer died a couple of years ago, and right now I have a buddy of mine, a graphic designer, who did those two logos. His name is Ricardo Ferreira. He's been in last CRoM Con. He's doing helping me out with the graphic part of the digital part of the comic. So yeah, this will be maybe t-shirts, hats. Let's hope that next year I'm able to make a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo. I don't know yet because I'm learning. I'm taking my time, doing the right thing, seeing what I can do and what I cannot do, and what people are making right and wrong, and learning from that. So I'm taking my time. I don't know yet if I'm going to put some, if it's going to be 3 issues or a graphic novel, because if I get a tablet next year, I'm hoping so, maybe I'll do a graphic novel. But right now I'm thinking about doing the first chapter, and let's see how it goes.
Okay, I have a question. Do we have a link where we can go look at that art?
Yeah, you have my Facebook.
Yeah, well, why don't you drop that in the chat for us?
Yeah, I send it
and
to
then
you.
I'll pull it up. Then I'll pull it up and show it from there because I don't want.
I don't know how to do it because I'm not on my phone.
No, I say I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. Just give me the link.
It's in the. I send it to you in the.
Oh,
Messenger.
That's right. I have it.
And some art too. I send it some art too on Messenger too.
I have it. I just ain't thinking.
No worries.
All right, there it is. Now, let's see if first I'll go ahead and drop it here so other people can see it. The link, and now let's see if I can share it without blowing it. Because I've been known to screw things up and blow the whole stream, man. All right, I did it. Yeah. All right.
No, that's stuff that I'm sharing. So I have this is my Facebook.
Right.
I have more stuff from others than from myself. But I've sent it to you on the Messenger, the art too. I don't know if you can share it from there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And I start trying to pull stuff out of my Messenger, I might knock us all the way offline. So I just ain't taking that chance. But this is his page. You can go check it out. I'm sure he posts his own stuff plenty. That's you. Who's that drawing right there? Oh, what is that? What is that right there?
Yeah, I'm sharing stuff that I see on Instagram and on Facebook that I like, and I like to share everything with everybody. So most of the stuff that I put on my Facebook are not mine. That is mine. That one is mine.
There you go.
Is mine.
There you go.
That was from my time as an illustrator. At the time, I was still learning how to do portraits. Just soon after that, I started to do some commissions.
So there you get a little taste of what Marv can do. That's pretty sweet right there.
But the style is different from comic. It's very different. It's it's easier to do some. Thanks, Sarah. I started to do realism, and making illustrations is so easy, but making a comic is so much difficult, so much different. It's another challenge. It's something completely different.
They're taking us back a few months with the butt beard hashtag. I love Meredith and Sarah. They will make me laugh every time I see them. They crack me up. Just like that. See, she's out there talking about butt beard. That was on one of their podcasts a long time ago.
I think I remember that. That hashtag, yeah.
Yeah, it was from the indie event, I think. From day one of the indie event.
Yeah.
Sarah loves your work. So, Marv, what do you got planned, man?
Well, I hope to finish. I've been invited, but I can't talk about it. I'm going to be on anthology with some great people that I've met this year, and
I might know a little something about that, but I'll.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm putting 8 pages of the. Thanks, Sarah. I'm putting some pages from my comic in that anthology, and hopefully I'll launch mine next year. Let's see how it goes.
That's awesome. I'm really looking forward to that because you know you've been a pretty every time I see a podcast, like almost every time I'm watching a podcast, you're right there being part of it. You're right there with the comments. You're always being supportive of the other people that are doing stuff, and that's what this is about, man.
Yeah, everybody has been kind to me, so I can
just like when we look at your page and we see you sharing everybody else's work, you know.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
love
self-promotion is awesome, but selfless promotion is beyond awesome. When you're taking a little bit of your time to promote what somebody else is doing, that's way sweet, dude. You know, that's what I love about the comic community and what you guys all do for each other. You know, me.
We don't. I saw Meredith talking about that and Rob with you earlier, and we must support each other because this is us, right? This is our love for comics. This is who we are. We are in this because we are passionate and love it. So if you do that, if we are passionate and we love what we do, everything is not forced. Anything is not an agenda, you know. Of course, we want people to like what we do, right? But let's have fun first, okay? And connect with people and be happy about the stuff that we do and what the others do, and have a exchange of ideas and understand each other and learn from each other. That's the most important thing about this. That's why I left the art community, because it doesn't work for me. Everybody is kissing everybody's ass, and I'm not that kind of guy. So I left that community, and I found indie comics thanks to Jeff, and here I am.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And yes, you have to believe in what you're doing and believe in the people that you're supporting. And it is hard when you have to toe a certain line as opposed to just be allowed to be who you are. I'd never be able to do this if I had to do this for a boss or for somebody else. I'd never be able to come out here and be me. You know what I mean? And you guys all have to be you too, because the most honest things that come out of you are your work. You know, what you put on paper. Those are the things that come out of the inside. Those are the things we know are really you, not fabricated or a facade. You know what I mean? So you guys just keep doing what you do and keep supporting each other. And, you know, I'll keep doing what I can to make sure you get all the exposure that you possibly can. You know, everything I can do for you guys, because look at that. Come on. Look at that piece of art, people. Look at that piece of art.
Right.
This is what I'm talking about. You know, spot on, brother. Marv, it's good seeing you again, bro.
Thank you so much.
It's kind of short, but one day this time.
No problem.
Next month we'll get you out here. I'm going to try to get an indie vote panel for our next month for one of our evening panels, an Indie Bowl panel. So Varian, Randy, all you people over there, hope you're listening. You know, your regular guests. I'd like to have you guys come over here and hang out with me.
Yeah, thanks to
Next
them.
month.
I'm doing this too. Thanks to them. They've been very supportive. Indie Vault, Geek Insider,
Yes.
Rob, Meredith, everybody.
Yeah. And not only that, but this guy too. Oh, it's Brian Morris.
Brian.
Hey Marv, how you doing? Hey, Pops,
Brian.
how the heck are you, dude?
Oh, dude, I'm having a blast as usual. You know
Well,
me.
good.
I wanted to give you guys a chance to say hi to each other before Mark checked out, because you know that's what
Good to see you, Marv. I love your art, brother. I really
Thank
do.
you so
You're a
much.
really great guy, and it's good to. I'm glad you're on the show, man. It's good to see you. I
Thank
don't
you
get
so
to talk
much.
to you enough.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Marv, next month, first weekend in January.
Whatever, man. Anytime, any place, anywhere. Just leave me a message, and I'm in, man.
And
If I have
by
to
all
take it.
means, man, share that artwork in the group. Let
Yeah,
let
thank
the
you.
people see all that stuff you put in my inbox. Put that all in one post in the group right now, and let everybody see all that because it's wonderful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye, 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 Pops. Bye, Brian. See you
Take
next
Take
time.
care, Marv. Have a good
Take
one.
care and be safe. Bye, bye. Thank you.
too.
And now, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Brian K. Morris, and I'm not even going to start talking about all the different shows that he does. I'm going to make him elevator pitch each one individually.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right. You think I'm not ready, Pops?
I
Get
know
ready for
you're
this.
ready. That's
Get ready
what.
for this.
There you go. That's
Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern, the interactive talk show, conversation, creativity, and coffee on Nevermind the Furthermore. And Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern, Clever Tile Pending, where we interview someone creative. And hi, Meredith. Mwah. I'm interrupting my pitch. And we on this show, we have various creatives in. Mwah. Sarah, love them. Out of you. Anyway, Clever Title Pending, where every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, we talk about creativity and the business behind it.
there you go. See that?
How's that?
That's how you do it, folks. Just like that. You throw it out there and you give us a reason to go look.
Yeah. I've been checking in when I can this morning. It's been a busy morning. It's going to be a busy day for me today. To whom much is given, much is expected, of course. But when you told me about the elevator pitch, pardon me while I take over your show. But it's like I tend to do that. That's the problem when you're a host. But anyway, the elevator pitch to me is vital in what we do. And for me, it's two reasons. One, as a writer, that forms the foundation of whether I've got a story or not. If I can make that story sound good in 2 sentences, 2 breaths, then I'm onto something, and it fires me up. One example that I give people is Moby Dick. That I would pitch it like this: in the 19th century, a young man finds a new way of life aboard a whaling vessel. However, the insane ship's captain is determined to destroy the white whale that stole his leg, even if it means the lives of his crew. Who doesn't wish their English teacher in high school had used that? Everybody be wanting to. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. But that's the thing. It's like there's a couple of great reasons. One, I think it shows that you have a great story, and also when you're selling it in person. Especially in person, and this, my Sharona Miley Cyrus Peter pandemic has to end eventually. People, like the saying goes, I ain't got time for a long pitch. And I figure if I can't sell them in 10 seconds, talking to them for 2 minutes isn't going to get them any more excited.
No, it has to be something that gets them to ask you another question. It has to be something that draws them into the conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. And it also, as a salesperson, your time is very valuable. And it's not a matter of being rude, but I think the elevator pitch pre-qualifies people. For instance, if I can use I'll use a comic book example because we're talking comics. And I have a story in this one, so I have vested interest in it. The Zombieful World of Oz, written and drawn by Eric Hawkins. Dorothy Gale has just been released from the sanitarium, and she thinks everything's okay, and she doesn't have those fantasies about Emerald Cities or Yellow Brick Roads until the zombies show up. Now, if you're not into Oz, if you're not into zombies, you're done.
Right.
And you move on to something else that they might. You read the person. It's like, are they starting to glaze over? But if I went into the art is fantastic. He's been working on this for 16 months. And I've got, you can mention you got a story in there. But, he's done all the art and the illustration. And if I start to go into all that, everybody's like, gee, it's the time. And you notice when they're looking at, the wrist, they don't have a wristwatch, but they know what time it is. That's when you're they're kind of zoning out on you. So it pre-qualifies people, and you can move on to something and maybe start asking the questions. Well, what do you like to read? See, so pitching that awesome mask. Yeah, my mask. Oh wait, I do have. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. Here's another thing. Would you like to talk about your favorite? You would like to show your loyalty to your favorite comic book publisher and stay safe while doing it? Check out my Teespring store. So you see, it can go for all kinds of things. In fact, you want your coffee to taste better? How many creators out there are looking at merch? How many broadcasters are looking at merch? There you go, dude. You're wearing
tees, baby.
You got it. You got it, Pops. You're rocking it, dude. See, but you see what I mean? All of these things are delivered in bursts of concentrated information. And I figure if I have to take a third breath, I need to rework it.
Right.
Right. Yeah. And you don't need like the breath control of a pearl diver. So
I could have jumped up and said the name of the art and all that, but D's Custom Tees, that's where you get this. And that's the important part. Now, if you have more questions, whose art is it and everything, hit me up. I'll let you know. You see what I'm saying? I know whose art is it. Everybody in the madness knows whose art it is, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. I haven't had the chance to wear this out in public yet.
I know.
You know what I mean? I can't wait to go out there and be wearing this and have people go, what's that about? So I can get some word of mouth in my local.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that's it's a beautiful thing because that's the sort of thing that starts conversations. But at the same time, if somebody looks at it and goes, well, bless your little heart. That that's not your customer, and you can find something else to talk about. So, and this is really important, especially in a convention where you've got maybe about 200 other people who want that same money.
Right.
But you got to make, and I've had people hug me after I get, I've got like usually about a dozen things on my table, and I've got an elevator pitch for each and every one of them, and I can have them through the whole table, everything I have in less than a minute. And I've had people hug me because I haven't been wasting their time, as opposed to, hey, give me 10 more minutes and I'll tell you something else is cool about this.
Well, yeah, it's like I've had people send me things and which totally blows me away that they're actually acknowledging the time that I'm giving to this, that blows me away. Some of it's amazing. I'm not gonna lie to you, Brian. Some of the stuff that people have sent me is amazing, and I always try to do the unboxings on the YouTube channel and show everybody what's going on. But it's like I get humbled, and then I want to go out and sell even harder for these guys, and pitch it even more. And in some cases, I even try to figure out slogans for people, or catchphrases or whatever, like the other day when we were talking, I said, says the Fez, because
I'm taking it.
That's and I told you could. That's the kind of stuff I come up with ideas like that all the time. And I have no problem people use anything that I come up with. I'm not trying to make any money. I ain't never tried to get rich off none of this. It's all been about fun.
Exactly.
I'm having a blast.
Exactly. Well, I did the same thing for PlasmaFireGraphics.com, who sponsors our broadcasts, and he sent me like a beautiful 30-second spot for it. I mean, it is drop dead gorgeous. I know you've seen it because I started in the show, all my shows with it. Yes. But I come out of it, and I just on the fly, I realized I need something I need to say to follow up on, to really put the capper on. And just out of my head, I said, Plasma Fire Graphics, when the look of your book matters to you.
There you go.
And Jeffrey Hayes is like, okay, that's mine. I'm keeping it. That's mine. We've been using it, and it's been working for him. He's been a wonderful supporter of our broadcasting end, and he's dang right, Sarah, you got that right, darling. But he's gotten some business as a result. And again, he could go on with like a 20-minute video extolling his virtues, but people just see that 30-second spot of his that draws you in, and then we cap it off with that phrase, and all of a sudden, he's gained business because of it. So I think it's one of the things. We grew up with the phrase "short and sweet,"
Right.
And I think that's what pitches need to be, because especially now when people are looking for constant new stimulation intellectually, the quicker we can make our pitch, and again, if they're not our customers, send them away and let them find what is their jam. I think it just benefits everyone. So,
yeah, I'm it's like sometimes when I don't have my backup and I have to sit here and do the other stuff too, getting next guest ready and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
I try so hard to not have to do that. To have it all scheduled out ahead of time. But all it takes is one person that doesn't show up to you have to redo the whole thing,
I know it. Well, I know it.
And this is a little shout out to Daphne. Daphne, you're next.
Wake up, Daphne.
4 minutes.
Otherwise, he talks to me for a longer period. Don't inflict me on his audience. And thank you, John. John Running, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And merch should be appropriate to the product.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, Meredith Loughran. And Meredith is responsible for the good looks of our programs, by the way. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday. Anyway, we're part of the Geek Insider Network, and but yeah, it should in some way tie in. In fact, I've been talking to a couple of people that are going to be doing some first quarter Kickstarters, and they're looking for stuff that relates to their product. And like I was involved in a Kickstarter one time, and the guy running it, who I've since stopped working for, he was saying, "Well, I want to. We're going to have somebody put in like at the $60 level. We're going to put in a couple twigs." I'm like, "Why? How does it relate to your comic book?" "Oh, it doesn't. We just think it'd be fun to do."
See, and there are some things. Well, like Meredith brings up the bookmark. Now, personally, I read a lot of regular books. So I use bookmarks. I'm fine with bookmarks. I don't mind that.
Why do too?
There's some, now one that really came through that really got to me though are the challenge coins. I love challenge coins.
Yeah, those are cool.
There's a few people that incorporate those into their backer kits, and it's like I kind of like, oh God, I have to get that one. You know what I mean? Because I kind of bite on the coins, but there's a lot of stuff in there that just gets thrown in a drawer. Okay.
Yeah.
6x9 prints. I'm sorry. I got original art on the wall. I don't have room for 6x9 prints.
Exactly.
I
hear you.
And they just kind of go in a drawer. So that's kind of like wasted. To me, that's wasted. I don't see anybody showing off their 6x9 prints.
No, I get that. I totally get that. And it's one of those things where I just don't have enough wall space for all the prints I have. But I recently got onto a Kickstarter because they offered Pogs, which you remember Pogs, the most useless thing back in the perk in the 90s that never caught on. And I thought, this is just so retro. I've got to have these Pogs. And it turned out as the best part of the package. But anyway, another example. Now, Eric Hawkins did have a bookmark with the second Kickstarter he did for Zombie for World of Oz, but it had the images of his people on it, and it was metal. So I'm thinking also, if you can come up with good twists on the standard perks that and as long as they tie in somehow to what you're doing.
I can say that I'm kind of partial to bookmarks, not just because I read books and I use them, but because Mojo Risen, one of the stretch goals was a Pops bookmark.
Who could resist that, Pops? I'm telling you.
So I'm kind of parsing the bookmarks because I'm on one.
Well, yeah. And see, that's something different, something creative, a good little twist on the standard. And I've been talking to some people that are going to be doing some craft-like things in limited quantity for their Kickstarters in the spring. I'm really excited. Remember, as an Instagram world, people's attention spans are short and sweet. Creators Outlet, you called it. You nailed it in one there. And Marv V Artwork said it's not easy to pitch. It's a learning experience. Marv, I can tell you that, my first year when I started doing this full time, my pitches were not only rough, they were brutal. I mean, you should call Amnesty International if I started pitching to you back then. But this is all a process that I have learned. So
here you go. You got one last chance on your way out. Pitch us on your shows, and then make sure you drop your links, bro.
I will do that. I'll type the links in after I am done. But anyway, you can find me at risingtide.pub, where you can sign up for my free monthly newsletter. It comes out the first of every month. We're going to celebrate January 1st in style. Also, we do books. Go to amazon.com, where I'm fully searchable there. And also, thank you, Indie Comics Cast. Thank you for that statement there. Also, never mind the furthermore, Creative Conversation and Coffee every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m., 9 Central, where you are the guest. And Clever Title Pending, Tuesday nights at 8 p.m., 7 Central, where we discuss creativity and the business behind it. This week we have artist Ted Davies, who is going to return to the show and talk about his rise during what he's been up to during 2020, despite all the things laid against him and all of us as creative people. And back to you, Pops, and thanks for having me on, brother.
Thank you, brother. It's good seeing you, and I will see you on your show this week.
I sure hope so. I
wake up early enough, you know how.
If I can do it, and I bring the covfefe, so we're in good shape here.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, Daphne. How you doing?
Oh, here I am following Hendrix again, dude.
Styling, profiling.
I'm going to have a hard time topping this. I can listen to you guys talk all day.
Well, the problem is, Daphne, I can talk all day. See, that's the issue. See.
And just like everybody else, man, if you see an open spot at 4 o'clock or at 9 o'clock in the panel and you want to come pop in and say something, Brian, you're more than welcome.
I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. I'm going to type in some links for you to leave, and I thank you for that. And thank you for having me. And thank you for following me up with somebody so delightful and charming.
Oh, thank you.
And Sarah, love you too. Mwah. Take care, everyone. Thanks, Pops.
Hey, Marv. Bon dia.
Take care.
Bye.
Hey.
Bye. Let's see. I think you need to drop me out.
I'll get you. Bye.
Oh, look at it. So Pops, the myth, the legend.
I've been watching you on the cartoon show on the weekends with John and Randy, and now I finally get to meet you.
Yeah, hi. Well, I finally get to meet you too. I mean, I've been, the everything is all about. Oh, did you see what's going on Pop's thing? On Facebook.
I want to thank you first for taking up the open spot.
Oh, thank you.
That. We always have one or two that either forget or can't make it once it gets down to it, and I love that people always fill those spots. Yeah. That just shows how great this community is. We've already had 2 today we had to fill, and they both got filled. So
so there you go. So that's the good thing. You don't have any a floating space.
So what I want you to do is give everybody a look at your past. Without going into what you're doing right now, because I'm doing that for the elevator pitch. Tell everybody who you are, and then we will go on to the work.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, well, the I guess like the very short of it, it's like, hello everybody. My name is Daphne Lage, and I am a cartoonist, illustrator, and comic book artist from New York, and I have been doing comics since the 80s. I literally started in high school, pretty much, yeah. And I've been working on my main series, Tall Tales, since that time, and we're still going strong over 1,000 pages later. Hey, Sarah.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Now, I like I said, I've been watching, watching what you've been doing, and it's kind of amazing because you're new to me. Okay, you just
Right, yeah.
suddenly showed up on Randy's show, and is like, then you were like part of the show, and then you're like, it's like, where'd you come from?
Well, I guess that's the benefit of lockdown. It forced us to, I guess, like look in different directions, and then it's like, I found like the Indie Volt network, got into the habit of, being a part of the crew and answering really suspicious questions from the audience. And, it just grew from there,
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I love those guys. I mean, they really helped boost what we were doing right in the beginning when we started doing this.
Yeah.
I'll always be indebted to Barry and Randy and Lola. I know it's not Lola. But
Well, I know.
the Indie Princess.
Yes.
Yes. It's awesome that all these networks now, it's like I find my group being a hub
Yeah.
for everybody's stuff. You got Geek Outsider, you got the Geek Insider, you got Outright Geekery, you got Indie Volt, and I mean just everybody's podcast, Rogueway, Silverline, everybody's podcast.
I mean, I wish that I had was more familiar with all this 10 years ago.
I know that's it's like it's kind of like my group became a hub for all these podcasts, and I love showing them. I mean when they're comic related,
right? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, there's a few that we had to just.
Well, there's always a certain level of cleanup.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like I love the comic related podcasts, but when they get into world issues. When they go outside and they start talking about the then I'm like, I don't really want that.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want everybody to start arguing about dumb stuff. I want everybody admiring everybody's work.
Yeah, exactly. It's like let's focus on stuff that we enjoy instead of trying to drag down stuff that we don't, because it's like that's a drag. Why talk about stuff we don't like?
Do you have a share screen of some stuff you'd like to show us while you are doing your
yeah, actually what I have on my screen right now is the pre-launch page to my Kickstarter in January, so I guess we can talk a little bit about that. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, pop it up here so we can show the people, and then you can go ahead and give us your pitch and then show us what you pitched.
Right. Okay, sure. Yeah. So here is let's see. Did it work?
I got it.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, I want you to give us your pitch,
and
then we'll show people what you pitched.
Right. Okay, sure. So like I said, it's in January. This is my first solo comic book Kickstarter that I'm doing. With Tall Tales, I work with JD Calderon, and he writes the story and I draw it. But with this upcoming book in January, which is my book Ego Raven, Heir of the First Unicorn, I did all the artwork and the writing pretty much. It's literally my first solo project. And what I did was this was my hobby comic that I was doing pretty much around the same time as when I started. Well, I started Tall Tales in high school, and I started this book in college. So, but it was one of those things where it's like I would just do it on the side whenever I felt like it, and just to kind of do something different in between Tall Tales pages. And it just got to a point where I'm pretty much now 7 issues in. So I figured, hey, I might as well start doing something with this.
So, okay. So I'm walking by you on the street and I notice something about you that tells me you're into comics.
Right. Okay.
And I say, what kind of comics do you like? And instead of you answering me with, oh, I like this and this and this, you say, I create comics.
Yeah.
And give me 2 sentences why I should go look at the comic you created.
Okay, so Ego Raven, Heir of the First Unicorn is a fantasy drama that I wrote and illustrated, and it's a multi-issue comic book series in the style of the Chronicles of Narnia and The Witcher. It's 32 pages in full color. It's a completely remastered to what I posted online on my website, which, like I said, you can read like the first 5 issues for free if you like to try it out. And it introduces Ego Raven, a half unicorn, half human princess who lives a rather sheltered life until her kingdom is attacked and overthrown by the dragon lords, and she becomes an exile in the world of men.
Okay, so there you go. And see, that's what we're talking about. The thing that just the story. Why? Give me something that makes me want to come over there.
Right. Yeah.
And get on the keyboard and type this in. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah. It's you would think like 3 or 4 sentences would be easy, but it's not.
Yeah, it's really hard. That's why they call it the elevator pitch, because you're not in there very long, and you got to try to get them interested.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
because you have no idea if they, how long they're going to stand there. Yeah. I say it over and over, but Mike Barron's line is best: reach out and grab them by the throat.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I kind of miss conventions, because it's like that was like a good place to really like test phrasing,
right?
And to see like what people react to and what people don't. And
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's like, and one of the things that I noticed that kind of like attract people is when you, some people don't like this, but I feel that it does get a reaction when you associate your work with something that they would recognize already. So like I said, in my case, I mean, and I really had to think about this because like, oh, what is this like? And it's like, yeah, it's kind of like the Chronicles of Narnia and The Witcher, which helps because I'm currently obsessed with that right now. So at least it all fits together. So I think it's like, I'm hoping that it gives people like kind of like an idea as to what to expect when they see the book.
Well, it's funny because I'm reading a book right now, a Wonder Woman book, and it's about when she first leaves the Amazon island when she's a youngster.
Right.
Brings her into the world, right? And it's kind of like that. She's now exiled from the island.
Yeah.
In the world of men. So, it's like,
that is such a button for me. It's like, I love that stuff.
What's the website to check out your books?
Yes. So
we'll drop links, Sarah. I promise you, we will.
Yeah, it's like, oh, Sarah's keeping it moving, So the main website that you can check out both my works actually, if you can go to egoworks.com, which is EGOWORKS.com, and there you can like I said, you can read Ego Raven for free. The first 5 issues for free. Actually, the 5th issue is uploading right now. So it uploads every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So you can read that. And then it's like, if fantasy drama isn't really your thing, and you're more like, I need like more Lord of the Rings types of, running, jumping, skipping, fighting type of thing, then there's a link there to Tall Tales, my other comic, which that will probably be more your speed. And there on the Tall Tales website, mind you, it's Tales, TAILS. You can read the first 20 issues for free. So there's a lot of free stuff going on at my website.
Merry Christmas, everybody! That's exactly. 5 issues of comic to read for free.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Let me.
The madness.
Yeah, let me bring. So this is my. Okay. So here's Ego Works. So we can share the screen for that too, so everyone can see what. Okay. Okay. Let me just make sure it loads up correctly. Here it goes. Okay. So let me see.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's the egoworks.com that so you can sign up for updates. I send out newsletters every month, about like what's going on, the new Kickstarters coming out, what projects I'm working on. And like I said, I got a lot of stuff going on here. So it's like, if you're not familiar with my work and you're not sure if you want to support the Kickstarter in January 4th, by the way, You can actually read the original version of the comic online at my website. And then what you're going to get at when the Kickstarter becomes available is the full color remastered version. So so thanks to lockdown, I actually had the time to color it in, to redo the lettering, tweak the artwork, and just to show you that I'm serious here, I even proofed it already. So the campaign hasn't even started yet, and I have proofs, and I am ready to go. And like I said, there's 5 more issues after this, so this isn't even a one-hit wonder either. So yeah, so it's like, so I got a proof of the CC. It's like,
geez, there's a lot to go through to subscribe to yours.
yeah, I know, right? It's like, it's like, well, the subscribe thing is right there at the top. I tried to make it as easy as possible.
Well, I mean, it sends something to your email that you have to verify that you're real. And then you go back and then it's a robot.
It's MailChimp, it's like there's a whole process it makes everybody go through, because it's like you have to be like, oh, you're not spamming, and there's certain laws that you have to not break with it. Oh, thank you. Hey.
Yes, I just subscribed to your newsletter myself.
Oh, thank you.
So, Daphne, it was wonderful talking to you. I know 15 minutes goes by.
Wow, that went fast. Yeah, I know, right?
It does. But usually we do the weekend and we give everybody at least a half hour. So next month, I'll make sure you're in the know and that you come out, and we'll talk about this January 4th. That's like the weekend that we do CRoM Con. So that'll be
so there you go. Yeah, so we can do everything together. Start the Kickstarter, talk more here, and get those juices going.
We'll do a little launch party for you.
Oh, there you go.
What is the exact date on that?
I think that's a Monday. That's the first Monday in January.
So yeah, you could come out on Sunday,
right?
And we'll talk about it and let everybody know it's going off the next day. That'll be cool.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate being on here. I mean, it's like that 15 minutes went like this.
Tell JD I said thanks for hooking that up for us.
Oh, yes, sometimes I'm a little hard to catch sometimes.
So egoworks.com. Go fill out, subscribe to the newsletter, be in the know.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. Thanks, Daphne.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Ciao.
All right, that was awesome. Awesome and awesome. I like it. And our next guest, I ain't seen him in a little while, but he's been out here before. My friend, Mr. John Running.
What's up, Pops? How you doing?
And he brought friends.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. All right, cool. Hey, Lee.
Hey.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
What's up?
So
we're great.
You guys kind of understand how we're doing this, right?
I do. In fact, that's why I wanted to bring on Lee to kind of help me with a shortened pitch, because I ramble on, like I'm doing now.
Well, the first thing I want you to do is I want you guys to give us some background about, something about information about your background, how you got to where you are today, without going into what we're doing today yet, because that's the middle of the segment. Okay, just give us some background on both of you. Start with you, John.
Background just on me as an artist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, my name is John. I'm a comic artist. I've been an artist my whole life. I love telling stories. I've been doing comics over 25 years. I don't have a lot put out there, but that's only because I'm just such a perfectionist and want shit to be perfect that, I can't put out something if it's garbage. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All my stories, I work on some short stories, but a lot of the stories I really work on, the heart of what I do are really big, epic, fucking grandiose epics, basically, that I do. Lee here is my co-writer, who we've worked together for quite a while. I've done a comic for him, actually, for his story, for his book. Lee's a hell of a writer, and he is a great mind for storytelling, for bringing out the best in characters. There's a lot of times when I'll have a bunch of things that just want to happen, and I won't necessarily know how to connect those together, but Lee is like the perfect glue for those ideas and comes up with just a perfect thing that'll clinch everything together, and that's why this is a perfect partnership, really, for storytelling. I don't work with a lot of people. I'm very picky on who I work with. There's only been like 2 writers I'm really down to work with. But Lee is the one that's kind of remained constant, throughout, and for good reason.
Well, I know this. I mean, your art is like a little bit, beyond what most people do. Your art is very, you fill a page. You don't give us a head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you give us a page.
Oh, yeah. And you're going to see it. I'm going to show you here today, too.
Yeah, well, we're short on time, bro. It's only 15 minutes. So,
well,
let's do an elevator.
Tell me what you want to do, Pop. First of all, let's let Lee talk. Lee, if you want to say anything, go ahead.
Tell us where you came from, what your background is, and then give us the pitch, and then we'll show what we're pitching. How's that?
Okay, well, that was a heck of an introduction, John. Thank you. John and I have worked on a couple different things. My background is I write short horror, like to do all killer, no filler, just stuff that's just straight up to the point, grabs you by the throat and puts you in there. I've done a book that was a collection of short stories that John and I worked on together. On the softer side, I've actually done a horror-based children's book as well, and I do various editing for different indie people in the comics industry and stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much it. John wants to give the short version of the pitch. We'll kind of go into it. I mean, unless you want me to do it.
I think John brought you along so you could do that.
Yeah, you got it. That's true.
That's fine.
Well, no, look, let me say one thing before Lee gives a summation of the story. It's really hard for me to compare it to give an elevator pitch like it's this meets this, as a frame of reference, because I've really never read another story like this a lot. You could find, if you look deep enough, you could find elements of Let the Right One In, a little bit of Interview with the Vampire, and even The Descent, as Lee pointed out. That said, I only compare it to those in atmosphere and in darkness and isolation. Okay, so let me just say this. Okay, it's a bold statement, but it's damn true. This is going to be the absolute greatest modern day gothic vampire tale you've ever read when it comes out. Straight up, hands down.
That's that. Now, see, there you go. Okay, Lee, I'm going to set the stage for you, right? I'm walking down the street and I see your shirt. And I say, yo, man, that shirt's awesome, man. You into that kind of stuff? Now, this is your opportunity to sell me on what you're doing and to draw me in. How are you going to do it?
Well, I mean, one of the things is this is one of my big things.
See, that's what I'm saying. Say, well, I'm a creator of this kind of stuff. And then tell me what you create. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
well, we're creators of this kind of stuff. And this book we're working on is inspired by a lot of those things, a lot of like just classic horror genre stuff. Got a lot of it's really intense. It's one of the most intense books I've worked on. There's a lot of like character building. There's huge payoff at the end. I don't want to spoil anything, but I mean, it just goes, it gets great.
Oh my God.
It's a lot of fun.
When you said it's one of the most intense things I've ever worked on, that's your selling line. Now it's like, really? How intense? See, you give me something to make me question back, to ask a question. That's what when we say elevator pitch, it's like you need to give me 2 lines that make me want to know more. You know what I mean? It's like draw me in, grab me by the throat and say, come over here and read my book. But do it nicely. You see what I'm saying? That's what an elevator pitch really is. It's getting me to go look at your book, and you not knowing how much time you have to talk to me about it, you got to pull me right in. You know?
We only have 15 minutes, Pop. So can we, let's let if it's okay with you, can we let Lee just talk about the story a little bit, and then I'll. Okay. Go ahead,
well, I mean, sure. It's some of the stuff that just makes me the most scared. Like helplessness is a huge horror thing to me, and that's a big vibe through the whole story. The story is basically about a woman who, through a series of events, becomes kind of like the prisoner of 3 vampires in a cabin out in the woods. And basically her journey to try and escape, see if she wants to escape, see what's like it. She kind of unfolds as the whole story goes on. You learn more about her backstory, a little bit about the backstory of the vampires. So it's just kind of like a lot of story building, and John's art is just incredible. Like you said, it fills the page. So it's great to look at. I think it's got a great vibe as far as the dialogue goes. That's one of the things that I pride myself on, is just being able to write natural dialogue that flows well. And I think that we've got some really good characters and a relatively small cast, which I think only makes it tighter, because when you don't have a lot of characters to keep track of, you can really go into each character.
Right. You have more time to cover each individual one. I totally agree with that.
It's a really emotional story, Pops. There is a lot of horror in this, a lot of good horror. But again, this is also, I consider this just as much of a drama as it is a horror. There's not a lot of humor in this. It's really deep, really, it's pretty dark. But any horror fan, I can't see anybody not liking this comic, you know, at all.
That's the whole thing. That's your pitch. That's your passion. That's where you show me that I might need to go look at this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a lot of the elevator pitch is the passion behind your words and your facial expression and the whole thing. Like I said, when you're passing somebody on the street, you want to, and they give you that opening, you want to pull them all the way in. You know,
that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. That passion
how do I
show that was it. That was
how
it.
do I get my pictures up? Pull up pictures for you guys to see.
Can you share the screen, or do you want to just send
Well,
me?
I mean, there's usually like, let's see, I'm trying to figure out if there's a. Oh, here we go. No,
Yeah.
that's not it.
There should be a share screen. And oh, you just took yourself out.
So anyway, it's my comic now, and
you want to share screen, Lee? Do you have the link? If you have the link, I can share the screen.
I think John might have that information.
What happened? What I missed?
I was going to say, if you have the link, I can go ahead and share the screen.
Well, the thing is, there's usually like a little button where I could just kind of pull up a screenshot, but I'm not seeing that this time. That's why I'm trying to figure out what does that push.
That's weird that it wouldn't be there.
Let me try another one here. Cam, now it's not gonna. Yeah, there's not that option here.
Huh.
But you know what though?
If you send me the link, but that's, you know.
Well, there's no. Well, the thing is that I just have like random screenshots. There's not like a website it's linked to. But I will say this: since I seem to be having some trouble putting that up, immediately after this, I'm going to go on theartofjohnrunning.com, theartofjohnrunning.com, but on Facebook, and I'm going to post these images I was going to share with you.
Okay.
And so people go check it out, so you know what we're talking about, and you'll see.
Link in. Drop the link to your page, the Art of John Running, or wherever you're going to put it. Drop that link so that people know where to go find it.
All right. Well, let me just write this here then. Okay.
Because that's, you know, the whole thing is the exposure. We want people to go look. We want people to be interested. Obviously, you got Sarah's attention. You know, she said you got her, John. She's interested. So that's what we're trying to do, right?
Absolutely.
You already got her. She likes Lee's writings. You already got her on board. This is what we're talking about, you know, getting people to go see it. So the Art of John Running on Facebook.
Yeah. God, this is so
and just
annoying.
We're finding everybody to the same place. If you want something to tide you over while you're waiting on this, I'll send John a link to my book as well, which we did work on together, which will give you a little taste of kind of what we're dealing with. It's my stories, but there's some of his art in there. But mine does come with a little bit of humor just because of my Tales from the Crypt kind of influence and background. What we're doing now is not funny, but it is scary. So it's good stuff.
No way.
So there's the link right there to the Art of John Running.
Thank you. That's so weird. I can't get a picture up here for that. Damn, I really want you guys to see some of these pages I prepared for you. But in addition to Lee co-writing in this, I have a really great artist named Galen Travis helped me do the coloring for it. And Galen's another artist that has a really great eye for detail and great eye for storytelling and a very filmic perspective when he approaches art. And those are always good qualities to have in people you work with, especially if you're going for a very filmic quality, you know what I mean, to the comic. You know, there's a lot of drama in this. I really take time I don't rush pack a bunch of dialogue into one panel so you just read through it and just, you know, go from one panel to the next. I mean, I really want to take you on an emotional ride with these people through their expressions. You know, even the littlest panel of someone turning their head, just, you know, it's all about building suspense and building a sense of dread and atmosphere in this thing that you really can't escape from once you get into it, because the story starts off right off the bat. You know, there's not a lot of bullshit you got to tread through. It just gets straight into it with these characters. And, you know, once we got you, it's going to be hard for you to put the book down. That's for
And
sure.
and that's what we want, bro. There ain't no doubt in my mind that as a fan, the books that I can't put down are the books that sit on the nightstand, and they're the first one I reach for when I'm thinking about something to read. See, that's because I got 5 or 6 of them sitting over there, but there's
Mhm.
one that got my attention. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I keep picking up. Those, I'll get to the other ones eventually, but that one that reached out and grabbed me, they all should do that.
These are characters people. Yeah, these are characters people are going to really care about, and not only that, but they're going to be able to really relate to. There's a lot more to this story than we're saying now. I'm probably not going to reveal that till after the book has come out or closer to coming out. But the story, it symbolizes something. It's actually about something, and not just vampires. Okay, this is something everybody can relate to, especially for being what's going on in the world right now in 2020. And just, I think that the timing of this comic couldn't have been more perfect.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to CRoM Con 10, where I can have you out here for a little longer.
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
And we can go through it a little more in depth. You'll be a little. When do you plan on launching this? February?
Well, when I first started, I had a really ambitious goal of trying to get it done by January, and I really thought I could do it. I was but now that I'm being realistic about this, and I'm really trying to take my time and make sure that every page looks just as good as the last, I'm going to say maybe 6 months. Let's be realistic. 3 to 6 months. This is a big comic. I'm talking over 150 pages, dude. This is a big comic.
I was going to say, with your art, I cannot see this coming out anytime quick.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm going to be giving constant updates. Right now, what I'd like to do to kind of speed up the release process is, instead of just releasing it all as one big, fat graphic novel, maybe do it into 2 parts, part 1, part 2, just so people can get into it. So thank you, sir.
John, Lee, it was great seeing you. Lee, it was great meeting you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me.
We'll definitely.
Thanks for coming on with me, Lee. Thank you.
During the month too, we do our little spontaneous shows during the month. You never know what can happen. So but definitely remember us the first weekend in January. We'll get you back out here for CRoM Con 10, brother.
Oh yeah,
awesome.
We'll be here.
All right,
you.
Good talking to you.
You too, man. Right on.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye, Lee. And one of my previous co-hosts.
CRoM Con IX.
A man who has no problem finding a voice.
No problem finding a voice. Hey, before I get to the elevator pitch, I gotta ask, did your kids like the comics?
Actually, I told you what happened with Isaac.
Well, I know you said they put him away right away, so I was curious.
No. I told you what happened with Isaac. He found out that the big bookmark was actually a sticker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So now that sticker's right there on the filing cabinet with Coffin Comics.
Okay, awesome.
But no, we got the virtual school going on.
Okay.
Every other week, right? Okay, so this week it's like when they run out of things to do, then I instantly put them into art class or whatever, start drawing or whatever, because they're already scheduling them with reading. So I don't want to pile too much of anything on them. But when they have that, it's like Emma gets all her work done right away, and then she's like got 2 hours until her next virtual class. Okay, come down here and draw something. It's like I put them on,
or read a comic. Just say.
Well, we will get there, my friend.
Okay, man.
We will get there. It's hard enough getting their attention on anything right now because virtual school has changed everything for them. It's like now when they're here all day.
Yeah.
So there's going to come time when they're just going to want to. And I'd rather they want to than I suggest it. Because every now and then they'll come down, can I get in the comic box? They have their own box.
Gotcha.
Every now and then they come down, they want to get in the box. And then next time one of them comes down and wants to get in the box, I'm going to say, how about you get in the drawer? You see where Turcona is.
Turkana.
Isaac gets it right. I still get it wrong, dude.
I even made a video on YouTube as to why I call it Turkana.
And Isaac tells it. Yeah, I was like, you know what that is? He said, yeah, it's Turkana. You know, like, and it's like I still say Trachona.
That's okay. I've had the same problem for the past 5 years.
It's that stupid vowel thing, vowel, consonant, vowel. You know, I mean, you just.
Well, it's real. Do you remember a movie in the early '90s called Con Air with Nicolas Cage? That's how you pronounce it. Con like Con Air. Con It's that simple. It's not cone, and then like CONE, like ice cream cone. It's Turkana.
So I know you have a huge background.
All right,
you did all kind of stuff. So give us a little background rundown. We'll do the pitch, and you drop the links, all that stuff.
All right. Traditionally, in case you didn't know, an elevator pitch is when somebody meets a producer or a director or something in an elevator, and they have like a minute or two to pitch something to somebody else. That's what an elevator pitch is. When I go to Comic-Cons, or when we used to go to Comic-Cons, this is how I pitched it to get their attention as they went by, okay? First thing I'd say is, this is Turkana. And they usually laugh because I have this big, deep voice, okay? That's the first thing. Then I get up and I tell them about, hey, listen, when my daughter was 7, she said, Daddy, I don't like princesses anymore. I like superheroes. And that got their attention because, so you kind of, made that comic about, with your daughter. I was like, yeah. Then I start telling them everything else. Okay. So Turkana started off as 3 books, 3 illustrated novels, and they're all right here. You can still get them on Turkana.com. But in 2019, I switched to comic books because the books are a good way to start the story, but the comic books continue the storyline. I tell people, okay, they start off as a book, same story, same world, same characters, new story with a new storyline. So the comics, which are right here, comic number 1, who is Thea Baymont, comic number 2 called The Secret, and comic number 3, which is Burmese. Right now, I have this thing called the Thea Baymont storyline, which is going on right now. I have comic number 4 coming out next year in 2021. We finally get to see what she looks like, this Thea Baymont character. So that's coming out next year. But anyway, Turkana started off, as a princess in this world where she got her powers at, called Sonilicus. She left there because that world was being destroyed, kind of Supermanish, sort of. And she went to another planet called Batacor 3. That's where she kind of grew up. But her mom was being really evil and bad to the natives there. And she actually put her own husband, a king, in a prison or a jail. Turkana was everything to do with that. So she took her dad, she took her brother, and she basically left that planet, came to Earth, and left Mom stranded on that planet because she was not evil and everything else, so just kind of left her there. They came to Earth, and they landed in the early 1990s. Now, just so you know, Turkana actually, she ages 1 year for every 10 years on Earth. So she looks like a 15-year girl, but she's actually 150 years old. So about, let's say 20 years later, after they landed on Earth, there's a diner, and the diner's being robbed, and she turns into the superhero Turkana, okay? And she kind of saves her family. So the adventures sort of start from there, that she's now a high school student. She goes to high school. She, kind of hides her identity from a lot of people, pardon me. But yeah, she's a superhero of the town. The only 2 people that know that her friends are Brian and Brittany. And in the comics, Brittany and her fight crime together because Brittany is very good at martial arts, very good at karate and stuff. So she kind of has her back. She's kind of her sidekick, but Brittany doesn't want to be called a sidekick. That's kind of a running joke. And it's kind of going to end next year when I put out this one comic. But yeah, she lives with a little bit of a fear that her mom is going to somehow get off that planet and come after her because, after all, her mom's evil and she just wants to rule the planet and that kind of stuff. So, my excitement. Yeah, my enthusiasm for this usually catches people's attention right away.
It's a passion thing.
Yes.
It's a passion thing.
I saw that on some kind of, I don't know if it was a inspiration video or some kind of page where, I might not know or find what you do interesting, but if I see your passion, your enthusiasm behind it, I'm going to want to know more. So yeah, that's exactly what it is. You can find out more about it by going to Turkana.com. I have a blog on the first page. There's more interesting things about the characters. You can find out more about Brittany, more about Brian, more about Turkana herself, why she goes from. By the way, my daughter's name is Paige, and I named the alter ego of Turkana Paige. So her name is Paige T. Smith. My daughter's name is Paige. So I named the alter ego of Turkana after my daughter. And yeah, that's. See, look, less than 10 minutes, I told you most of the story and hopefully got people interested in it. Go to Turkana.com, Turkana.com. Now I have 5 minutes to ramble with you. How's it going? yeah. There's the group is called the Turkana Fan Club. And I'm trying to get 1,500 people in there because it's like 1,480 something. But I thought, and I made a video last week, if I get the 1,500 people, to get more people interested in the story, I will put, kind of like a web comic, I will put the first 3 comics, not the books, not the original book, but the first 3 comics up on the website for free to read. Christmas week. So let's say Christmas Day. If I get 1,500 people in that group, Christmas Day, I'll put all 3 books and keep it up there for like a week so you can read them all for free. Thank you. I have incredible energy.
I'm telling you. I'm
down already.
This is what I want to see.
But see, if you were at a Comic-Con and you saw me talking about this, would you be interested in it? Would you want to come look more?
The whole thing is you're talking about it like you love it.
Yeah, I do.
And that makes people go, He obviously really likes what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe I should slide over here and take a look.
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? Even if you're not even talking to me, you're talking to somebody else, and I'm just walking by your table. It's like that kind of excitement.
Now, I got to admit, I do love the books, and I do love the comics that I'm producing, and I'm going to continue making comics with it, but I really want this to be an animated show, like on Disney Plus or on Nickelodeon or Netflix or something. I can totally see it being a show on Netflix. And again, I'm working my way up there.
And this is what I was going to say. You see, this guy's passion is not going to stop. He's not going to be satisfied with the comics as much as excited as he is about them and the story and all that. He's not going to be satisfied until he gets it out there where he thinks it deserves to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the kind of passion and the kind of drive that you have to have. Zach Wilde has a little 4-word saying that he uses, and he has a little hashtag SDMF: strength, determination, merciless forever.
Okay.
You go for your goal until you reach your goal, and then if you got time, you attain the next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of people. I think it was Anthony Robbins that said, sometimes you have to, if you have a goal, great, and you're not getting there, change the approach, but still have that goal. Yes. You might have to switch lanes. Like, I like the books how it started off, but the comics were selling better, so I switched over to comics. Still the same characters, still the same world. It's just comic books instead of books now. And if you want to know how it all starts, you got to buy the books. I didn't want to start all over again with the comics. I just figured, new format. That's all.
Awesome.
So oh, by the way, did your kids enjoy all the little knick-knack stuff, like the stickers? Yeah.
That's what he said. He just found out it was a sticker, and the first thing he wanted to do was put it on the indie cabinet.
The indie cabinet. Okay.
Okay, not on the marble cabinet, not on the DC cabinet, the indie cabinet.
The indie cabinet. Okay.
See, the kids are pretty smart about what's going on here.
That's good.
I mean, they understand the difference between the big two and everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of cool that they're kind of interested, in what we do and what us old people are doing. I'm telling you, our next guest. As a matter of fact, I want to introduce him to you because I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know if you know Muato or not, But Mr. Zapata,
Hey, what's happening, brother?
Hello, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
He does.
He's laughing like okay.
I put it this way: I had to work some OT this morning. I came rushing and I made it here.
Okay. Well, a couple times when Pops was introducing the me to the next person or something, he's like, I have to follow him because I have such enthusiasm and energy for me. It's like nobody wants to follow me.
But honestly, it's one of the most important things that I feel like so much of it is lacking because it feels like a lot of time everybody's so serious about everything. I'm like, listen, at the end of the day, we're all artists. We're all trying to accomplish something. But when you meet some artists out there, and there's some big names too. And I actually just had a conversation with somebody the other day that you're like, man, what a prick. I appreciated you for years and you're such a dick to your fans. I'm like, what? Yeah, what? Like, we're appreciated. Now you're like one tier lower because it's just kind of like, yeah, we're drawing comics. We're enjoying comics, you know?
I got to tell you something real quick. It's just very interesting. When I was at the Gem City Comic Con, not this year, but I think it was last year. I'm just enjoying being there and stuff. And there's this kid. He looks like I wouldn't have like Down syndrome or something. And he hands me this art that he did. And it's like he did this little story drawing. It's like of all the people around here, it's like he said he liked my character, and I read his story, and I was like, that's awesome. That's pretty cool. I still have that somewhere in my closet because I mean, this kid really wanted me to have that. Of all the other people there, he wanted me to have that. So I want to have that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of gratitude for anybody who comes up to me and talks to me about that kind of stuff. So
that's the biggest thing is that there's such a lacking of gratitude with so many people, especially nowadays. Everybody feels like this, with the year, how it's been and so on and so forth, and on everything else. It's just the fact that no matter what it is, there's got to be some positivity on. If you even find it in a pile of shit and it's on a leprechaun, that was
yeah, exactly.
You gotta find the good wherever you can.
Exactly. Yeah. If people follow me on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, wherever else, they notice that I don't post a lot of political stuff. I don't post a lot of bad things. I'm more or less a positive guy. I share other artist stuff a lot of times. I'll post jokes. Now it's Christmas jokes time. It's Christmas time. But occasionally I'll plug my own stuff, but not as often. So, but yeah, if people follow me, just go to Google and look for Frank James Bailey. It's real simple. I have a very good internet footprint. And you see my time is up. So
I have a really, I mean, I know how we post everybody's links and stuff, but pretty much all these people can be found in the madness, and then you can find everything that they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, it's really not that hard to find them. It's nice to have that one click, but you can go check out what's going on in the group and you can find all of them there too. And you can see everybody that way.
That's true.
Frank, always good to talk to you, brother.
That's good to talk to you too. I expect your kids to read it by next month. I'm just kidding.
Okay, I got you. Christmas reading.
Okay, there you go, man.
All right, man.
Take it easy, brother.
Otto,
how you doing, brother?
It's been a couple months. How you doing?
I'm definitely doing. It's one of those things that I've been in. It's been a very, very crazy time since the last time I talked to you. I just been trying to get on top of everything I possibly could as far as just pushing. I'm so far. I'm on my fourth book. I think the last time I talked to you, I started with my first book, and now I've gotten. Yeah, I'm pushing away, and then I have now I have an art rep as well at Legendary Illustrations. It just things are booming as everything is going. Things are booming, And the last thing I did was actually, because out of the books I've been doing, the first one was a kid's book, the other one was a coloring book. I did a holiday book. I was like, you know what? Let me just. I'm a fan of monsters. So I decided to do something like that. It was like something for the kids and adults, and so many people are stuck at home. I'm like, you know what? If you're gonna color something up, But the last thing that I did was actually very comic related, because when I grew up, one of the things that I've noticed a lot of artists did was they thumbnailed their work. They were all about thumbnailing the work, and I from Neil Adams, to Rob Liefeld, like you go all over, and I was thinking, I'm like, how come there isn't a book like that? How come there isn't just a random book for people to have where if you just want to do thumbnails and they could blow it up, especially now you have an iPad or whatnot. And I actually wound up creating, let me see if I'm right here. There you are. I actually wound up creating a book for artists, which is a thumbnail book, you know, and I set it up in the way where everybody can actually do thumbnails, and I actually set it up, illustrated it from left to right, like if you're actually looking at a comic. So they're all blank pages, and you could fill them all in for the first couple, and then the rest of like the 30-something other pages, I actually have bleeds. I have everything set up. So if you want to set everything up on a page, you actually have a better, I guess, a better and clearer view of what you would be doing if you had an 11 by 17 page, you know. And yeah, it's a little black book of thumbnails for artists and illustrators, you know, because I was like, if I had this when I was growing up, I think I would have had like, I don't know, 20 books by now. You know, so it's one of those things. Out of all the stuff, I love the goofing around all that bit, but this is the latest thing that I did that I'm very proud of, because I'm like, there is nothing out there like this. You know, there's nothing for artists to like just pull out a small little book and just write something down. So, you know, I've been banging away. And everything's going really, really smooth, man.
It sounds like it, because last time you just had the one book that we talked about, and so let's go to it. Okay, I'm walking past you on the street, and you say, let's say your daughter's with you and she's holding one of your books, and I catch it and I'm like, what kind of book is that? Sell me on that book, because I got a little kid with me too, and I'm you know, I buy books for the kids. That's the gift for grandpa.
Because for like something like this, like it's more of an adult, you know, would have to be looking for something like this. The other one, I'd just be like, look, listen, the holidays are all, you know, everybody loves Halloween, everybody loves Christmas. Why not just put them all both together?
Yes,
and the
that's
kids
the
will
one I
love.
just shared the link to right there. I just posted
you
the
know.
link.
Yeah, you know, and the thing is, and on top of this, my biggest thing, and I'm gonna find it just because I grew up when I was little, Van Halen was huge to me. It was huge. It still is. I still have it on my play because I listen to everything, you know, and I definitely know you appreciate, you know, it as well. And when I heard about Eddie Van Halen, it broke my heart. It was one of those things that like literally I got a little teary because I'm like, it's, you know, he's a lot of the spirit of me growing up. There was just so much going on there. And then the last thing I saw was a video that somebody made about him, and it was a constant, like when his son was born, and it was this video, like it was a tearjerker, and I was like, I'm a man, I'm not gonna cry, because it was so well done, because it showed him with his son, him telling us like, I love you, and his son saying it back. It was heartwarming, heartbreaking all at the same time. And I was like, I wish I could do something as a tribute, like whatever I can find. And I was like, well, I'm not working on anything serious, so I have to do something that's even on the ridiculous side if I could. So what I wind up doing, so whoever gets this, the Monsters and Milkshakes Holiday Edition, will be greeted with my tribute to Eddie Van Halen with Yeti Van Halen.
Dude, that's your there's your pitch right there. Yeti Van Halen, man, that's why you want to buy this book.
Oh man, yeah. Oh, because I went like, you know what? I was like, I can't put a cigarette there on the guitar for the kids. I was like, well, it's about Monsters and Milkshakes. Boom, let's put a milkshake on it and make a little bit more. You know, and I did everything I could. I looked up the guitar. I was like, I gotta get the guitar as close as I can down. You know, so yeah, there you go. A little bit of a Yeti Van Halen as a tribute to Eddie Van Halen as I could.
That's excellent.
So I was gonna say, to throw the pitch, I think that was gonna be my main pitch was, you know, Eddie Van Halen, and then just go from there.
There you go. See, and you know, there's all ways to do it. Some people are like, well, you know, what I'm doing is kind of like X-Men meets whatever.
No, absolutely.
You know, the comparisons.
Sequential work.
You know, whatever you got to use to work with, but when you're using the comparisons, like in your case, you're actually using something that's actually there. You got Eddie's guitar there. You tell it Eddie Van Halen. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're pitching those things, it's always got to be something that's gonna, like you say, get their attention. Okay, like I'm a long haired dude. If I approached you like that with my little granddaughter and said that,
Yeah.
hey Van Halen, hey, I'm down. You got me just.
Hear
So, also, sometimes the pitch is knowing your audience.
Yeah, yeah,
You see what I'm
exactly.
saying? Because if that dude's old cowboy hat hit, you know,
Yeah.
he probably ain't gonna care much about A. Van Halen, but you're still gonna try and sell your book to him, right?
Yeah, no, and then I think that's one of the toughest things too, because in my spot is that because I'm a comics fan, I'm a comics artist, but I'm trying to get all this stuff that I have in my head out because I'm like I've realized that I have so many stories and so many things that I want to put down. I'm like I need to get the things that I know I could do quicker, get them out, and because they're all these books that I have. All 4 of my books are on Amazon, so anybody could pick them up right now. So it's a legit place. It's nothing weird. And the reason I chose Amazon because I was like, it's the quickest thing, and everybody subscribed to it. I think the only person who isn't is either doesn't have internet in like Yugoslavia. I don't know. Maybe 2 people.
My friend subscribed. I don't need to.
But it was one of those things that was my biggest thing was like, let me just get this random stuff because I'm like, I'm doing comic book stuff. I actually wound up doing a Keith. If you're familiar with the inker Keith Williams, he actually had a drawing that he did for if it was for a giveaway. Let me see if I could find it. And he's like, one of the things I wind up doing, it's while I'm doing these books, I'm also working on comic stuff and I'm trying to write stuff down. So what I wound up doing, I grabbed one of his drawings and I actually I inked the back of it. I colored it because I'm trying to get better at the Procreate. And then I'm trying to establish more and more of my, I guess, abilities, and it's one of those things that I figured out how to do this the right way. It's lose sleep and get as much time as you can. And as much as I would love to watch more movies and play games, I still wake up at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning and try to bang as much as I can of this out. And because I'm like, we only have so much time. Example, we only have 15 minutes here and it's going quick. You have to think about that like every day. If you only get 4 or 5 hours or 6 hours of sleep, so be it. But then don't bitch that, I couldn't get this done. You could get a whole bunch of shit done. It just depends on how you're utilizing your time. And I'm realizing, I think this year has been a bigger impact as far as how do I utilize my time, what I'm going to be doing, how I need to be creative, but also stay true to what I enjoy, which is comics. Like I'm a huge Jack Kirby fan. It's just one of those McFarlane, Capullo. It's just, I'm a fan of all these artists, but at the same time, I also need to try to bring in somebody at the same time. So I have this backdoor mentality. Made it sound dirtier than I meant it, but at the same time I didn't. Get these books that I have and pretty much get them out so I could be making money at the same time. There we go. So then I can actually have. Oh, here you go.
Now show the first different or new different world because that. This was That was the one he highlighted in CRoM Con, I think 2 months ago.
I think it was maybe 4 months ago. It was possibly maybe 4 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this one was like how to help kids cope with the changes that are going on in our society right now.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's what got my attention. I'm just letting you know, bro. The kids book, to help the kids relate. Anybody that's doing anything for the kids, I'm like so totally 100% down with, and that's why I'm like, instantly a fan of yours.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's just kind of like doing all this stuff. Because even for Halloween, I wound up doing this one, the Monsters and Milkshake for Halloween, and then I was like, for the holidays, let me just make one, the Monsters and Milkshakes Holiday Edition. And it's just one of those things. It's just like with everything that's going on, I think that's where a lot of it comes from. Is that my constant thinking of what are the kids doing? Because they're going to school. You got to stay home. They're going to school. You got to stay home. Things are going on where people are believing what's going on. They aren't believing. I know great handful of people who are nurses, and they're just seeing things where they're like, I wish I could describe. I had a friend of mine over, I don't know, maybe about a month and a half ago. He was almost in tears telling me how many people he watched die in front of him, while other people are like, "This isn't real." They're like, "Are you kidding me?" And it's tough because it's people are as the adults part of it. It's just kind of like everybody needs to realize, yes, if everybody wants to bigger about who they're voting for or what group they're for, this or that, at the end of the day, everybody could go stick it up their ass, because these little kids have they're not even having a clue. They don't give a shit about any of that. But while everybody else is bickering and fighting, I'm like, they need to be having some kind of interest and something to get their minds off of while things are going on where they can't see the grandparents. And that's where a lot of these books are coming from, because I do have two daughters, a 9-year-old and a 4-year-old, and that's my biggest achievement is like, I'm leaving this when I die, the day I die, hopefully not soon, that these books are a legacy to them, and hey, look, we could make money out of Dad's grave because he did this for us. And I'm like, then by having the first book, I accomplished that. And to me, that is the main goal. But at the same time, I'm like, I love comics so much, I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing. And then, that's where the waking up early in the morning, getting 2 hours each day of art time, before going to full-time work, and the weekends getting 4 or 5 hours. So it's just, is it tiring and exhausting? Absolutely. It absolutely is. But is it worth it? It's in my hand. The book I'm creating is in my hand. The next books are another kid's book, and then I start doing the comic, and that's where it's just, things are going very well. Things are going very, very well, and I believe that everybody's got to keep a steady head, not read too much into what everybody else is fighting about. And just enjoy.
I do want to introduce you to our next guest, because he's probably somebody that can help extend your reach just a little bit more. He hosts the show. He hosts Outright Geekery. His name is William Pace.
It's the Purge.
He is always in the group looking for people to come out and be on his show. So
always down. Always down.
That's why I wanted to introduce you guys. William, here's another one.
I was about to go like real old school and be like, call me, but I'm like, we're in the age of the internet, so this doesn't even mean shit anymore.
Hook up in the madness. That's what I'm talking about.
Every time you see this little logo, it means that post is probably saying, okay, I'm booking people for next week's shows. Who wants on?
Well, do this. Once you're done with Pops, contact me, because I know it's your turn to jump on, do your thing, and Pops, again, appreciate the time, appreciate what you're doing, because honestly, we don't have enough of this going on, and the amount of people that are doing it is limited, and it's due because of obvious reasons. But these are our comic shows. These are our cons right now. So again, Pops, thank you very much. Will, I'll talk to you soon. Love you,
brother. I'll see you next month.
Take it easy, brother. Thanks, man. Later, brother.
Later. Most excellent, Mr. Will.
Oh, yeah.
What's happening?
Well, I had a panic mode a little while ago because I've been moving stuff around, because my comic collection and my collectibles collection and a whole bunch of other stuff is all coming back to me. The program I'm in, I'm into hiring a moving company, nothing out of my pocket, to go and haul what will fill up a 20-foot truck to bring it back here.
Congratulations, my friend.
But
you don't have space for it all, do you? Oh, you got room.
But if you can see where that little orange bowl is on the windowsill,
yeah,
the ceiling sprung a leak, and it's pouring. Oh. It's been pouring since 4 o'clock, and I had supplies and some books over there, so luckily they're all bagged and boarded, but it landed on.
You need to move them boxes anyway, because that's still going to splatter.
No, it's just like a light drip. And I checked the splatter stops about only like an inch away from the bowl to the right. So
Okay, well, do me a favor. Just go put something there.
I did. I put the bowl there. The bowl is underneath the leak, the drip leak, so it's catching it. You know. I'm like, Jesus.
I'm OCD, man. It's like my son set up 2 huge aquariums down here, right? And it was like, okay, I need racks that are off the ground. Nope. I need racks that are off the ground.
They need to be on professional concrete metal stands.
Yeah, we got them up off the ground, dude. It was like, no, one of them tanks springs a leak, man. No. So yeah.
Actually, Sarah, the box that it was dripping on was actually full of plastic because it was all my bags and boards.
Oh, okay.
I still have to, slip in to, make up. And I'm like, the other thing that got me was I spent like $6 on like the regular rolls of Scotch tape in like 2 days. And I open up the box, the regular box, the Amazon box that's up there was full of supplies and
look, I'm only gonna say this once, brother. I'm only gonna say this once. Painter's tape, not Scotch tape. Painter's tape.
It don't fit in the dispenser.
Yeah, but it peels off so nicely and it doesn't like cling to the plastic and warp the plastic or give you a problem trying to get your book out. I'd buy resealables myself. I don't even mess with tape. But
I would, but with tape, resealables are so much money though.
Yeah, but I mean, are these for you or are you selling?
Yes.
My collection, I definitely get resealables. Okay, it don't really matter that much about what I'm sending out. But even so, if I'm sending it out, painter's tape. I don't want to hear nobody complaining at me about the Scotch tape that they had such a hard time getting the bag open that they bent the book. Okay.
I have a harder time with people that wrap stuff like they're mummifying King Tut.
Well, that's USPS protection. That's
yeah. I know why it's there, but like I got one brother I buy from call him Sarge, is retired senior sergeant from the Air Force, and he's up in Sunningdale, California. And I buy a lot of stuff off of him. I won my old school angel pop off of one of his mystery pulls on one of his auctions, and I got a bunch of stuff on the way from him right now, and then I just forgot what the hell we were talking about.
What we're going to talk about now is I want you to elevator pitch your show.
Oh, that's easy.
I want you to tell us why we should watch your show. You have 1 minute.
Which show?
Outright Geekery.
No, Outright Geekery is the platform.
Okay, you're the one I watch all the time.
Okay, I'll elevator pitch both of them.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Will. I am the host and creator of Creators Outlet. What we do is we sit down with comic book creators from indies to pros, and we get them to bust open and tell us what's going on, whether it's a new project, inside tips, advice to new creators, and to get the word out there. The show goes out simultaneously on Facebook, on the Outright Geekery page, Outright Geekery's YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, which was Joker Fan Pop Culture Talk because of my tag name this way of Joker Fan. And it's luckily I thought about it and I renamed it Creators Outlet. Creators Outlet was also picked up by the Age of Radio Podcast Network. So now you can go to ageofradio.org. Under shows, look for Creators Outlet, and you can download episodes to listen to from episode 40 through currently episode 66.
Creators Outlet. Give me the link. Drop the link in the private so I can put it up there.
Bum, bum, bum.
You make a banner, man, for 5 minutes.
Hey, you know,
No,
it felt like
without tech support. What can I tell you? You know,
it felt like forever. That's not what she said.
Yeah, she didn't say that to me. Oh boy, do you know who's coming up next?
Who's coming up next?
Do you know?
No, I don't. I don't read the notes. I didn't read the show notes.
Oh, we got Danny Morales. I hope he's awake, paying attention.
Oh, you gonna pull him away from the counter, or did he get a day off from the collectors?
I don't know. It's only 15 minutes. I'm sure Brandon wouldn't mind that anyway. You know. I'm sure they'd be okay. There you go. YouTube Creators Outlet.
Boink.
That guy.
That guy right there.
By the way, the AC/DC hockey. What is that? A hockey jersey or a T-shirt?
No, just a T-shirt. If I gave it to you, it might look like a hockey jersey, but you know,
kind of looks like a hockey jersey on you.
No, it goes up to the elbow.
Yeah, well, we can't see
Lays
that.
down, lays down a little bit. You know, if I sent one this size, I could send one out to Sarah S. It'd probably look like an evening gown on her. And then probably still have to pull it up like about 2 feet to be able to walk around.
So I'm gonna send this link to Danny. I'm kind of looking forward to talking to Danny because things just keep happening over there.
Danny's got some stuff going on. He's got he did a little short story with Brian Silverbacks, and Cthulhu Attacks Oz there is going to be the only interior work that you see from now on from Brian Silverbacks.
Really?
So he said publicly that he is from now on a variant cover artist.
I did not know that.
I found that out in my interview with Travis on Creators Outlet, and he was pushing that with me, and you know, I try to lead the conversation and then let the creator just run wild. Travis likes giving one-word answers because he doesn't really like talking.
Yes, you got to work Travis a little bit to get him to talk. Now, though,
thank you, Itchy Five. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there you go. Thank
Thank you.
What we're talking about. I like when that happens. Just like what happens with Danny is like he says every time we do CRoM Con, he turns around and somebody hits him up and wants to put their book in his store. You know, so. Well,
I'm always telling people of two stores that I know of that are huge on indie comics. Of course, one is the store that Danny works at, the Collective down in Florida, and the other one is Jen King's store, Space Cadets. They're both stores are huge on indie books. So I'm always pushing those two. And last night I had another sit down with David Pepos, who has a new book called Scout's Honor, issues 1 and 2, not from Scout Comics, from Aftershock. I thought it was from Scout too. He goes, nope, Everybody does. It's not. And I'm like, oh, very good. So he's got that and a few other things coming up, and he is his lady and himself are doing fulfillment right now. They bagged and boarded the 1,000 pounds of the OZ books in the last couple of days. They did a drop shipment, literally a pallet, and put it in his garage.
Oh my God.
So that happened, and so they got all the books bagged and boarded. They just have to put the orders together. And today they are getting a brand new puppy. So is the guest a Florida resident? Well, he better be, because he works there. Not me. I'm not from Florida.
The next one.
The next one is from Florida.
This guy right here. This guy right here.
Davey
Morales, baby.
What is up, guys? How are y'all doing today?
This is the next generation's hero of indie comics.
I mean, thank you, but I wouldn't say that. I'm just.
Oh, I'm gonna say that because look, I've watched you go from one book on the shelf in your store or in Brandon's store. Okay, one book, and how many now?
Well, we have too many now. We have a full shelf, so it's let's see, if 3, 6. We're looking at least 24 books. Plus, we have 4 that we have to showcase outside of our shelves. So just under 30.
30 indie books on the shelves at the collective.
And that's not including what we're doing with Scout and Mad Cave and these, like, what people, I hate to refer to them as the smaller publishers, but they're not even on FOC with Diamond, which to some bigger comic stores, they're like, oh, I'm not even going to look at them. But we sell amazingly well with those 2 publishers. You know, there's days that they sell better than DC, you know, or Marvel. So it's crazy.
Well, have you seen what those 2 moron publishers are doing?
Well, you know, the thing is, they're willing to take, you know, I tell everybody this, it's an amazing time to be an independent comic reader, not speculator, I mean, you know, maybe it is a great time to be a purchaser as well and a collector. But if you're actually busting open the books and reading them, it is an amazing time to be a fan of books. I mean, there's something for everybody out there. You know, yeah, you have your superhero books, and there's even superhero independent books like Villainous from Mad Cave, Shit Show from Scout, you know, Hybrids from Luke Stone is kind of like a superhero book. Like, there are superhero books indie, but there's also
Tilt just came out. I actually have it open on my browser. I've been reading the first 3 issues.
There's Dominion from Dr. Bell. That's a space opera. You know, Stargazer by Anthony Cleveland from Mad Cave is a alien story, like an X-Files, you know, out of this world story. And there's something for everybody out there. There's something for little kids, you know. I mean, Pops is super familiar with Frank James Bailey, who has Terracona. So we have that in store.
Terracona. If I get folded.
And I don't know if I know he's in the group because I invited him. But Bradley Potts, whose little son Timothy created Super Cat. And we got like 10 copies of Super Cat and 10 copies of the activity book. And that's been one of our best-selling all-ages thing. You know, people look at it, and I tell them a 7-year-old created this, flies off the shelves. So it's just awesome that there is something for everybody. And, you know, I'm just glad that Bren gave me the opportunity to do this, because I think I've told you my kind of superhero origin story, per se. And I came from a cubicle, you know, so I was at a cubicle that I hated my job. I left it to go work at a comic shop. I learned that I loved working in comics, but I also learned I did not love working for that person. And, you know, the relationship just wasn't there. I was just a register jockey at a comic store. Right. And then I got let go during the pandemic, the peak of the pandemic. And thankfully, just all the pieces, you know, Bren likes to say he picked me up off the waiver wire. But all the pieces worked out that he had an opening, I was available, and I landed there, you know, and the 1 month probation was literally just like, hey, I'm making sure that you know how to count to 10, you know. But after 1 month, he pretty much gave me, I started doing the FOC for DC and Marvel. And that's where I started realizing, hey, I have friends that work at Scout and I don't see their books on this FOC. And that's when I had to reach out and they're like, yeah, we're not on FOC. And I didn't realize this was so, I feel like convoluted's the word. The ordering process for a retailer is tough. And when they don't see somebody on FOC, which is the final order cutoff, sorry if I'm using some jargon, but when they don't see somebody on final order cutoff, they dismiss them, you know? You're not real.
Yeah,
But there's some great books out there. And that's really what we've tried to do in the few short months that we've been allowed to do it so far. You know, we kind of started this right after the pandemic. And what's funny is this is a product of the pandemic. I love comic books, and I would love to say that we would be doing this no matter what. But part of the reason that this came about was when Diamond stopped shipping books, DC, Marvel, your Image, those books stopped going to your local comic stores, right? We have 50 states here. Not every state was shut down, you know? So there were some small business comic stores that could technically keep selling books. If Diamond's not shipping them, though, their hands are tied. What can they do? Well, my mind said, I bet you Scout would still ship me books. I bet you Mad Cave would still ship me books. I bet you all these guys on Kickstarter that have books sitting in their house would ship me books. And, you know, none of us know what the future holds in retail right now. But if Diamond were to have to shut down because, you know, Mississippi shuts down and whatever, and they can't get books to us, me and Brendan at least know that we will get some new product. You know, we will get new product from Scout. We will get new product from Mad Cave. We will get new product from guys like Travis Gibb and Chuck. God, I can't say his last name. Yeah,
Matt Knowles.
So
all these cool people that have flown through the collective the last couple months.
Brian Silverbacks and Kara Prime. Like, we will always be able to get product now, despite what might happen with the big two or the big three. You know, I like to say that Image is up there now. I don't pretend. They're still independent and they do still do great work through Top Cow, but Image is up there. You know, Image has the budget that Scout doesn't, you know. But yeah, I mean, the collective, you know, really, I've just been lucky. I like to say I never, whenever you give me this platform, I always say I'm lucky because not every comic store owner would give a guy that hasn't been in the business no more than a year an opportunity to use money from the budget and say, hey, we're going to go, you know, a little insight for Jonathan Hedrick's The Recount. And Jonathan Hedrick is from right here in Central Florida in Melbourne. We ordered 125 copies. That's a lot of a Scout book, you know, that this isn't Batman, you know, but we believed in him. We believed in the book. We believe in the publisher. We probably only have 15 copies still in the store. So it just works. Sometimes the relationship works out. We brought John in. Heck, man, I convinced Bren to pay to fly Brian Silverbacks in from Georgia on like a ticket that was purchased 2 days before. So, you know, it wasn't super discounted. Yeah. And it worked out though, because every cover that was done by Brian, the cover that was done by Brian, which we ordered 40 of because it was a good cover, we sold out. They were gone. We were selling them online. People were hitting us up. Hey, can I get that signed? So it's just, you know, these things work out, and we're trying to build this relationship with a ton of people. You know, you've seen it with Travis Gibb. You've seen it with Matt Knowles and Steph Cannon, and we're building it with, I'm not sure if you're familiar with him just yet, but you will soon. Adam Barnhart, who is the writer of Shit Show for Scout. We did a Goonies homage cover by Brian Silverbacks with the collective. And on the back, it has a cool little Goonies Easter egg with one of the characters wearing a collective shirt. Those pre-orders have gone live. I'll drop a link once I get off of here. But Adam has actually given us some insight into the future of the series. and I feel like it'll be big. I feel like it'll be fun. So we've gone all in. We've got 250 print run on this exclusive cover, and the plan is to have them all signed by Adam, and then bring them back down here to Florida and bring Brian Silverbacks back down because he did the cover, and have him in store to sign and sketch and remark and all the awesome things that Brian Silverbacks does. So it's been awesome to just build the connections, because the community, this better than anybody, man. The community is what makes it all.
It is. It is. And what you said earlier about, COVID really bringing all of this to be just like this con. Okay.
Yeah.
If that didn't happen, you guys were still, and people were still setting up their tables at the cons, this would still just be a comic group.
Yep.
It would be no more than that. It would just be everybody showing off what they got and but because of COVID, it became how can I expose everybody? Get as much exposure for everybody as possible. Started sharing everybody's stuff. Working.
Well, and you started it, Pop.
What you did pays off. That's my payoff, dude. Because you took what I was doing and put them in the store.
Well,
put a store. And encourage other people to do the same.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? That'll catch on. Other stores are going to be like, man, the Collective's selling these books. We need to get these books. You see what I'm saying? That's going to catch on. That's going to snowball.
And what really made me, so I got an email. Yeah. Well, Brendan got the email, but he forwards me. I'm at that point that now I receive forwards from Brendan, so I know I'm kind of important. But we got an email from Roland Mann, who you guys may be familiar with, who is local to us. He's local. He teaches here in Central Florida. And I've been familiar with him, but haven't had a chance to reach out yet. So Roland actually reached out to Brendan. And in the email, he's introducing himself, talking about his books, but he has a blurb in there. And to me, when I read it, it was just like I had to stop for a second, because I'm like, wow. He said, so I've been hearing a lot about this store in Central Florida called The Collective and how they super support indie. And that means there's been word of mouth, which, we don't do it. I mean, Pops, we don't do it for the recognition. We do this because we love the comics. We love these people. Like, I think I've told you before when I've been on your show, I don't say like I don't put books in the store necessarily based on people's personality, but we don't have anybody in the store on our Collective Initiative shelf that we also wouldn't trust funding their Kickstarter and making sure we're going to get fulfilled. Essentially, everybody that we put on our wall, we believe are also not just good creators but good people, and that goes a long way. Yeah, and professional. And professional is big. That's huge for us. I told you this before. Self-promotion, like if you send us some, or if we buy some books, and everything like that, Will Sam Quinton's done a great job of it. Just tell your fans that we have the book. That's like something that costs you nothing, just go on your social media and be like, hey, we got the books at the Collective. I know Alan Johnson, we just got his book, and he went ahead and announced it. He's like, I've been waiting to announce this. Little things like that go a long way.
And he's going to be on later too, just so you know.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people on this con are in our store, whether it happens right before the con or right after the con. So,
and that's always going to be our connection, little brother. It's like the madness and the Collective. We're trying to create something bigger for everybody.
And now that we're doing store exclusive covers, and now that we're doing. I think we're about to do our third, and then the fourth is in the pipeline. The fourth one I'm really excited about. I'll announce it here once we have official. It involves using some not licenses, but likenesses. There was some legal stuff we had to go through to do this fourth store exclusive cover. And I say that only because we're doing something with somebody big, and we don't want to get sued. So we had to go through and check all of our ducks, because the last thing we want to do is do an awesome cover and then be given a cease and desist. But we have something cool in the works, and it's just getting. And actually, we're doing the new store in March, twice the square footage. So that means the Collective Initiative will be two spaces. So,
okay, check it out. It's almost your time's almost up, brother. I want the Collective pitch, bro. The Collective Initiative pitch. Right.
So, at the Collective, we absolutely love and support independent creators. we have the Collective Initiative, our self-published section of the wall, right next to Independence. We don't shove these guys in with Independence. It is specifically self-published. And in that section, we have signed books from the likes of Travis Gibb, Luke Stone, Dr. Baron Bell, Frank Bailey, Eric Dominguez, Joey Pineda, tons of people that you have seen on this show. And they all come signed. We do not charge a penny more for the signature. And really, it's just a way that we want to get great books that people may not know about in your hands. And hopefully, we don't want to say the only place you can do that is the Collective, but right now, one of the best places you can do it at is the Collective.
There you go. There you go.
So thank you so much, Pops.
Hey, man, you always got our support here, bro. You know that. It's like I said,
it, man. And we'll do a cover. We'll do a cover with the Madness sometime soon. I promise you. We'll have something cool.
And every show that I do, when somebody's putting out, well, Danny knows me.
Yeah.
We went live that morning when Jonathan and Brian were at the store.
He was a part of us selling copies online. It's a community effort, man.
Yes.
It's a community effort. So I really appreciate you guys. And
I always name two stores when I'm interviewing somebody that's got like a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo coming up. I know two big stores that are like 100% pro indie, and that's the Collective down in Florida and Space Cadets over in Texas from Comic Book Shopping Network.
Yeah, and we love to be in good company. You know, our plan is to get big. You know, we're going to get big, but we're not going to forget anybody. You know, that's our plan. Like, we are in Central Florida, and you'll hear about us when you go on vacation to see the mouse, but we're not going to forget anybody. We're still going to have self-published. We're still going to do Kickstarter. We're still going to do indie. It's all
in the Collective, baby.
Yes,
That's
sir.
how it is.
Yeah, but thank you so much, Pops. It's always fun being here with y'all. I'm glad to watch all the other guests. And, you know, anybody can feel free to reach out to me on Facebook or email me or through the store about getting their book in and things like that.
And you, sir, can hit me up anytime, man. Anytime.
Appreciate it. Keep kicking butt, guys.
All right. Peace, my friend. All right. Will, you coming back from one of the panels later, bro?
Sure. Just hit me up. I'll pop back in.
Or did you want to meet this guy before you left?
I just had I know Mike. Mike's been on my podcast like 5 times, I think.
And I will again, by gar.
Oh, I know. I'm sure you're probably gearing up another book as we speak on top of the big Badger novel.
I've been looking forward to this one all day because this guy's going to give us, let's see, Off-Worlder, Badger, Florida. How many pitches you going to throw at us in this 15 minutes?
I don't know. Let's see, 15 minutes. I can give 3 minutes to each pitch.
Let's do it.
All right. Right now, the big one is the Badger novel. And anybody familiar with the Badger, you're going to love this novel. Because the book is not a comic. It's a literary experience. And you just can go a lot deeper into the psychology of the characters. And you can create a picture with words that emotionally you can't create in a comic. I love comics, and I will never abandon them. It's just certain mediums are better for certain things. And if you want to go real in-depth and have a satisfying emotional experience, I think a novel is the best way to do it. Now, this novel is about how Badger quits Ham in disgust and opens his own martial arts studio. But that's just the start. It's really about the Badger versus the devil, because Badger befriends legendary blues guitarist Dalton Seabury, who years ago went down to the crossroads and made a deal. And now Dalton's getting to the end of his life, and the deal is coming true. And Ham decides to throw a 2-day blues festival in a field in Wisconsin. And the highlight will be the Dalton Seabury Blues Band versus the Devil and his band. You ask, well, what does Badger have to do with this? Well, Badger's instrumental because he's a blues fan from way back. And a lot of the story has to deal with Badger going to retrieve Dalton's guitar, which was stolen by the Devil's henchmen, who were a motorcycle gang called the Vong. And Vong means an evil spirit in Vietnamese. And there's a reason for that. The Vong all ride Harley live wires, which are these big electric motorcycles. And there's a reason for that too, because the devil lives in the internet, and he uses electronic transmissions like that. But it's got everything you like in Badger. There's a lot of martial arts, so a lot of it's very personal. But there's also a lot of laughter too, a lot of absurdity. It's a serious novel. It's a very serious novel, and your heart will be in your throat. There's a lot of laughs too, especially after he opens the studio and all these animals keep coming in to challenge him.
Well, I know that when Mike writes, Mike makes you think. And when he says, there's a reason for that, and there's a reason for that, and there's a reason for that, those are the places you're going to be thinking. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, it's got a lot of regular characters too. Ham, Daisy, Mavis, the Wombat. The Wombat plays a big part.
Cool.
Yeah, Larry's there too. There are a lot of Larrys.
Larry and Gary? How about Gary? How's Gary doing?
Gary's doing good. You're referring to the Florida Man graphic novel, which is live on Indiegogo. Guys, it's the funniest comic ever written. I guarantee you will burst out laughing multiple times. And if you haven't seen the art, go to Indiegogo and look up the Florida Man graphic novel. The art by Todd Mulrooney is going to make your jaw hit the floor. It's just stunning. It's just beautiful. More?
Yeah, I want to get that link up because,
Well, what's Florida Man about? It's about all those stories you've read about, and I have tried to distill the character into a novel. It was the inspiration, but a lot of those stories are just too unsavory for a protagonist to be likable, and so it's not about those. But and in many ways, Gary's the most admirable character in the book. He's got a big heart. He's just got a hair-trigger temper. He likes to drink. He likes to get high. He's always looking for a quick buck, and he makes a lot of bad decisions. And it starts with him falling drunk off his balcony and knocking himself out, which is how he finds his phone, which is how he finds out that his girl Crystal's in jail for getting naked at a Waffle Hut and licking the manager. So Gary's first order of business is to raise the $500 needed for her bail. And it's just one thing after another. He's up, he's down, he's up, he's down, and the situations become increasingly absurd. I wish I could tell you what's in that graphic novel, but it is so shocking that I can't give it away. But there's a lot of stuff in there. I just say that I guarantee you burst out laughing multiple times. It's based on my novel, Florida Man, which is by far my most successful novel. I've written a sequel called Florida Man 2 Hogzilla.
I think what he wants to know is all the locations, actual Florida locations.
Absolutely. I've been to Florida many times. I don't live there, but I've been there enough to know. And also I did a lot of research. And if you go to Amazon and just look up Florida Man by Mike Baer and look at the reviews, there's one 5-star review after another from people who live in Florida who say, he nailed it. I'm sure I know all these characters. And there are a lot of 1-star reviews because people were outraged at the language, but it says vile and unsavory right on the cover. So, I mean, I'm not trying to hide anything. More.
Hail Simon Simpolier. He's you out there watching. Here you go.
No. He wakes up in the morning. And that's how he finds his phone, because he's looking for his phone the previous evening. But him and Floyd they're smoking a little dope, they drink a little shine, and they do that not constantly, but a lot throughout the book. And it leads to bad decisions. Like when he's finally forced to work in a burger joint at the window, because, this is after he wins the money? I can't remember. Anyhow, he's working at the burger joint, and he hands the guy the burger, and he got the order wrong. He left off the tomato or something. The guy throws the burger back at him and hits him. And so Gary just lunges out the window, through the window of the guy's car, and they start fighting in his car. And the car drifts into traffic and gets into an accident, and then they both go to jail. And that's how Gary meets his manager.
Most actually.
Oh, yeah, and let me backtrack. Badger novel. We're giving these away. It's the Badger coloring book. A lot of people have never seen it. And it's just filled with stunning art that few people have ever seen. It's just beautiful. A lot of unseen art in here. Stephen Butler, Jeffrey Butler, Bill Reinhold, Steve Rude. It's in the book. We got I think 15 of those to give away.
And you're giving those away to people who
At a certain tier. I don't know. My wife Ann set the Kickstarter up, and she set the levels. And you could, of course, just order the basic novel. It's going to be about 350 pages long. It's a big book. And I'm pretty sure you're going to like it. You know, my goal as a writer, as always, is to grab the reader by the throat and drag him into the narrative to the exclusion of all else.
How many times y'all heard me say that today?
How you were stealing my thunder?
Dude, I've been using your lines, but I've been crediting you for your line.
That's fine. It's not an original thought. I had a teacher once who said, you make them laugh a little bit, you make them cry a little bit, you scare the hell out of them, and that's entertainment. And I think that's a good thing to keep in mind. Every writer has rules, but my 3 rules are: number 1, it's my job to entertain, and I never forget that. Number 2, show don't tell. And number 3, be original.
Be original, yes.
Yeah. Now I got one more here for anyone who is interested, which is the Nexus Lone Star Bigfoot Bill crossover. And Mike S. Miller and Doug Tenopple have been kind enough to let me play in their backyards with their characters. It's a 48-page book being illustrated by Matt Weldon, and the art is jaw-droppingly great. I urge you to go check it out on Indiegogo. It's called Monster Hunt 2, Let's Get Kraken. And it's called that because it's Doug's character, the Kraken, which Bigfoot Bill wears as a shirt, is instrumental to the story. And you might think it's a silly story, but nothing could be further from the truth. It's about Nexus trying to stop Gormondo from eating Earth. But years ago, the dude asked me, what's the ultimate Nexus story? And I instantly answered Nexus versus Galactus. But since we don't own Galactus, we had to create our own. And we call him Gormondo. But he's a pretty serious character. And in fact, the dude is printing up his own version of Gormondo. It's going to be coming out shortly. It's a 120-page graphic novel. I've seen the art. It's just stunning. But it's not like the novel I wrote, the Nexus novel, which is the same story. But anyhow, I decided to recycle Gormondo in the Nexus Lone Star Bigfoot Bill comic because I wanted the story to have a lot of weight. I want people to remember it, and they will.
It's kind of amazing because now I just want you guys to know also that Mike is the kind of guy that he'll talk to you about his book after you read it.
Endlessly.
There's a quiz coming.
You can hit Mike up and say, yo, man, just read your book, and this is what I think. And Mike will talk to you about your book, about the book. It's awesome.
I love to talk about my book or any book that I've read.
But you have one more. What about Offworlder?
Yeah, Offworlder, this is our 3rd time at bat. We just have a little ways to go. It's a science fiction story. You might call it Highlander in space. And it's superb. The art by Jori Armengol is going to make your jaw hit the floor. So go check out Offworlder. It's both on Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Just Google Offworlder comic on Kickstarter or Indiegogo. And it's about a 6th century Viking who's in the midst of battling off Viking invaders. He's a Scotsman. The bad guys are Vikings. A 6th century Scotsman named James Gunn, who's battling Viking invaders, when all of a sudden an alien craft arrives and plucks him out of battle, having decided that he's the ideal specimen to turn into a champion for them to stop their own world being overrun by another alien race. There are elements of the Silver Surfer in here. Some people refer to it as Highlander in space, but it's just beautiful. I'm very proud of the script. It involves an Egyptian princess who's forced to flee Alexandria on the eve of the Muslim invasion, which destroyed the library of Alexandria. And the Scots and the Vikings are battling down at the beach when her ship, her bark, pulls up, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. So the fighting just stops as everybody just says, wait a minute, we got to take a pause here until we learn what's happening. So she's able to get ashore and seek out James Gunn and say, I was told by my seers, by my avatars, that I need to align with you to save the earth, which doesn't make James Gunn's wife very happy. And that's just one of the elements in there. But it's ready to go, and we have a graphic novel planned, but the first 24-page story is unforgettable. There's no part of it that doesn't contribute to the story, and it's people are going to love it. Whether you like science fiction, superheroes, or comics, it hits on all cylinders.
Cool. Mike, it's always great to see you, brother. It's always great talking to you.
Thanks, you pops.
I noticed that Ann is taking charge over there now.
Ann's the only person who knows how to run a crowdfunder in this house.
We appreciate her. Make sure you send her the love from the madness, brother.
I will. I can barely operate this computer. It's a miracle we can speak to each other.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same way. You don't know how amazed I am at the end of every one of these that we got through it. Appreciate you coming out, man. As always. Will, I'm going to let you go till 4, dude.
Thanks, Pops.
Go get you a snack, man.
A snack. Yeah, I'm going to go put some ribs on the Barbie.
Oh, there you go. That's a snack.
And then she'll yell at me, quit putting ribs on me.
Oh. Bye. Phil, are you with me?
Intermittently. I'm still getting settled back in. Getting
Do
settled
you
back
know
in,
this-
man. Huh?
Do you know this next guy?
I'm not sure.
Mr. Simon.
Well, hello. How you guys doing?
How you doing?
Doing good, man. How about you?
I'm doing great. Still waking up.
I've been doing that for the last 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm at 2, so halfway through. I'll be awake in a few minutes.
Sarah, all you got to do is hit Mike up and he will give you each individual pitch, but there's like 5 books to cover, so that's just how it goes with Mike.
Yeah.
Sim, I want you to give us a little bit of background, and then if you have an elevator pitch ready to go, we will do that.
No problem. Well, a little background on me is I've been into comics and movies and animation all my life. I'm a self-taught illustrator. Then I went and studied movie making and 3D animation and digital design at university. So my background technically started by I self-published my first fanzine in 2009 called The Wolf Dragon, which was the last dragon born in human form raised by an immortal knight, and that's what got me noticed by Heroes of the North, the web series, which I ended up doing some comics for them, and a magazine called Zidara 9 here in Quebec, which is a French heavy metal, and that's how I started with Nat de Merc, which leads to my campaign right now, Tales from an Adverse, which is reprinting those first 3 stories that I printed there, plus continuing it and leading all to the main series called Nat de Merc.
Okay, so if we're just meeting, and I notice something about you that tells me that you're into comics, and I say, hey man, what comics are you into? And you're like, well, I'm not going to tell them what comics I'm into. I'm going to tell them that I'm a comic creator. How are you going to sell me on your book?
Sell me on your book. It's quite easy. Hey guy, you like the Lobo, the heavy metal years? Do you remember heavy metal magazine?
Heavy metal.
Right? This is what made me want to be a comic book artist. I saw Frazetta, Stealth Dealer. I saw the Batman, the Dark Knight, and those Claremont, Jim Lee, Silvestri years of the X-Men, and that's what made me a comic book creator. So if you like anything that's heavy metal, 2000 AD, European comics, you like manga, you like all of that stuff that's comic book related, yeah, but I mix everything in mine.
Bill, I think this is where you step in.
What's that? Oh yeah. Well, same with me, man. Heavy metal really kicked me into gear. I mean, that's just, I got straight away from the the capes and stuff for a while, and it all became the European artists and stuff I would see in heavy metal or metal Hurlan or 2000 and AD.
Yeah, I'm a huge Meta Baron and the Ankle and all those type of comics. I'm a Jodorowsky fan.
Oh yeah, Corbin, Bisley,
Mobius, Enki Bilal,
all those guys.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I write that manga, and I'm a big comic book, American fan. But the thing is, one of the things that I think people forget is the first superhero came from sci-fi. Like superhero comics, the base of superhero comics, it's science fiction or fantasy.
Yeah.
Period. So. Stop trying to make the next Superman, because they weren't trying to make the next Superman when they made Superman. They were trying to make an alien that was coming to live here on Earth. It's like the same thing that they did with Grandizer. It was the lost prince of a dead planet that got overrun, that came to hide here to be try and protect us because we're similar to their world. So it's a sci-fi that ended up being superhero. What makes the superhero is the resolve behind the character. It's Spider-Man, it's a sci-fi. Radioactive experiment on freaking spiders that ended up getting bit by it. Or, either that or it's magical.
Right, yeah, yep. Sci-fi or fantasy, absolutely.
Yep. The thing is, what makes superheroes that usually the story is based on, black or white. While usually the rest of the stories try to play in that gray area between the black or white. It's, it's not just good and evil usually. Which is why a lot of people are, kind of revolve around some more about it around that type of book when they get older, past the teenage years. This is usually where you discover Heavy Metal Magazine and all those stuff, more mature.
Oh yeah, yep.
And that's pretty much what I try to offer.
Well, I've been kind of following this one for a while.
And I think I've delivered with Blood Hunt. Most of my backers are pretty happy with it. And this is me coming back with Tales from the Adverse. And you can also find both of my books. If you haven't got Blood Hunt, that's a 74-page book. Well, you can get it there. I still got some first printing there.
So you want to... let's take a look. Just because I just happen to have it.
Do you want me to show some stuff too?
This stuff?
I got some stuff here in better resolution.
You got different stuff?
Like, I got this here?
Oh, hold on. Let me get mine out the way. We'll
open up. I got the stuff.
Let's show off a bit. This is the cockpit scene. That's from the actual series Not the Merc that we're all building up with Tales from the Adverse. Because Not the Merc is the number one of Not the Merc launches after Tales from the Adverse 3.
Okay.
I got like at least 12 books lined up for this.
I'm gonna say right now, the colors, dude, colors popping.
Oh yeah,
colors popping on that.
Those are my colors, and it's all going to be recolored by somebody called Scotsman, who's coloring a book called Xenotype right now. So he's a professional colorist and inker that used to work for Marvel and DC a while back, and Image.
Well, my boy Phil here just happens to be a colorist. No. But no, I mean, as a fan, it's like color is part of the art. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If a part of the art grabs your attention to that part of the page, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes it's the pencils, the lines, sometimes it's the color that makes you look at that one little thing that is in the background that nobody really paid attention to, but the person who drew it knew exactly what they were doing, and they highlighted it in a color that made you look.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? A lot of people don't realize how much colorists can draw your attention to a certain part of a panel.
Oh, dude, there's you'll find a colorist that you just match, like that guy here, Inkspot. Like everything we do that we've experimented on, we just mix well. Like this is him painting over my pencils. This is going to be like a cover for Tales from the Adverse 2 and a print that comes with the book now when you buy Tales from the Adverse 1.
Nice.
That's a fully painted over my pencils.
Nice, yeah. I love painted work. I love to do painted work. I love seeing painted work.
And this is his coloring, his type of coloring over my line on my inks.
Very cool.
And that's going to be the interior cover and the credit page of the Tales from the Adverse one. So on the side here, on the right side, you're going to see all like the names with the letters blasting out of the explosion.
And you will see this highlighted once in a while on the banner above the comic related magnets. Because Sim sent me a banner that I can highlight on top of the comic related magnets.
And he also did this for the interior back cover. This is going to be me saying thank you for reading and see you next time.
Oh, cool.
And for all the ladies, here's my ass. Oh.
Yeah, come on. I overly sexualize equally, dude. Come on.
There you go. Equal opportunity, man.
You have to show off the guys, like, you know, come on. Beefcake and cheesecake, right?
I ain't gonna complain at all. Gotta keep them ladies happy, right, Sarah?
Keep it fair across the board.
Yeah. And here you have the colors from my friend Michael Beacon from Seven Legions, who's coloring the Royal Rumble story. And this is him coloring the cover. And if you can see, I do really, really, really in details.
Oh yeah. That is cool.
You have Invader Zim, Bender, Mars Attack.
Oh man.
Are you my mummy? Are you my mummy? Remember that from Doctor Who?
Yeah.
You have my friend Chris that we keep making fun of his big nose, so he's there as a nose alien.
Oh, I love Easter eggs like that.
You have Job from Tripping the Riff.
Yeah. Yeah. Tripping the Rift. Oh, yeah.
Something McKinsey, Warren McKinsey or something like that. Swarms
Alf?
McKinsey.
Alf?
Alf.
And Marvin the Martian? Yeah.
Eating a cat chow, yeah. Because he eats cat, right? And
get it.
okay, do we have to admit you're gonna need a magnifying glass to get those? But I like to have fun like that.
That's awesome.
See, look at the ships here. You have the
love
Planet
all that
Express.
rendering.
The
That
Planet
rendering.
Express. You have the Captain Harlock ship. You have the Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy ship here. You have the Firefly, and that's not ship.
Yeah. Space battleship Yamato.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice.
So I like to do little winks like that and everything.
That is cool, and I love the rendering on that one.
Oh, dude, Beacon is going full Super Saiyan on colors on this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What else is there anything else I'd like to show before? Oh yeah. Where is it? This is the Blood Hunt cover. For people that don't know Blood Hunt yet, that's an assassin vampire. Not a vampire assassin, don't get me wrong here. This is a monster for hire. Not, you know, he's not a superhero trying to eliminate vampires to save all humans. No, he's not. Trust me, you've never read a vampire story like that. And if you're a guy that likes those classic movies like Payback or Shoot 'Em Up, imagine that made with a fucking vampire. Or John Wick again.
So basically, an anti-hero.
Yeah, he's like, imagine John Wick just got, changed into a vampire by Dracula, one of the eldest vampire ever.
And then somebody killed his dog.
Yeah. Pretty much. And I've been saying it's the most filled action-packed book you can have. 74 page of bloody fucking mayhem from page 1 to the last page. You won't be disappointed. It's a ballet of blood.
Oh yeah.
For all the blood and gore you need. Netverse.
Yep. So Tales from the Adverse, the quick pitch is this. Tales from the Adverse is an anthology series. It comes with 5 short stories, and it's a world building experiment that leads into Tales from the into Not the Merc. Not the Merc is the story of Nat, and when we get to Not the Merc, after Tales from the Adverse 3, you'll be aware of the entire environment and world that breeds around Nat and everything that he knows. So that's the point why I'm doing Tales from the Adverse. It's so you get to meet all the environment, the characters around him, friends or foes, you don't know. You might meet a character in Tales from the Adverse that will end up being the fucking bad guy.
Right.
They may not be friends. But the thing is, I want to get when I get to the main story of Nat, is I want you to be aware of everything that he knows, to be aware of the universe that's breeding, living around him, that there's pirates, that there's this, that there's that, and what the fuck is the Federation? Well, you'll find out. before we start.
Stay tuned. Stage for Nat the Merc.
So like one of the things that I can say is you don't even know, like some of the stories will happen before Nat the Merc or after or during. Like the story of Royal Rumble, the one I just showed you there, right? The with Queen Elrica.
Right.
That story happens during the series of Nat the Merc. So there's a point during Nat the Merc where he's gonna go, I need to go talk to Elrica, and he's gonna walk in at the end of that short story.
Cool.
That's what I'm doing with Tales from the Adverse. Or like we could pull the Boba effect. You've seen a character that I put in one of the stories, and you're like, dude, I really like that fucker, and I'll be like, well, he's gonna be the next Tales from the Adverse. Get it?
There you go. There you go. Simon, it's always great talking to you, man.
It's always fun coming here. I like what you do, dude. I've been supporting you. I may not be really active on Facebook, people. If you try to reach me on Facebook, you can.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a bit longer.
He's out there on Twitter.
I'm more active on Twitter.
So how can they reach you in the different platforms?
I'm on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. You can find me on. You can send me an email if you find me on my accounts. You can find an email and send it to me. You can reach me on my campaign as well. The reason why I say please, it's like because some people, like, after 3 days you don't answer, they're like, he's ignoring me. I'm like, no, I'm not. I don't ignore people.
No, actually, I had to find that out myself because I had invited him out before, and then I was sending him Facebook messages, and he get no response. And I went out on Twitter, and I was like, yo, man. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm never on Facebook.
I barely go on Facebook, like. So you hit me up on Twitter, you'll have an answer. If you don't, like, what I like to tell people is give me 3 days, like send me a message. If there's no answer between in 3 days, go, hey, what's up, dude? Don't get upset. There's a lot of messages. Sometimes your phone's open or something's open, like another window's open. You won't see the pop up of the message. It gets crazy. Like, dude, I can tell you, like, going from 76 followers to over 2,000, it gets crazy in your DMs.
Oh yeah.
Especially with all the DM groups.
What's your Addy on Twitter?
At Simon Potier.
Okay.
Pothier.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's French, but not French, Canadian French. So not French, American. That speaks French.
There you go. Always good to talk to you, Simon. We'll definitely make sure you get an invite to next month because, January everybody's gonna get a full slot again. We'll go back to 2 days. I'm just, it's December. Nobody's got time.
Yeah,
for
but
this.
honestly, you should do like like the bigger plan, like the bigger platform, like regularly, but not as often. But you should do these more often. I like these, like 15 minutes pitch. You should alternate. Like I really do like this. It's like, hey, you have 5 minutes. Come pitch. Bye.
Yeah.
I will consider this as a possible in between the con thing.
Yeah.
Maybe a pitch in the middle of the month or something.
I'm liking it. It's a fun thing. It's different than going on the stream for like a half an hour or something, or an hour, right? You're just going in and like, okay, let's pitch.
Yeah.
All right. I will see you next month, sir. And
Later, and nice meeting you, Phil. And
Yeah,
as
you
always,
too.
Pops, talk to you later.
Peace.
Bye, everyone.
And we have next. Oh, I'm looking forward to this pitch. I'm looking forward to this.
Good evening, Pops, and good evening, Phil. How the devil art thou?
Hello. Good to meet you, man.
It's good to meet you too, man. Good to meet you too.
Now, Lucifer Storm, I want you to give everybody a little bit of your background, and then we'll throw the pitch at them and show off what we're talking about. All right? So,
Cool.
Go ahead, tell us where you came from, man.
Okay, as Pops has already said, I'm Lucifer Storm. I come from the UK. I'm an award-winning independent graphic novelist right in the south of the UK. I do outlaw comics, stuff that you really should not give to your kids.
So, now you know this is not a kid's book.
Who doesn't
let me
like
get
a
that,
good outlaw comic, man?
Exactly. There's not enough of them around, and I'm just adding to that as best as I can.
Well, awesome.
There you go. Get that up so that people know where to go look. There you go. All right. So, um, how did you find your way into doing what you do?
I found my way into doing what I do because since I was knee high to a grasshopper, I've been into comic books and stuff. And it was shortly after my dad passed away back in 2010 that I was like, you know what? I could continue going from job to job that I fucking hate, or I can do something that I really want to do. And what I wanted to do was tell stories, and I wanted to tell them in the medium of comics. So I took the jump. I took the leap, man. I had nothing, not even a life raft with me, and I was just like, damn, I'm going straight in there and I'm not giving a fuck.
I hear you. I'm right there with you, man.
Good, man. I'm glad I'm not alone.
So is this going to be your first crowdfunder?
Yes, this is going to be my first crowdfunding campaign for my forthcoming graphic novel, Lady Satan, an Angel in a Killer's Dress.
All right. So I'm walking past you on the street and I see something that makes me think that you're into comics, and I'm like, dude, you into comics? What's up? And you say to me to pitch your book because you don't care about them other comics. You're selling a book right now.
Hell yeah.
Tell me why I'm going to go run over to or pick up my phone and look at your Kickstarter or your crowdfunder. Give me the reason.
You're going to look at my crowdfunder because Lady Satan is a personal journey through darkness and vengeance. This is a gritty thriller, a revenge thriller that takes elements of the thriller genre and the horror genre and blends them together with a noir aesthetic to create a haunting story.
There you go. You see that?
That's how you do that.
That's an elevator pitch, y'all. Yeah, there you go. Already interested when not meant for your kids.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much.
In a world not meant for your kids.
Also, and she loves your accent too, bro.
Oh, bless you. Bless you in your cotton socks. I'll just keep talking then. Why not?
You still got time.
You have the floor, man.
So how about I tell you guys about the story?
Do that, yes.
Okay,
please.
and let me pop this up so you can.
Oh yes.
Tell us what you want. This is the lady the man is talking about, right?
Lady Satan.
Oh yes. Oh, and she is lovely. She is deadly as hell as well. I'm going to show you some interior artwork whilst I do this as well. But Lady Satan, an Angel in a Killer's Dress, is the story of Lucille. She is a stripper from France who was abducted to be the lead in a snuff film. But unlike anyone else, she survived. You've got to be one tough motherfucker to survive something like that. But of course, it didn't leave her unscarred. Because of it, she now suffers with PTSD, PGAD, anxiety, and a lot of other different mental disorders. But she ends up taking the mantle of Lady Satan and goes out there to fight criminals. She takes her down small-time crooks and big-time crooks because she's trying to find the only existing copy of the snuff film that she was in, because she believes if she can find it and destroy it, then it will rectify everything. She can go back to having a normal life. But on her journey, she ends up on British soil and finds out that the man who tortured and abused her in front of a camera for everyone to see, for it to be duplicated and distributed out there, is a high-ranking British police officer who is under investigation from the MI5. She has one chance, and one chance only, to exact her revenge on him.
Wow.
Awesome.
And there
Who's
you go.
not down with this?
Welcome to the stage, Lady Satan.
Yeah, I'm telling you, already want to read it and own it.
Oh,
Want to back it. Look at that. There you go. You got people.
This is lovely because we are currently in the pre-launch campaign, but I can tell you now, on Monday, the campaign will launch officially. The book will be available as a soft cover and a hard cover as well. What time is it launching on Monday? It's going to be around noon UK time. So EST, that's about 7 o'clock in the morning. So
7
you
o'clock
guys,
in the morning.
yeah, so you guys in the States, you can get up early and you can go and back the book and
I had
check
a little
this out.
something different in mind. If you don't mind, I mean, you could probably get me to get up that early and help you do a launch party if you want.
Hey, I'd be down for that. I
Who
would
all
be down.
wants to see Pops get up early tomorrow and do this again?
And you know, there's a lot to look forward to with this campaign because, like I said, this book's available in softcover and hardcover. I'm the guy who's written it, illustrated it, lettered it. I've got a guy called John Wakefield who's doing the editorial stuff, and he is a genius when it comes to that. But on top of that, there is a fan art section. So if anyone wants to do any fan art and send it in before the book goes to print, your stuff could end up in the book. And I've also got Robert Geronimo from Alterna Comics, who's the guy responsible for Blood Realm. He's writing the foreword for this book as well. So this is really a book that you want in your collection. If you're a fan of The Crow, Faust, Grips, Scars, all that good stuff, Preacher, Sin City, then you want this book on that shelf along with them.
Well, I don't know how many viewers we're going to have at 7 in the morning, but if you want me to come out here and help you launch this thing, man, you got me.
Hey,
right?
Pops, I would love that. That would be cool.
All right, I'm going to set my alarm for 6 o'clock in the freaking morning.
And then we can all just watch the stream when we wake up at noon.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I'll make sure we'll make sure it goes instead of to my YouTube page. We'll send that one to just straight to the group.
Yeah,
so that we don't have to do a bunch of screwing around. We'll just send it straight to the group, so that the madness people can see it and they can share it out from there everywhere they want.
That sounds cool to me.
Because my YouTube channel only has 120 subscribers, but the group has 1,900 people in it. So.
But it's not quantity; it's quality that counts.
Right, but what I'm saying is the reach.
That's true.
It's your launch party. We want to get to the largest.
We want to get it out to as many people as possible.
The largest that we can
want
get
those eyes on it, man.
Oh hell yes! Oh, that's a great comment, Sarah. That is fantastic. And Hex Allen Comics, I love this guy. This guy is awesome. People should be paying more attention to Hex Allen Comics.
Yes. And he also made an appearance out here with us before. So, it's like the whole thing is growing, it's catching on. We're getting more and more exposure. And I love it that you came out again after we met last month and that you were like willing to come out here and pitch your book like that. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's like you took a little time and you said, okay, how would I pitch this? How will I do this? And that's what we're looking for, man.
Yeah, damn straight. Because look, I'm a guy who wears his heart on his sleeve, and I put all that passion into my book. So I want people to know right off the bat how much I love this story and I love this character. This is 130 plus pages of self-contained outlaw comics. This is the kind of book when I was a teenager, when I go to the comic store to pick up my latest issue of Spawn, this is the kind of book I want to see on the shelf that would make me go, I don't know what that is, but I'm in love.
Absolutely.
I kind of felt that way about your book right away when I seen it too. It was like, yeah, that's kind of up my alley. Same as what's the other one? Burn Residue, a pretty intense revenge story. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just like revenge stories.
Who doesn't love a good revenge story?
I just like somebody getting their comeuppance when they just been a shit.
Hell yeah. And when someone's like being abducted for a snuff movie, like that's a world of shit none of us have been through. It's like, okay, you get license to do what the fuck you want when you get your revenge. You go girl.
It kind of is like that. I'm looking forward to where you take it. I don't want to know too much. Everybody knows I'm not a spoiler guy. I'm not a trailer guy. I don't watch movie trailers. I try to avoid spoilers because
I can understand that.
I mean, I want to read it when it the whole thing as it happens. Like
Hell yeah.
The book that Raj wrote me in. I still have not seen script, have not seen anything. Okay, I'm in this book. I'm waiting till it arrives at my house.
Oh,
You
yes,
see what I'm saying? It's
you're
like
gonna love that.
That's the kind of stuff. It's like the anticipation, the build up. When
Oh,
you,
yes.
yeah, just what she's saying right here. You can hear the passion. It makes a huge difference in the pitch. The build up, how you get people, how you get their anticipatory glands flowing. I don't even know how you want to say this, but when the anticipation builds up, I tell people about Christmas. When you were a kid, Christmas took forever to get here because you're patient, man, and now you're old, and Christmas is just like another day come and goes, right? It's like there's no long wait. There's no because you're not anticipating it as much as you did when you were young.
Father Christmas, give us some comics.
There you go. I try to keep that love alive, man. I try to keep that anticipation alive in me because I know when that goes away, you get old.
Yeah, and that's fucking scary, man. Getting old's a trap. Stay away from it.
I just try to keep having things to look forward to that make time go slow.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So you can really savor it.
Yes. The things that make time slow down are the things you can't wait for.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And
I can't wait to get this book out there. Don't get me wrong, there is that little part of me that's like, oh shit, the anxiety started to kick in a bit, but that's part of the fun of doing a book like this one. And like I can honestly say, if there's anyone out there who's taking a look at this book and is thinking, I don't know, should I, shouldn't I? The best thing I could say to you right now is if you're easily offended, don't do it. You will hate this book. If you like political correctness, you will hate Lady Satan with every fiber of your being.
There you go. There you go. This is real from about 10 years ago, y'all.
Hell yeah.
when we were allowed to say whatever,
Exactly.
The way it should
be.
Great.
There is no box.
Yes. It's great seeing you again, dude, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again next month. But tomorrow morning, we will kick this thing off, man.
And where can we find you at, man?
You can find me at luciferstorm.com. You can also find me on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Just look for Lucifer Storm or The Lucifer Storm.
There you
All
go.
right, I'm there.
There you go.
Nice, man. Nice. It was great meeting you, Phil and Pops. It is always a pleasure and never a chore to be in your presence, good sir.
Dude,
Thank you. Good talking to you,
We'll see
man.
you tomorrow morning.
Take care, guys. See you soon.
You rock,
Hey,
man.
and you might as well go make a promo about that too. You're going to be live in the madness at 7 a.m.
I
or
will
whatever
do.
time your time. Let your local people know too.
I will do, man.
All right, because I ain't going to
Cool,
have
cool.
time to make a promo today. I'm going to be busy all day. You're going to have to handle that for me.
I can
Make a
do that. That's
promo.
no problem.
Put it up in the madness.
That's cool by me, man. You take care of yourself, all right?
All right. Peace.
Peace.
Mr. William Samuel Quinn.
Holy crap. I didn't know that's who was next even. All right, I got here in time too then for that.
Hey guys.
Awesome. What's up, Sam?
You're gonna have to excuse the mess. I've got 5 cases of Gemini mailers behind me, 3 cases of
That's
the
not a
big
mess, brother. That's progress.
bubble mailers. Yeah.
I'm still cleaning some of that up. I just went out and picked up a new hard drive at the post office, man. So
Yeah, I've been running behind on two releases, so I've been trying to find time to get it done, but we had some stuff that happened that kind of slowed things down the last couple of weeks specifically. Well, before that too, but this last week's been pretty tough. So I'm really glad to be here today. I tell you.
well, we're glad to see you here, man.
He actually didn't think he was going to be here today.
Well,
But I'm glad you are. And
you want to see something cool?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
So, for those of you who have received big boxes of comics before from your printer, this is the 3rd box of these that I'm into out of that that 3,000 press run. So yeah, each box has 180 of them. 2 are now empty, and
2
so
are empty already.
yeah, and then that one's halfway. So
Get that banner out there. Hold on. Sorry about
that's
that.
good. So thanks to everyone in the madness who's been picking up 47 Furious Tales. Next time, get it through the Kickstarter campaign so that we can package it with your issue too.
Oh yeah.
47 Furious Tales.
I know, right? Yeah, issue 2 is still being colored. I think we're gonna have an update that we'll put out
Okay,
either
hold on.
tonight or
now.
tomorrow.
Let's backtrack this a little bit. Let's give everybody a little bit of your background, where you're from, why you got into comics, and then we'll hear your pitch, and then we'll show everybody the book and talk about where to get it.
Okay. Well, where I'm from is we'll abbreviate to recently. I'm here in Frankfort, Kentucky. I own Sinopa Publishing, and we produce 47 Furious Tales as well as role-playing game books.
All the awesome stuff.
All the awesome stuff. And actually, we're going to be releasing our first novella in 2021. And so long as our artist for that and I can come to an agreement, we'll be having someone do the cover art.
Awesome.
Someone I know.
Yep, he and I will be talking about that after the holidays. Yep. So I'm not going to throw him under the bus right now. I just want to make sure that we've got our contract signed, our I's dotted, and our T's crossed before we let the good news out.
Oh yeah.
Well, Rocky's impressed. He's over here talking about it.
So that'll be fun. Yeah, we 47 Furious Tales is our telling of the Aiko incident, the 47 Ronin story. With I wrote it, arts by Alexia Veldhausen, who did just a remarkable job. Tease out issue 1 a little bit. Nice. And issue 2 is what's being colored right now. And I've got a little something. Let me see if I can pull this up so we can share the screen on it. It's going to take just a moment. All right. And we'll have a brief moment of just absolute insanity. And then you guys should be able to see this.
Nice. I
Now,
love that page.
The other things too is that her colors on these have just been absolutely remarkable as well. We had lettering done this time by Brian Lee to help streamline our processes a little bit. He did a really nice job adding in our data and such, and just really, really fantastic style for the lettering on there. Pardon me. Sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to shake this off still. But yeah, it's been absolutely remarkable to see the book coming to life. Which, this is the second comic I've released, and really, really excited to do many, many more in the future. Not just 47 Furious Tales, but our dystopian fantasy Adventure Quest, Super Willow, and a few other titles that we've got in development. So it should be pretty nifty. So long as we can keep our crowdfunding support coming, we'll be A-okay to produce really cool stuff.
And you've been doing a fine job of that so far, good sir.
Running a little behind on these last two, but the quality on this, give you another little sneak peek. I think you'll like this. This will take a minute for me to set up, though. Been working on squaring away some formatting issues because the D&D adventure, Death Comes to Glenfollow, was done except for formatting in a couple of art pieces, and then I was formatting the cover page and accidentally saved over the entire book. That was back in September, so I've been rebuilding and reformatting the entire book since then. It's been, and the book took me a year to write, so it's been tough. It's been tough getting that done. But the good news is that it's looking really, really strong. It actually looks better now than it did before I accidentally saved over it. So I guess necessity is the mother of invention, I suppose. But this is little sneak peek behind the camera. What we're looking at for our adventure encounters. So the pagination is going to change a little bit because I have a couple of placeholders in front of this one, because we've got some pages for our main big bad that's coming in, but all the color coding has been matched up. We've got the pagination set correctly. All of our interior maps are coming in nicely. We are going to be inputting a new map in here, which is being done by James Lee to make things even more special. And then, of course, we've got some cool, easy references for our game masters in here, so that they can find, what happens when people decide to try and backtrack where the bad guys come from. And of course, the whole thing is designed to be easily run, easily used by game masters. So it's been a real labor of love, and probably taken 5 years off my life trying to rebuild this thing, and reformat it and everything in the span of a couple of months, whereas it took over a year to create the first time. So helpful hint, make sure that your online drives are synced correctly, so that you have your files backed up right. And then I would recommend printing everything as you finish a revision.
I just picked up a new hard drive just for backup. I can't afford to lose anything right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's just absolutely atrocious. And it was literally just because I had the file name in my file name scheme, and I had been saving the work I'd finished up polishing a couple of spots before. And when I went to save the formatted cover file, I hadn't changed the file name scheme and literally wiped out the entire file.
Oh, man.
It was atrocious. But the good news, if you can call it good, is that it is looking a lot better than it was before. And of course, we're going to get this out very, very quickly. I'm hoping to have the most, if not all of it, done in the next 4 days. I was going to have it done last weekend, but I had a gentleman I know died, and so it kind of yeah.
Sorry to hear that, buddy.
Yeah, I was too. It wasn't expected, but gotta roll with the punches. Gotta get this stuff out. It's a little late, so.
Right.
And I hate being late more than anything. So there you go. But we got.
Have you considered maybe a little dedication in the book to your friend?
No.
I'm just throwing out that, like a lot of times when something happens during a project that affects people like that, and it's like, now I can use that as always something to remember that at that time that's what I was doing and what it meant to me. You know?
There's a few complications for that, and his wife wouldn't want it, so I'll tell you sometime when we're not live streaming too. It's kind of it's a touchy issue, so. But CRoM Con, guys, last one of the year, and
I can't believe we're doing this again.
Made it through the year.
Yeah,
we've done it every month for 9 months. It's pretty
I'll
great.
tell you, man, that's a tough schedule. You might want to give yourself a little more breathing room. Maybe do one every 3 months or so, and do it like a quarterly thing, so you can take a big deep breath and let it out.
I get to back off to when the cons start again. Then I get to back off to doing it, annually or biannually, and a bigger deal out of it, and probably have, by then maybe be able to actually do it on the floor of a con.
I know, right? Wouldn't that be cool?
That's kind of my goal.
I'm supposed to go to Garden State in 2021. We prepaid for this year, and they carried it forward to next year for us. So we'll have a vendor booth there. It's in that's looking in July is when it should be happening. And so so long as we are actually having cons again by that point, I'll be up in New Jersey with Brian Lee, Rebecca Colthart, Alexia Veldhausen. I don't remember who all else we'll have there. I think Zach Viola is going to be there with us too. So it should be a pretty nifty thing to do. I'm going to hopefully slip away a little bit, go say hey to Jimmy Palmiotti, because he's usually there. And then if Billy Tushy's there, I'm going to slip on over and say hey to him because he's been doing so much this year. It's just absolutely amazing.
It's crazy because somebody told me that they heard about CRoM Con watching a live stream that Billy Tushy was on. And he was mentioning it. And it's like, I didn't know Billy Tushy knew what we were doing over here.
Yeah.
He's more than welcome to come join us anytime. I just
Niall's in the madness too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So I imagine Niall sees it all the time too.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I didn't realize that people were paying attention.
Right.
I mean, until you hear something like that, when somebody comes back, I heard it from Dude, and you're like, from Dude? No way.
No. I'll tell you one thing I'm looking at is one of the coming books. I'm thinking about transitioning from a full color format to a manga style, black and white. One factor is because of the size and the cost involved, but I think it would look pretty neat too. So we can get it done quicker. But tell you,
the art isn't. I don't think the art hurts from not having color, or maybe just like do the Frank Miller 2-color thing, or you know what I mean. It's like you never know. Just use one color, like the blood. Just color.
But as soon as you add anything outside of black and white, the book is your printer's going to tell you it's a full color thing, and so
all right, I get it.
The print cost isn't so much different. It's when you make a point of paying your people fairly, then those pages add up really, really fast.
Right.
So.
Right. And Alexia's bomb. I'm gonna tell you,
She's definitely killing me. She's definitely killing me. I made a joke the other day, and she let me have it with both barrels. I think I'm still gonna be smarting from that one for a few days. Yeah. I guess there's some jokes you just don't tell.
It is 4:00. That is where you can find this Kickstarter. Zenopa Publishing, 47 Furious Tales, issue 2.
It's already done. We'll be sending that to. It'll be available to download on Drive-Thru Comics after we fulfill, which we're going to be updating our fulfillment information on our update this weekend. Our fulfillment projection was January. We were hoping to get everything out before the end of the year. It looks like we probably are going to fulfill in January after all, which is unfortunate, but it's just taking longer to get the pages colors than we projected. But those are some of the things that happen as long as you actually make it.
It happens, man. People understand.
Yeah, I hope so. I just hate. I would rather be early, and I hate to be late. So we'll see.
Well, we're looking forward to it. You know it. Totally.
So here's the big question, though. Next year, let me pick your brains, gentlemen. What do you think? In addition to 47 Furious Tales, in addition to the D&D stuff and the RPG stuff and all that stuff, in addition to the novella, you can see how things are piling up pretty well. But here's the question. Do we lead off with our kids' superhero with Super Willow, or do we bring it back and get a little hardcore with the dystopian fantasy? What do you think?
I'm always down for stuff for the kids.
Dystopian fantasy is usually where I'm at.
There we go.
I'm always down for stuff for the kids.
Oh my God, that's Max DeVille from Mary Machine Gun.
It is Max and Rich and Mike, man.
Oh shit! Oh my God!
What's up, guys?
You scared me, all of you.
I was hoping to bring out enough voices that I could sneak out of here for a minute. Bill, you got that?
Oh, see how you are?
Oh, I see how it is, Pop.
See how Pop
I
feels
did
when
for
you're
a
in?
minute.
Up, bro.
He's running off on us, man.
BWRUN, his beer run.
I would not appreciate that.
We come in on your show and then you just ditch?
Yeah, man. It's like, it's like we show up for the,
Come on, Rich, give him hell, man. Come on, you can
the
do it.
master of ceremonies here.
I gotta go pee.
The thing.
Oh, there. He just disappears. Gotta go pee. I was going to do that a half hour ago, but I got wrangled in until now, and now I don't get a chance. So
That's why you make sure you have a tree planted in front of your window. Just let it all hang out.
I do have a 2-liter bottle over here. No,
Keep the Gatorade bottle.
Hey, don't laugh. That's it's okay. It's not a big deal.
It's got a big
Max, I
one.
love the
It's got a
Vampirella
watermelon.
behind you, man.
Thank you.
This is one of these private chat rooms, so it's okay.
Yeah, there's only a bunch of people watching us. There's no biggie.
Yeah, it's not a big deal at all. Hello.
It'll get him some
How you guys
exposure,
doing?
that's for sure.
How you guys doing?
Getting ready for fulfillment.
Alive-ish.
Got those boxes getting opened and ready to go there.
Five cases of Gemini mailers, I tell you. Phew.
Man.
Yeah, I've got my own little fulfillment center right over there, and I keep looking at it, and I'm waiting for my stretch goals to come in so I can start slapping all this stuff together.
Ah, gotcha. Which ones are you still waiting on?
The dog tags.
Ah, gotcha.
That one's still got to come in, and then we got to get all of our prints back because I didn't know how many naughty prints I needed to make, and I wasn't going to make like 250 of them if I didn't need 250 of them.
I gotcha.
That's fair enough.
We did a 3,000 print run for the second printing on 47 Furious Tales issue 1, so I want to make sure that I had, enough this
But,
time.
Yeah.
So
it's much better to have too many than it is to run out.
yeah, I ran out this summer, and that was a bummer. So it was bad, but I'll tell you, you don't think about it, but after so long, you get to be really grateful for that stamps.com account and shaving off a few cents every package, man.
That's what I was looking at. It took me a little bit because this is the first Kickstarter we've ever finished, and I was like, how do I get the address to mail all these people? And I'm like, oh, I got to send out a survey and get their address from them because I kept downloading all the backer reports, and none had any address information in it. I was like, well, this sucks.
Yeah, those backer surveys, man, those are important. And then sometimes people just don't fill them out. Like, I've got one guy from a campaign in the early part of 2018. He still hasn't answered his backer survey. So I've got his rewards sitting in over here in the closet,
just sitting on the floor waiting for you.
Well, they're in a box. They're in a box. It's got his name on it, and I'm just like, every few months I send him a message. I'm like, dude, can you send me your address so I can ship your stuff to you? But of course, postage has gone up like 5 times since then. So
sounds like. But that sounds like a good. Let's take a minute, man, and let everybody know who you guys are, man. So we can talk about it. Go ahead, Max. Go ahead, man.
Okay. I'm Max DeVille, writer of Mary Machine Gun. It's a comic book about basically a superhero girl that is part of a Templar order that goes around saving humanity from supernatural creatures. We just came off the Kickstarter and had over 205 backers and backed at 3,200%.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome.
Mike, what about you?
I am Michael Oden, creator and writer of Elysian Fields. We are live on Indiegogo and on Kickstarter right now with our second book, The Pyramid Gambit. And on Indiegogo, we are in demand with 370% funding at almost 8K. And then on Kickstarter, we're working our way up. We've got time.
Cool.
So,
Rich man.
What?
What? Tell them what you got. Tell them what you got on the table brewing, man.
Hi, my name's Parada. I am a comic book artist, doing this for quite some time, and I will eventually, as soon as I finish the damn thing, put out my own first-time self-created graphic novel thing. It's called The Incantessi. This story is about a Cassandra Rossi who has professional abilities through her ability to dance, and from this, she must choose whether she wants to fulfill her destiny or be consumed by it. I'm the writer, artist, colorist, and letterer on this venture. 4 chapters of 48 pages, which I think will be completed by the end of next year. First issue is going to be completed very shortly, and I'll probably launch a Kickstarter sometime in February or March, something like that. I don't know when I get to it.
I don't know.
Awesome, yeah. Well, yeah, and everybody, as soon as it comes out, make sure to check that out and keep updated on Rich's work.
Now, Rich, how many years have you been doing this now? Was it 8, something like that?
About 25.
Is it really? Has it been 25? Really?
I started at Marvel in 1994.
Oh God, time flies, huh?
Yeah, it sure as hell does, doesn't it? Yeah, I started as an intern at Marvel in 1993, late 93, and then I was offered a job in the art corrections department, and that's a temporary job to begin with. I was supposed to be there for a year. I was there for 15 months. And just when Marvel was about to collapse upon itself, that's when I started becoming a freelancer. Great timing. But I actually wound up doing pretty decently. And I worked as an inker for them for about 10 years. Then I stopped for a bit. Then I worked for DC Comics for 2. And then in 2013, I started working in the independent circuit because I like the creativity of it more than anything else. And I finally had the chutzpah to start my own self-published thing. And so far, so good. Within a month of starting one of the Facebook pages or something like that with my title character, I got 600 likes and 600 something followers. So yay.
Sweet, man. It's real sweet.
Oh yeah.
We'll see.
That's awesome, man.
I mean, like with everything, I mean, everything's a gambit. I'm not going to put it out one way or the other, but it all depends. Like the art's the easy part. The other part is, promoting it and doing all that stuff, all the legwork, because that takes up just as much, if not more time than actually doing the artwork, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and then it's a pain in the ass because it's so not my thought process and how I do things. I take chaos and turn it into order when I do the sequential art. I can't take something that already has order and make it into something that has more order. I have to turn it to chaos. It's just yeah, I don't have that type of brain. I mean, I'll figure it out at some point, but it's a chore.
It's hard. It's hard
a chore.
It's hard to switch the thought processes between the two.
Oh yeah, man! It's not like you can just click a light bulb or anything. It's not like, hey, I'm this person. It's very hard to do. At least on my end.
I want to tell
For anybody who can do that, God bless him.
And the new guy in the room,
I want
Pops.
to tell the story how I met Rich.
What happened?
I want to tell the story how I met Rich.
Oh God!
He picked me up one day on Facebook, on in my inbox, and he's like, "Hey man, is Keith Williams going to be on your show? Can I come out and say hi to him?"
Yes. No. It's not Keith Williams. It's not Keith Williams. It's the immortal Keith Williams.
There you go.
Well, initially it was Pops going last minute. You want to come on to the CRoM Con? It's like, dude, yeah, I know somebody else you might want to talk to.
Keith Williams taught me everything I know.
Keith is.
I love him for that.
Such an awesome guy. And
Oh God, I love him. I love him. He's my father.
Him and Jay and Enrique, they were a staple of CRoM Con back in the beginning. Their panel would come out. Now they're all doing their own thing, but it's like it was awesome, and that's because they came out and gave us a little credibility is how we're still doing this. We had some great people come out and lend credibility to what we're trying to do, and that is the hugest difference. And now I get to talk to all you guys once a month, if not more, and it's just for me it's fun, and you guys keep it fun for me, and I like that. One thing I want to know though, since Michael and Max did not have a 15-minute spot to do their elevator pitch, Mary Machine Gun, tell me why I should buy your book.
All right. Do you like TNA? Do you like gore? Do you like hot women? There you go. It's got all three.
That's more of a marketing than a pitch,
Yeah.
but okay.
No, I know. Okay. Mary Machine Gun. Shoot, for the newest book from Atrocity Press. You can join Mary as she hunts down a vampire and then is transferred to the middle of Kentucky, where she is then tasked with hunting down an entire pack of werewolves. Not only is Mary facing off against the evil of the supernatural, she is also facing off against the evil of humanity itself, as she determines and figures out exactly who is behind these werewolves and why. And she also, the hunter becomes the hunted. Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
My brain is fried from the last 2 months of crowdfunding and telling people the same story over and over and over again.
And from doing it earlier on the panel.
It never changes too. I mean, it's every day when you're running your crowdfunding campaign. It's like this is why you want this book. It's another 2 full-time jobs just in the promotion itself.
Exactly. I always try to come up with something catchy and slick to say about it, but after about the 40th, 50th time of saying something,
it gets old real quick. I can vouch for that there with you, Max.
I noticed with Max that every post was a little different. It was either a different piece of art, a different little catchphrase, a different something every time he put something out there. So it wasn't like he was spamming you. It was like, okay, he did something. He's showing us something different. Oh, he's got another little clever thing, made me chuckle. Oh, it's like each time it was different. So he kept it fresh and made it through it, right?
Yep. Keep
Michael,
everything fresh.
You've been doing this for a while on this book.
Oh God.
Give me your little quick how you're gonna get me to buy it.
All right. So, do you like big epic fights between heroes of myth? That's what we're doing over at Elysian Fields. The Abyssal Tournament of Champions continues in the 54 pages of story in Pyramid Gambit. Achilles has proven his mettle against the first of heroes, Gilgamesh, and is teaming up with Heracles and Theseus to go on to the next round of the tournament. There you go.
Are we going to see another issue of Bengali anytime soon? Yes,
That's a really good
I'm
question.
actually starting on issue 4 this weekend.
Fantastic.
We have the script for issue 4 and 5 for what is it, Apogee? Yeah, I work with Nick Garber. No, Brad just asked a question. Yes, I'm going to be starting on issue 4 very shortly, as in tomorrow or tonight. Yeah.
Excellent.
So, Michael, when you throw this pitch at people, are you excited? Are you still excited, bro?
I am. A lot of what's going on with me right now is I'm battling the cold. Thankfully, it's not COVID. I already got my test back. But I am all hopped up on Mucinex, and I'm just dog shit tired.
Hell yeah, you got enough to share with the class.
Oh, I wish. Oh man, and it's even worse because like my work situation, I do armed security, and the new people that took over the contract are running this place into the ground. We've had like 5 people quit this past week, so I'm working like 12 to 16-hour shifts. It's great.
Or those shifts you don't know that's going to continue and while you're waiting for your relief.
Because you don't know if relief is going to show up. Yeah.
I had the guy that was supposed to relieve me. I think what Phil's mentioning was like around 2 weeks ago. I was on the phone with Phil talking about something, and I'm like, man, my relief should be here. And I called and I found out that my relief quit when they found out what post they were going to. So it was just like, I was like, oh, that's awesome.
What makes the post so bad?
It's just that there isn't a bathroom nearby.
Oh, that's okay. You bring a Gatorade bottle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not, none of these posts are bad. It's just people have their preferences. And I guess this guy was just at his tipping point, and it was the final straw that broke the camel's back, and he just went, nah, and dropped his gun belt and everything. I was like, I'm out.
The final countdown.
Pretty much. But yeah, no, I'm still super excited to talk about Elysian Fields. We've had a great deal of success. We've like every book has their plateaus and everything. Right now, I'm trying to kind of figure out how do we get to that Kickstarter market, because we've done fairly well on Indiegogo, but Kickstarter is dragging a little bit. But I think a lot of that is I just don't have the presence over there yet. So it's just a matter of figuring out that equation, and I'm doing everything that I can on my part. And I mean, at the end of the day, if we don't fund on there, yeah, it's unfortunate, but we already have the book coming out for everybody, and it'll just be something that I live and learn from next time.
That's kind of what we did. That's kind of what we did with the Kickstarter. First off, we did an Indiegogo, and then we were like, I can't remember who I was talking to, but they were like, go ahead and do a Kickstarter. If it doesn't fund, then you don't have to do anything because it didn't fund. And
Yeah.
if it does fund, then you got something fun to do. And then you get some extra buyers, you get some extra stuff going on. And I was like, okay, fine. So when we first started our first Indiegogo, we were actually talking to a publisher in Brazil and in the EU. And then once they found out that it wasn't over 80 pages, because all they want to publish right now is trade paperbacks.
Right.
Everyone wants to publish. And so we didn't have that, and we got the deal was pretty much done at that point in time, so we could go ahead and offer it to the rest of the world because we could only sell it inside the U.S. on our Indiegogo. So then we started it just for a Kickstarter for international customers, and it took off and just exploded. I'm still shocked that we did as well as we did, and I'm happy that so many people want to read this book. It just makes me, it's humbling, and it's also exciting at the same time, and I'm just ready to get stuff done. Just get it done. We've already started on book 2. Fernando's already 3 or 4 pages into it, so it'll be good stuff. That'll be coming out sometime in the middle of next year, and before that, we've got a nice cyberpunk book that mocks the media nicely, and it's not as
Hell yeah, that's what it's all about.
There's something for you. There's something for you guys. It's like, what are some of the pratfalls you've ran into with crowdfunding and how to avoid them?
Be wary of drama. Like I think that's probably like the biggest piece of advice. Is that was something that we did end up running into, is that I stepped into some drama that kind of hurt promotion on this book towards the end. I won't go into any of the full details on that because
you don't
not
want
my
to
place
rehash
to
the
talk
drama.
about. Oh no, not at all. In fact, it's one of those things where it's unfortunate because I got into this industry to make comic books and not get involved with bitchy cat fights or whatever. But apparently, there's a lot of that, and some creators are prima donnas, and people do shitty things to one another, and so unfortunately, the drama is there. So just be wary where you're stepping in, and just try not to get too involved. I guess would be the best way to put it. Is be here to promote your book. Be polite to everybody that you can be, and just be careful.
Outside of that, how about stuff like, if you ran into any problems where where you're rethinking your tiers, or you ran into any issues like that in particular, or shipping or anything like that?
No, I think that as far as tiers and shipping, those need to be things that you're checking well before launch, and in a lot of different ways, particularly if your fulfillment schedule comes out, say, after September, and you're using the United States Postal Service, because you have that holiday rate hike that comes out. If you're shipping from the United States to Canada, what's that?
and the holiday slowdown. You know, it takes them
Right.
a day longer. The more volume, the longer it takes to get stuff to its destination.
Right. And if you're shipping to Canada, are you going to stick with USPS or are you going to go to UPS? Because it can be a little cheaper from the US to Canada via UPS in some instances. Your supply lines, making sure that you have plenty of shipping materials, making sure that your printer is able to handle the order that you're sending to them. Just the little mundane stuff outside of the creative process. And then, of course, also your promotional schedule when you're double checking your calendar for where you're appearing, who you're appearing with, what your times are, making sure that you're confirmed, getting your press release out to folks and then making sure that they've received it if you haven't heard back from them, following up on stuff like that. So when I say that the promotional end of it is like 2 full-time jobs, that's not an exaggeration. It's a busy time, especially if you're working basically by yourself or with just a couple of people alongside of you.
The cool thing is you could do it all on your phone almost. You could do almost all of it on your
Blame
phone.
Canada, indeed.
Blame Canada.
The way phones are nowadays, you can. I mean, I could post my stuff to Facebook. I could post it to Twitter. I could post it to Reddit. I could post it to pretty much any of my promotional channels through my telephone, and that was always great. I like being able to, I'm sitting at the doctor's office. I got 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and post to post. Let's promote Mary Machine Gun,
Yeah, I sent a post from the dentist office with me with the COVID mask that we did for Death Comes to Glenfollow with the cover art across of it. And I just had my ears lowered again. And so I looked like a little cue ball with a big zombie apocalypse mask on. It was fun.
Hey, can I ask? I used to live in the States. I now live in the UK with my wife. Are you guys okay? Are you guys all doing all right?
Oh yeah.
I'm nervous about what's going on over there lately. I think it's like they hit 3,000 deaths today.
Yeah, I live in Kentucky, and our local hospital is full.
Jesus Christ.
And then Friday, not yesterday, but a week ago Friday, the gentleman I used to work with took his own life. And part of the stress was, just being cooped up and dealing with some of the things at the hospital he worked on. So, I mean, I'm
sorry.
It's been rough, man. It's been rough. My neighbor
this
across
year has been an ass.
Yeah. My neighbor across the street and 2 buildings down, they pulled him out of his house 2 weeks ago. They don't know how long he'd been dead in his apartment.
Good God.
Yeah. We're about
where are you at?
I'm in Kentucky.
I live in the United Kingdom. I used to live in New York City, and I moved here. I moved here in March of this year.
New York's going through a tough time, from what I understand.
Oh
I actually about a month after I got here, I was diagnosed with cancer. Thankfully, it's gone, so I'm okay now. But if I didn't get my visa to go over there, I just missed the cutoff date by about a week or so for like the quarantine and the flight ban and all that crap.
Right.
If I was in New York, chances are I would be dead because they weren't really doing anything as far as like slowing everybody down or shutting everything down, because New York was close to like 1,000 deaths per day for a while.
No, they were encouraging people to go out.
Yeah.
They were like, go out, have fun.
Yeah,
go to
they
the
still
bar,
are.
Do those types of things, and I'm like,
They still are. Did you anybody see what happened a couple of days yesterday in Staten Island? Oh my God!
I haven't paid attention to the news because I was running a crowdfund during an election.
Yeah.
That is another thing. Never do a crowdfund during an election because it's
I learned that one. Mine
Christmas.
ended on November 17th, and I'll tell you, getting through that first week of November was hard.
We didn't do CRoM Con the first weekend of November.
So I was like, just keep my mouth shut. I don't want to make any of my potential backers upset. Just keep my mouth shut. I mean, I don't really have that. I'm not that political to begin with, but I mean, everyone just wants to fight about it. So I'm just like, I'll just keep it out of the entire thing. Don't even talk about it. And there's no politics in my story. You know, I don't put politics or social issues or anything. It's just the hero's journey. You
Yeah.
know.
Just make a good book. Hell yeah.
Exactly.
I'm of the opinion. I'm of the opinion of just like this right now. Social distancing is me blocking somebody who's a dick. Physical distancing is you getting too close to me, and I don't care if you're wearing a mask or not. I'm gonna let you know you're too damn close to me. Okay, there you go. And everybody just take care of your own personal space, man. That's all. Somebody gets in your space, back the hell up and tell them to get out of your space. You know, I mean, protect yourself.
Leading off of what Max had said, it's like, yeah, definitely. And I caught on to this a while ago because, I used to do rock and roll. So, we're highly rebellious. So always spouting that. But when I got into comics, and I've been told many times and stuff, and, I adhere to it. When you're a creative, your name is your brand. You don't want to alienate. You don't want to alienate any of your audience. And you're there to make comics. You're not a politician. So just talk about comics and cool stuff,
Exactly. Just keep it to the story. Enjoy
Although I
your
will
story.
will
If you're-
tell
if you're-
you, I
if
am
you're-
ordering a copy of the recount from the collective because that just looks like a lot of fun.
Dude, politics can be used in a comic book so long as it serves the narrative.
Right. If you're a good writer, you aren't even going to. I think I've discussed this with a few of you, man. I always go back to the original Star Trek series, Roddenberry, he put in social commentary, but he was a good enough writer that it wasn't shoved down your throat and you got to think about it on your own.
I mean, even in our medium, fucking Alan Moore's most known books are what? Watchmen and V for Vendetta. If you try to say that neither of those books are political, you're full of shit.
Well, there's certain bands like Rage Against the Machine, very political band.
Right.
I'm sure there's plenty of others that can't.
But that's what they put it out there as. They're not like we're bubblegum pop music, and then they kill it in the name of
coming at my family.
Okay, guys, hold up.
Pocket full of shells.
Hold up. Before this gets too serious and people quit watching, let's talk about comics. We don't want to bring everybody down.
Well, no, that's what we were saying. It's like we just keep that stuff out and make it about comics, man.
Because
comics are fun. I like them.
Yes.
Yes, they're a good time.
All day we've been under double-digit viewers.
Well, comics are fun. Comics are hard to make if you are not doing the art yourself. If you're just the writer and publisher like yours truly, they can be really really difficult to make. If you're going to be ethical about it, if you're going to make sure you're paying people fair wages and paying them on time, it can be difficult because one, you have to have someone who's really reliable, which is one reason I'm really really grateful to work with people like Alexia Veldhausen and Zach Viola and the rest of the Kubert kids, aka the fantastic freelancers. We got a few more people coming into that designation pretty soon from the looks of things, but the one thing that I'll get on my soapbox about is, guys, if you're getting into making comics for the first time and you aren't the artist yourself, do yourself a huge favor. Make sure you're paying your artists fairly. Make sure you're paying them on time. It saves you a lot of hassle down the road. It saves them the hassle of dealing with your ass. And it makes for a better working relationship, So pay your people, pay them on time. And with that, I'm actually going to have to hop off, Pops. I've got to go take care of something with my little girl. She and I are going to go do something here in a minute. So I just want to say, Rich, it's good to finally meet you, man.
Likewise. Thank you.
And if I keep missing Mike, so
yeah, he said he's having technical difficulties.
Yeah, I was looking forward to. I didn't realize Pyramid Gambit had already launched. I've been kind of distant for the last couple of weeks, taking care of some things. Max, I gotta tell you, I love what I saw in the Mary Machine Gun Kickstarter campaign. It looks badass. It kind of reminded me of The Exorcist with guns and hot women, which just sounds really really cool. Because I just thought, I like that whole cross section there. Strong female protagonist, supernatural elements, guns, hot chicks, monsters, demons. I just
Got it
love
all.
it. Love it, love it, love it. So I think it's a real nice idea. Phil, I look forward to talking to you after holidays. Pops, as always, a pleasure, man.
Sam, tell Willow I said hey.
What's that?
Tell Willow I said hey.
I sure will. If I had some new postcards, I'd send you some from the grandkids. But I think you've got all the ones we released this year already.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're good over here. I mean, it's amazing, you guys. Some of the stuff that I have, I never thought I'd have. It's amazing.
Wait until you get a copy of issue 2.
Yeah.
Wait until you get a copy of
that
issue 2.
anticipation thing I was telling you about. Things like that are what prolong my life, bro.
I'll tell you, issue 2, man. Alexia has been crushing it, absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it for sure.
And so we're looking forward to once the new year comes around, getting into issue 3. The plan is to actually get the entire book done before the Kickstarter launch, just to make sure that we're not having any other delays.
Yeah, that's what we did to make sure. We had 6 pages left to letter before we started our crowdfunding.
Yeah, definitely.
That way we're always on time.
Mike, I keep missing you in passing, man, but it's good to finally get to talk to you.
Good to finally get to talk to you as well, man. I didn't get a chance to get on your last campaign. I saw it. It looks great. I'm looking forward to your next one, man. I'm gonna try and get on that.
Cool deal. We have we're going to probably be also taking a Indiegogo campaign as well, because I don't have like you have. I have kind of opposite problems. Most of my audience is on Kickstarter. I have absolutely no presence on Indiegogo.
Hey, man, I'd be happy to help.
There's a certain artist that we are talking to who has a very large presence on Indiegogo. We'll say it like that, to get him to do a cover for issue 3. And we're going to put that, and we can't, since we don't have contracts signed up yet, we're going to.
Yeah, no, completely understandable. But when you're looking at doing that Indiegogo, please feel free to hit me up, and I can get you in touch with a lot of great promoters over on that side of things. You'll have a great time on their shows.
Yeah, definitely, because we want to. We're going to make issues 1 and 2 available as well, so that people can catch up.
And that's always a smart play.
Is a new audience.
And I'll tell you, man, when it comes down to Indiegogo, it's about getting onto the right shows at the right time.
Right.
If you hit me up outside of this, I'll kind of give you a lowdown on like the best strategy for going on to Indiegogo as far as like timelines and what have you, how you should set up your campaign and what have you, because I've learned a lot from looking at the other creatives that are very successful over on that platform.
Yeah, definitely. Every little bit helps. Gentlemen, I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Phil, I'll talk to you in a couple of weeks, if not sooner.
Yeah,
hopefully sooner.
Anytime, man.
We got we got math to talk about, so.
Cool. Well, yeah. Even if you want to talk shop, man, I'm around.
Yeah, send me friend requests. I'm only.
Cool. Yeah,
we'll do.
So,
Yay.
and you guys can find me on Facebook, William Samuel Quinton, on Twitter at LL Sinopa, and as Sinopa Publishing on Instagram. So hit me up on any of those, whichever you're comfortable with. And one of the things too, if you've got an active crowdfunding, let me know. I'll go ahead and put it in the featured crowdfunding slots on the blogs that I run. Right now we're promoting Adam Watson's latest project. Adam's been a huge influence on me. He's been crowdfunding for I think 8 years now. Absolutely remarkable man to get to know in indie comics if you don't know him already. Really one hell of a guy out of Wasalla, Oregon, and he runs Dark Slinger Comics. They do some really cool stuff. So thanks a lot for having us on.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Sam. It's always
great chatting with you, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Awesome.
Hello.
I love that, man.
Yeah, but Sam brought up a pretty good point. Is like, you were talking about one of the pitfalls that you could fall into when you're doing a Kickstarter comic book or Indiegogo comic book is that don't pre-fund your comic with Kickstarter. I mean, have some product done. Be somewhere along in the line so you actually can tell how long it's going to take you to get something done. Because if I would have started my Kickstarter when I thought I wanted to start the Kickstarter, we would have been 3-4 months late. And that would have made me feel terrible because I would never want to be that late for.
No, as a golden rule, I like one of the things I learned from my first campaign is a golden rule. Make sure that when you launch your campaign, you have at least a quarter to half of your interior line work done.
Yeah.
You
I'm
need
almost
it.
done with my
You-
issue entirely. I'm waiting for that.
yeah. No, and like
I'm not gonna
like
I'm
that's
not gonna do a thing until everything's done. Everything, coloring, lettering, everything.
I'm only a humble writer, so like I have to rely. I am at a point where like I pay for everything out of pocket, so I have to be very careful and judicious about how I spend. You know, I've got a 2-year-old son. I'm going through a divorce. There's a lot of stuff
Man,
going
I'm
on.
sorry.
It's not a big deal. I'm not saying that to get any sympathy points or anything.
No, that's a huge deal, dude. I mean, the fact that you're doing all this with all with whatever's going on in your life, that's kudos.
That's dedication.
That takes balls.
Well, this has honestly been one of the things that has pushed me through a lot of these hard times, is getting into this industry.
Yeah.
And finding the success with that first campaign was super humbling, and I don't think I have had a more surreal moment in my life outside of the birth of my son than holding my own comic for the first time. So like this is the thing that like I want, and I'm going to fight with tooth and nail for. But like so for me, you know, if I have at least a quarter of the book interior work done so that I can showcase it on the campaign, even if it's not necessarily lettered, if I have the line work ready, because lettering doesn't take too long. Most of the letterers that I work with, you give them 30 pages, they get that done in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You know?
If even that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, like
a couple pages done in a day if they're depending on what the page has.
Exactly. So like for me, it's all about, you know, making sure that you have enough product to show. Now, a lot of guys are getting into this; they're able to do the art and everything. And yeah, for them, I'd be like, at that point, it should be closer to 3/4 of the way, if not finished. Because at the end of the day, all you're going to be like, if you're the creator and you've written and drawn everything, you're literally all the profits are going to you. You're refunding your time. So like that I completely understand, but like for me as somebody that I'm actively paying people, because like I draw, but I'm not pro.
Yeah, I totally get you, because I pay out of pocket for everything that I do. I'm a writer too. I wrote the book, and I paid Fernando to do the book itself, and I also Fernando does the pencils, the inks, and the colors.
Nicely done.
Yeah, he does awesome work, man.
Nicely done. Good for him.
That's outstanding.
That is outstanding.
Yeah, he is fantastic at what he does. And the letters had someone else doing it. But if I started the Kickstarter early, and especially someone like you, Rich, if you get, say, sick or hit by a bus, you know, and you can't.
I did have cancer, so.
Well, there you go. And you can't complete it. That would be just terrible, because then you're gonna either have to have someone else come in to finish it up. It's gonna have a different feel to it. It's gonna be completely different.
Yeah, that's the kiss of death.
Yeah.
That's the kiss of death. Especially if it's the first issue or even a second, if you have someone coming in to finish it, it's better to wait.
Yeah.
How much did you run into that at Marvel, and how did it?
Plenty.
Oh God.
Yes. Plenty.
The revolving door of Marvel.
There was one time for a 22-page book, there was 12 inkers on it.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
That makes my head hurt.
Oh, it made mine hurt. Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
I can't tell you how many times that actually happened when I was there in '94. Like when I was working in the art corrections department, and one of the interns took a whole bunch of like finished pages that were already lettered. It was raining, and he put the box on top of his car before he left, he forgot to bring the box back in.
Oh, geez.
Oh,
Yeah, so to make sure that it was an annual, it was an X-Men annual, and Brett Booth drew it. I remember this vividly.
Oh my God.
Half
That
of
breaks
the
my
staff,
heart.
half the staff of Marvel, and about between 7 and 10 freelancers each inked a friggin' page that was blue line copied. Insane. And we wound up doing it in about 2 days. But yeah, we had to do that.
Oh, geez.
That's
Poor editor.
horrible.
Yeah. That was fun.
Oh,
That
man.
was so damn fun. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Oh man, and to screw that up with Brett Booth artwork too, that breaks my heart. I follow Brett. I follow Brett on Twitter, and every single time he posts up new pencils, I'm just like, how are you this good?
That's the way I am with Michael, Monty Michael Moore. That
Oh,
guy,
he's outstanding too. He's got great art.
that dude, his pencil work is just insane.
Everything he does, his mixed media stuff, gorgeous.
Yeah, everything he does is fantastic. There you go. But
That's Monty right there.
there you go. I mean,
I've been slacking. I've been meaning to. I do a lot of freelance journalism, and I write reviews. And I've been meaning to do mine for Loco Hero for like ages because it's a great book.
yeah, I
And,
got it around here too, and I got his Terminator cover that he did. For Terminator versus Transformers.
Oh man.
So that's pretty good stuff. Did I kill the conversation talking about Terminator?
No, I think everybody's reading the ticker at the bottom.
Actually, it's just I get a lot of messages while I'm doing this, and sometimes I have to respond or check out what somebody's saying because not everybody posts in the comments. You know, some people just go right to my inbox and they're like, "Hey, ask this question," or whatever. And that's sometimes where you get them questions from because they want to remain anonymous.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know,
It's all good.
they don't just come out.
It just I started talking and I quit and everyone was silent and I'm like, did I kill it?
Yeah, sorry. I got an update from my folks who are at home with my kid. I'm at work right now, and so my son is doing potty training, and he had a big breakthrough today. So I was just reading that message. Yeah. Good times.
One step closer to not having to spend money on pull-ups or diapers.
I know.
Ain't that the truth? Goodness gracious, those things are expensive too.
I know. I'm sitting there. I go buy them at the girl because I'll go to the store because I got a little guy, and I'll be buying them, and I'll be like, okay, $40 for these 2 packages. It's like that's like half a page. that's how I see everything.
Powder.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
That's how I see everything now. It's like I could buy that, but that'd be a page of a comic book. that's lettering.
Oh man,
that's
that's my entire lettering budget on this book alone.
Exactly.
That's how I am about all the crowdfunders. It's like, dang, I got this much, and there's this much coming. I got this much,
man,
and there's this much coming. You know, it's like I'll never be able to afford to buy all the stuff that I want to buy just in indie comics.
Yeah.
It's like counting all the other things that I love.
And then not including the pull-ups you got to get for the CRoM Cons, right?
Those are called depends.
Oh, okay. Tomato. You know.
Pops, what you got to do is just mark it all off as a business expense on your taxes for CRoM. Just be like, oh yeah, no, it's part of my promotion business. This is a business expense. Business expense, I tell you.
Case of Red
Bull. Then I have to go apply for a business to this license and all of that stuff. And
yeah.
Right now, small businesses ain't exactly getting any love. You know what I'm saying?
I'm about
out for a little while, man.
I'm about to find that out the hard way because I started my own publishing imprint with Nine Realms Publishing. So I have all my paperwork and everything done, and so I'm getting ready for taxes. because I like to have those filed early.
That's my wife's job. She's my CPA.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have that luxury anymore. No, I'm very excited to be moving forward with all this stuff. It's honestly been a dream come true, getting to work on all this stuff and being on shows like this where I'm talking with creators that have all this experience and everything, and getting to look at their projects and get more involved into the community. It's always a blast.
Oh yeah. I love being able to hang out with everybody else and talk to them, because then I run into them again on someone else's podcast, and I'll be like, "Hey, I remember talking to you at CRoM Con 7, or I remember talking to you on Chuck's show."
Right.
Yep.
Because Chuck is everywhere.
Chuck is everywhere.
I've established that Chuck isn't actually just Chuck. There are multiple clones of Chuck that are all over the place, and if you pay close enough attention, you will be able to tell which clone it is.
If we say his name enough times, he usually pops up too. So.
Oh, good God.
He's like the Bloody Mary of comics.
Yes.
Say Chuck Pinot over and over again at a stream, and he will pop up.
Chuck,
Just
you
summon
listening?
I'm just listening to all you wonderful people here right now. I'm just chilling.
Before I came in, or before we came into the panel, I think before 47 Furious Tales, there was, what was it, Lady Satan or something?
Oh, yeah.
It sounded really interesting. I was just listening. I didn't get to see where it is, so I need to figure out where to back it.
I can put
Wait a minute, there was a girl, Lady Satan, in the middle of this podcast?
There you go. There you go.
Book, a book, Lady Satan.
What?
It's coming.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
It's coming soon.
And
look, Matt, we're doing a launch party for it on Monday morning at 7 a.m.
Yeah, I heard that. Good luck getting up that early. I'll be up that early.
Well, you can watch then, because I'm going to be helping Lucifer launch that dude at 7 a.m.
Right.
Monday morning. Woo! That's how we do it.
7 a.m. is an early wake up.
I found it. We put my email address in here.
And are you guys launching that on Kickstarter or Indiegogo?
I think it's Indiegogo.
Yep, it's on Indiegogo.
Outstanding.
Yeah, that book definitely sounded interesting. He made it sound super interesting, man. That guy can present a book, man.
He's got a good pitch.
I see how it is.
Oh, Michael, that was the whole point. The whole point of the weekend was for everybody to maybe learn a little something from everybody else. You know,
I am just messing around.
Oh, I know.
I do all right with the pitches. I'm just also at work and not in front of my laptop, so I don't have I like to have all of that stuff in front of me because I've got ADD. So I like having the I have my written out elevator pitch. I get it summed up into 2 to 3 sentences, and then I have everything ready to go.
Yeah.
But it's well, you know how this goes because you've been doing this for a while now. You know.
Yeah.
It's like the work isn't over when the book's done, when the story's done being written. You know that.
Yeah.
Now. You know, and the work ain't over when it's funded, and the work ain't over until fulfillment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
that'll
you're
be the
whole time. You know that now. It's, you know. It's
that's another challenge is if you are double check any international shipping addresses that you have when you download the spreadsheet from either Indiegogo or Kickstarter. I think Kickstarter does the surveys. I think that might actually be a lot more accurate. But I know on Indiegogo, when I transferred over the spreadsheet to the site that I used to do the shipping and everything, I used Pirate Ship, which was really good.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to use.
Yeah, they're fantastic. I had a great experience with them. But we had our entire all of the international backers from our second wave came back because
Awesome.
because Indiegogo
Gave you the wrong information.
it wasn't that they gave me the wrong information, it's that it jumbled up the addresses so that they weren't sent to the right, like they got to the international facility in the US to ship and they're like, none of these addresses exist, and so they sent them back, so I had to redo it. I was pissed.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have any international orders on my Indiegogo then.
Oh, it's a headache. I love the international backers. They're like
I'm
they're
totally for it.
they are some of the nicest people. They're devoted fans. Almost every international backer that I had from the first book has come back for the second.
Nice.
And I really appreciate them. It's just one of those things where the shipping is expensive as all hell, and there's so many things that can go wrong with it.
Well, that's what makes me appreciate them even more, is like that they're spending almost as much or double the cost of the book just in shipping to get it to them. And
exactly
that's what gets me. I'm just like, all right.
Oh, sorry. I am recovering from bubonic plague.
You have the coof.
I thought we were avoiding the play.
Yeah, we were avoiding it, but you can only do that so long.
Step right in it. No, man. It's the whole thing about like what Michael's saying about being out there and being seen, and then what? Are we losing Michael?
I'm here.
He's here.
I was hearing an echo or something, I guess. The international thing is just like what you were saying. When I thought about the international shipping and the mess that COVID has made of international shipping, I was pretty much basically encouraging people to put a PDF on their campaign for the worldwide customers.
Oh yeah.
And maybe printing some extra books for later shipping worldwide, but I wouldn't even mess with it right now. I just wouldn't. You know,
we had plenty of actual international. I was just looking at the back report on Kickstarter, and I'd say 15% was international orders.
That's awesome.
So.
And the other big thing that I've noticed is for international shipping, if you can get a hold of an overseas publisher.
Oh yeah.
That's the other ticket, because that way you don't have to charge crazy amounts for the shipping. Adam Lawson has Hill Journal, and he has 2 international publishing companies that he's working with. One for the UK and mainland Europe, and one for Asia and the islands. And so he's charging, I think it's like $5 to $10 for shipping for everyone worldwide.
Well, that'd be good. 'Cause I remember getting a comment on my Kickstarter that said, or my Indiegogo that said, if we want to pay the shipping rates, why can't we? And I'm like, I fully agree with you. You should be able to just pay the shipping rates and buy the book if you want to. But at that time, we were talking to publishers, one in the EU and one in Brazil, and they didn't want us to release in their markets, because I guess a lot of these publishers now, they do the crowdfunding themselves. I mean, you give them the book, and then they end up they have a marketing department, and then they do the crowdfunding on the book, and then that ends up being your upfront bonus payment or whatever. And then depending on how well the book does after that, is, you have to make that money back first before they'll give you any more money at all. So, yay, the internal workings of publishing.
Woohoo! It's a party.
So do you guys ever? I don't know if I've heard from any of you guys on that, but do you ever release just like pages as a web comic to build up to like a crowdfunding?
That is something that I'm actually going to be experimenting with.
Yeah, I was thinking we haven't done it yet, but I was thinking about doing it because we always release 7 pages. Like on our Kickstarter, if you went to the Kickstarter, the first 7 pages are on the Kickstarter. The first 7 pages are on the Indiegogo. It's basically our pitch that we would send out to publishers, but we sent the pitch out to the people, to the people.
One of the projects that I am working on is going to be very long, so to pay for it to be done up front would be like crazy. So I'm going to be breaking it down into segments, and we're going to be releasing it on like Webtoon, and then we do a crowdfunding campaign for a giant collection of it when it was done. Is kind of like the avenue that I'm looking at going, where people could get invested in the series on there, and then we put it out there for a crowdfunding to tap into the people that really enjoyed the series and want to have it as a collection item.
Yeah.
And then also hit the crowdfunding people that don't necessarily go on Webtoon. And so then it's a whole new product for them.
That's a good idea. Keep me up to date on how that works out for you, because that's kind of like almost the exact same plan we had. And the only other thing that we wanted to do was give one of our characters an OnlyFans account.
That's awesome. No, I think that's awesome. And in fact, you guys could probably do that and make a lot of money, because like hentai's a big thing.
Yeah. Exactly.
if you just did sexy drawings of like the characters.
Yep. That's
the shout.
We're losing you, Mike.
Oh,
there you are. You're back.
Sorry about that. One of my earphones fell out, and I was like, "Where did it go?"
It's okay.
Have you seen that they have AirPod lanyards now? So it's basically just like having corded microphone or corded headphones.
I haven't, but that's good to know.
Yep.
So you don't lose them and have to get another pair.
Yep.
Oh God.
But I mean,
I think that's why they didn't add them on in the first place.
Oh, they wanted you to lose them because those things are expensive. They're like $200 for a pair of them or something like that, or they used to be when they were first new.
Yeah, I was going to say I got mine for $30.
Nice.
They aren't AirPods. They're MPOW, which I think is the Amazon brand, but they work really well. And it's like $30.
Hell yeah.
And my son gave me this really nice pair of headphones with
You'll avoid me like the
adapters and whatnot. It's like I gave it to my grandson to use for his virtual school. I don't even use it.
Oh.
What'd we lose? Oh, Rich. We lost
Rich.
What?
No!
No.
You were the chosen one, Rich.
You were supposed to be the.
Dang, I don't know if we can make it without Rich. We need Rich.
Of course. Oh man.
So
I'm trying to think.
What?
Go ahead, Pops.
I was just going to get up in Phil's grill for a minute because Phil's been working really hard, and he showed some stuff off earlier, and he's got his share screen up in the background. And I'm wondering if there's something here he wants us to look at, or.
Oh, that was something. Since Mike was at work, I just pulled up some stuff for him while he's talking about stuff.
Is that something you want people to see? I don't know.
I don't know, Mike. You want them to see your Indiegogo page?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can do that.
That doesn't look like an Indiegogo page.
Hold it. What? No, don't do that.
That's what I said. What's up with the screen you're sharing? Do you want us to show the people?
Well, I had it up when it was pertinent, but now I got to go back to it. Hold on. There we go. There we go.
Oh, jeez. Oh goodness.
There we are. Look at that.
Yeah, so that's us with Elysian Fields of Pyramid Gambit. We got that beautiful cover by Kevin Sharp there. That was one of those big things that we got a hold of during this campaign that I never thought I'd be able to get. But then I talked to Kevin and I asked what his rates were, and I was like, oh, I can do that.
I can afford that.
And that's kind of how a lot of things happened with this campaign, where it was just kind of like, oh man, yeah, I could do that.
Trying to find this one picture, but I don't see it.
I'm trying to think of this. We now on this campaign, it does still have our support our troops stuff on there. But we're no longer taking any more orders for those because I had to get the order in for the coins and the patches.
Yeah.
So that they'd be ready by January, and I didn't want to like order an insane excess of them and lose out on money.
Yeah.
Towards making the book, because we're still finishing up the interior. We're very close, actually. I just got the pencils for the second to last set of pages of the book. Like we're very close to being done with the interior art, which is good. But then it will be a whole thing of, we got to get the book lettered, and then I'm having Katrina Rhodes doing our proofing, so that has to go through her, and then we got to send the print file out.
Chuck, what is up?
His name is, if you say his name 3 times, Chuck.
That's what happened. We were just saying that.
And maybe send out a couple links and.
I might just pop in. I was about to say because I definitely said Chuck's name like 6 times earlier. So you're slacking, Chuck.
What's up, Sarah? What's going on, girl?
We had people streaming for you. I sent him a message. Are your ears burning?
I love it. There's no greater flattery, right? So, you guys call, I come a running.
That's awesome. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Working hard. Trying to get all the stuff done that I promised for Kickstarter. Trying to get Essence House done. We just published the Chapter 19. Nice. Chapter 20 is coming in a week and a half, and then Book 1 is done. And we're currently working on Season 3/Book 2. So a lot happening, plus Belial and all my editing and everything else. So fucking busy.
And I love every minute of it. You see that smile on his face, y'all?
It's nice to be busy.
Chuck is the main man of this industry, man. At this point, on the indie side of things, it's kind of like what book isn't attached to Chuck? No.
There's a fair amount of them.
I'll tell you what surprises me is that Chuck and Mike Barron are not doing something together because they both got their hands in everything.
It's funny. I actually sent Mike because somebody got in touch with me and said, "Hey, man, Mike is reviewing some books." So I sent him Belial. I never heard back from him.
No. I think Mike wanted somebody to review his books, brother.
Oh, well, then I wasted some fucking money in a book.
I mean, I know he has a page for readers, for people reading and stuff, but I don't think he's doing reviews unless I totally missed something. But I know for a fact that, he's got his hands in like 5 books right now, or he's got writing in 5 books right now. And you're always involved in everything, and it just surprises me that y'all haven't met on that project yet.
Right. But that was you got the right word, yet.
Yeah. I say that because I encourage it.
Well, thank you. No, I am completely open to it. Yeah, it's funny. Like Katrina, he was mentioning Katrina Rhodes earlier, and she was like, "Hey, we finally," because I was talking about something that I was working on. She's like, "You and I are finally on a book together," and I'm like, "We're on multiple books together, ass. We just finished Essence House." Oh, that's right. And I'm like, and we were on Cthulhu together. Oh yeah. I'm like, you want me to keep naming? She's like, oh, I keep forgetting you do a lot of stuff. I'm like, yeah, I do.
Oh,
Crazy.
I'm doing my first official project with Chuck here in the springtime, and that's going to be exciting.
Which is funny because we've already worked on like fucking 3 scripts together.
Yeah, no, like we just haven't released anything yet. Like,
yeah.
like one of the things we finally got momentum on. I can't talk too much about it, but I'll hit Chuck up about it later. But we finally got some forward movement on. But then, like, we've been working on this Spearhead script for fucking ages. And that's finally, like, we'll be starting that campaign. The goal will be in the springtime, which will be the second IP of Nine Realms.
Nice.
Congratulations. Which is good time.
That's a good one, man. That's going to be a really cool one. And I got to play with that one a little bit more than I used to do as an editor.
Yeah.
Which was kind of nice.
Chuck gave me some fantastic feedback. I still love to tell the stories about the redactions. It was great.
I love that.
So, it's a military book, and there was a lot of off-color language, and we'll put that mildly.
Which I appreciate. You fuckers know that.
But like even Chuck, there was one thing where like Chuck had written in the comments, he was like, "I appreciate the authenticity of this, but you cannot put this in a book and not get in a fuck ton of trouble." And, I was just like, "Fair enough." I was like, "But I don't want to take it out." And he's like, "How about this? Redact all of the curse words."
There he is.
Yay, he's back.
He's back. I was just about to tell him you're having Wi-Fi problems. I'm glad it cleared up, man.
Well,
hello, everybody. Hello again.
What's up?
Welcome back, Rich.
I am back.
Now we're getting that overseas delay. We didn't have that earlier. Getting that 2-second delay. So we brought Chuck in because the world wanted to hear what he had to say. Chuck, I want you to give me what was your elevator pitch for Belial 2.
Oh, Belial 2. Belial is the original creator of Hell, and now here he is. Belial's the original creator of Hell, trying to take his kingdom back from Lucifer. In issue 2, he's back with double the fun and double the enemies as he takes on both Pestilence and Famine in order to gain his powers back and take on Lucifer for the crown.
Right.
There you go.
Sounds like
I've said that like hundreds of fucking times over the last 2 months.
Chuck has it down to art form.
Yes, you get the inflection, you get the emotion, you get down to the point where people believe in what you're saying to them. You know?
Yeah.
You got to be able to present it in that way where people get, this dude believes it.
Well, and it's funny because we call them elevator pitches, but what a lot of people forget is that those pitches are also what we're using at our tables while talking to our customers. So those pitches are way more important than you would think. You know, it's not just something that you're going to spout off on a podcast or say randomly if you end up in the right spot at the right time. Every time you try to sell a book, no one knows who the fuck you are. Mm-hmm. So every time you go to sell a book at a con, that pitch is going to need to come out, and you're going to need to nail it. You start tripping over it, or you start saying weird words or whatever, you lose it. So yeah, those pitches are huge. So what you're doing right now, it's giving people practice, and it's helping them an awful lot. So this is actually really big.
Yeah. I'm hoping it is, like helpful to everybody, because this hook, this little 2-line hook, it's what gets a lot of people. You know, it's the title of your Kickstarter right below the name of your book. You got your slogan, your pitch, your this is why you should read more of what I've got here on this page. Because Kickstarter pages are really long, and Indiegogo pages are really long, and you got to scroll down a long ways, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
you got to grab me in that first page, and it's not always going to be that video. You know? I mean,
A lot of people don't even watch the videos necessarily.
yes, that's what I'm saying. The first two lines you put up there, that pretty much decides whether or not I'm scrolling down or moving on.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you got to give me something on that first page, and
We got-
it's just got to be a little half paragraph, 2 sentences, a little something to grab me and make me read more.
Yeah, it's even the same with the videos on those crowdfundings. Make that first 20 seconds, just reel them in before you even go into much anything.
Oh, yeah.
Put some really good stuff just pop in their face, maybe some really good background music going on, all that, man.
I had 312 views on the video that we used for our crowdfunding, and that was both for Indiegogo and Kickstarter. So
that's awesome.
I don't
Yeah,
know if
that's
that's
great.
good or not.
Well, how many backers did you have?
We in Toto, we ended up on both platforms. We ended up with 272 backers.
So
Wow, that's outstanding. That's awesome,
pretty close
yeah.
to the amount of views you had on that video.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The video might have did it all.
But it
then
always
there's
helps. Okay, the
other
video
people that were watching the video while I was on podcasts. So
That's hilarious because that's exactly how many backers we got for Bilal. So that's like, yeah, that's hilarious. I definitely can't talk shit because that's a good number. I'm happy with it. So I hope you are too. 272 in the house.
Ecstatic with it, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
fuck yeah.
When we came over off, I mean, at the last day of Mary Machine Gun, we had, I think we were like 23 backers short of 200. And I'm like, oh, I don't know if it's going to make it. And then as it's getting closer and closer to the end, I'm watching the minutes click down, and I'm watching the thing go up, and there's more and more backers and more backers. And I'm like, oh, are we going to hit 200? And then, bam, it ended up closing out at 205. And then the Indiegogo had the 167 or whatever it is. Or, excuse me, 67. Not 167, 67.
That's outstanding.
So yeah, so videos are actually helped in the situation.
Yeah.
And that's what I was going to say. Some videos, like, I love the videos. I want everybody to use a video, but use a video that does what you're trying to do with it.
Yeah.
Florida Man's video. That is a fantastic video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Actually,
some of the better ones that I've seen are okay, where they use a voice actor to tell the story or narrate the pitch or whatever. Like Mike Barron's Florida Man. That video is there.
I'm not going to talk about too much right now, but I've been talking to a few friends here about some things, and there might be access to a production for videos, from the music to the video editing to the voiceovers.
It's a good idea to provide a service like that for some of these.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I need stuff like that. I don't have an intro or you know, anything for CRoM Con. I need all that stuff, but is it available without, you know, paying a ridiculous price right now? No.
Well, it's just in the planning right now. So that's why.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's still a service that people, you know, it's a needed service.
Yeah,
You know?
that definitely would be something pretty cool to set up. I mean, you can go to Fiverr, but you're going to get random quality.
Yeah, well, these guys have all been in entertainment here locally, as far as musicians and video editing and production. So we'll be able to do it all in house, and it'll all be original stuff, not
that would be fantastic.
Not the free licensed music or anything like that. It'll be straight up like original for the project.
There's also a lot of really great tutorials online to teach yourself how to do video editing and put together your own video.
Yeah,
I made the video for the Kickstarter that I just did, and I think that one turned out actually pretty well. There's one little thing that happens towards the end of the video that I couldn't fix, and I don't know why. Where like one of the images went black and then came back, And I was like, that's weird, but like literally it wouldn't do that when it was playing on the video software, so I don't know how that happened.
In the
But like,
encoding.
yeah, probably.
I'll tell you guys. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good, Chuck.
Well, Comic Book Advocates, they have a really cool show that Rob and I actually made together called Backer Paws. And it came from us just watching people's videos and kind of, doing our little Mystery Science theater to them and having some fun. And then we realized that we could actually help by watching the videos and kind of commenting on them and giving people feedback live as we watch them. And so now what happens, the show is basically you watch it, and when you've had enough, you pause it, and then you explain to the audience why you paused it, why you didn't want to watch any further, and all that. It's never about attacking the video. It's always about, these were the issues, this is why I couldn't make it all the way through. And you'll notice, I've never done an Indiegogo, but for Kickstarter, they'll tell you how many full playthroughs you got. And so getting that advice directly from other creators and whatnot, and learning from them and seeing, what interested them, what didn't, what worked, what didn't, that can help you. We've literally had guys mid-campaign change up their video in order to make a better video that would help their campaign more. So
Constructive criticism, man.
yeah, man, it's really big. So that's a really good show. I would certainly check that out and submit your Kickstarters and Indiegogos and whatnot to that program because it's very helpful. I know it helped me. I was very happy with the Belial video because I had learned so much from that program.
I don't know if you saw this morning, Chuck, but Rob and Meredith kicked the show off for an hour talking about elevator pitches and about the show, and it's like I wanted them to kick it off. I really did. When we were talking the other night, they agreed to do it. I was like, that's just awesome because that gave us a basis for the rest of the day.
And the thing about Rob Anderson, a lot of people feel a lot of ways, and you do whatever you want, but no one sells like Rob Anderson. His pitches are fucking gold, and he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I've sold side by side with that dude, and he can sell. He knows exactly what to talk about with his projects, how to show them off, all that kind of stuff. He is a dude to listen to. Absolutely.
Yeah, we had him out first thing this morning, 11 o'clock this morning. He was out here with us. So, if you go back and watch, if you decide to go back and watch CRoM Con, you catch the first hour, you'll see exactly who Chuck's talking about, what he's talking about, and Backer Paws, yes, on Comic Advocates Network. Good stuff.
Well, everybody, it is officially 4:20 where I am, so I have to go.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Hey, you're an hour behind here, man. You better catch up.
Yeah, it was good to see y'all. Chuck, I hope to be on you. We got to kind of talk about bringing me on yours pretty soon.
We got to talk, homie. That'd be cool. Take care, bud.
Yep. See you guys later.
Good talking to you, Max.
Pleasure meeting you, man.
Bye-bye. Hello. Hello,
dude,
Chuck.
Are you partaking in the 420 there, Pops? Holy shit.
I'm doing.
I was gonna say Max is an hour behind on our time zone.
Pops doesn't give a shit what time it is. He's gonna hit that pipe.
He's like,
it's no secret that I'm an advocate of many things. Okay? I firmly believe that this stuff saves lives, and I'm going to tell you why. There's been a whole bunch of times in my life where I wanted to rip somebody's head clean off, and after a few ball hits, I was okay.
Guys, this was also a clinic in writing, folks. Notice the words he said. He didn't say marijuana. He didn't say that stuff. He said this stuff, which means, yeah, that motherfucker took.
That's what I say. I am definitely and always have been that. Okay, I mean, I went to prison twice over it. Okay, I have always been an advocate and always will be. So, that's one thing you will never get, criticized for or anything by me. Yeah. Like I firmly believe in it.
There you go.
It does heal.
Right, Pops. You can do like the old school underground comics, man. There's your comic to write right there.
There you go.
I still got the freewheeling Franklin in my blood, man. You know,
The fabulous furry freak brothers.
nobody's ever going to be able to beat the Freak Brothers, man. It's just, it was the best underground comic of the '70s. It was awesome. I always tribute Franklin. That's why the hat. I don't know if anybody knows, but that's why the hat is I tribute Freewheeling Franklin. I'm not going
Oh, that's
bald or
funny.
anything.
Now that is, I've not seen that. Do you guys ever see like something coming back, like some of the old style underground comics like that in this day and age?
Wow. You don't know what I want to see somebody redo and do better? Oh, that's not it. I want to see somebody redo Duke Nukem.
There are a lot of books like Nukem out there.
I'd really like to see somebody redo that, but do it just a little bit more, with a little bit more clarity, because this is a little bit weird. But I love it. I wish the story was more cohesive. You know what I mean?
But big guns and herb stomping people, Pops.
Right.
Look at us.
What more do you need?
I mean, it was like the story was just a little hard to follow.
Well, you know what though? We're already getting that because like right now, a lot of people's comics are shouting out back to the '90s, and Duke Nukem, its style is very much big guns, big tits, big dudes. That's the '90s, and we're seeing that on lots of stuff right now.
No, I was about to say, like, you look at Indiegogo and there's a new door kicker book, and fuck, the book that Chuck and I are going to be doing is a door kicker. It's not like it's not at Nukem level, because like we're going for a more grounded take. I want it to feel like I wanted to feel like the global war on terror, but like. There is a huge door kicker market right now.
Yeah. That's because everybody's stuck inside. Starting ready to kick some doors.
I actually just finished editing. Somebody threw a book by my desk, and I just finished editing a door kicker. Again, it's mostly about the big guns and the big dudes, but it's still there.
Indeed.
I don't think that's going to go away as long as there's, just regular manly men. I don't think that's going to go away. Big guns is what we love, it's crazy. It's a genre that's stuck, though. It's not, like I say, it's never going to go away. Look at Cable. Big guns. Dude carry around a huge piece, it was like it was mainstream as everywhere. That's something that won't go away. That's like big muscles. It's not gonna go away.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an extension. But you gotta have some heroes don't have powers and they gotta have a big weapon,
Punisher.
There you go.
I was going to say Punisher, even like
even the
Grifter. Batman has all of his like grapples and shit.
Lobo.
Yeah.
He's like the intergalactic version of Duke Nukem.
Lobo to me is like the evil Boba Fett. The really evil Boba Fett, not just the bounty hunter Boba Fett, but like if Boba Fett was just a straight bad guy.
Yeah.
Speaking of Boba, please tell me everyone here watched yesterday's Mando.
Don't say nothing.
Saw it. Will not talk about it, but saw it. Loved it.
Don't say nothing. I'm one of the that has to have like three episodes lined up in case it cliffhangs on me. I can go right to the next episode. I can't watch it one at a time and then wait a week. I can't do it that way. I got to have 2-3 episodes lined up just in case. Now,
I think we're getting towards the end of this season. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're doing the 8 episodes a season, so we've got 2 more episodes to go.
Yeah, so you'll be able to binge through pretty quickly here shortly.
Yeah. See, I'm at where I know that they put something on dude's ship. I was at the end of that episode, and that's where I quit. I was like, okay, now I gotta wait and get 2 or 3 episodes lined up, just in case this turns into a 2 or 3 episode arc right here.
Yeah, at this point, I would just line up till the end of the season.
Yeah,
I was about to say, because you've got you're 1 episode behind this week.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then the next 2 are probably going to be a 2-part finale kind of deal.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I can't be left with the cliffhanger on stuff like this. You can't do that to me, man. It's like, it's like back when it reminds me of when I was young and you would get a comic book and in the middle or right at the beginning of the big battle, you got to wait till next month.
Yeah, man.
And
next time on Dragon Ball Z.
No, wait a minute. Yeah, it's like, what do you, next month? And you had to
next
wait
time on Dragon Ball Z. Double the grunting, more blonde hair.
Gentlemen,
Krillin will die a millionth time.
My wife, I gotta get going.
Oh,
take care.
See you, Rich.
All right, guys.
Great meeting you, man.
Brother.
Good talking to you, Rich. I'll catch up with you soon, man.
You will, man.
I'll hit you up on the
talk to you cats
Facebook,
soon,
man.
all right?
All right.
All right, yes, sir. Please.
Peace.
Have a good one.
Coming out, Rich, man.
Take care, guys.
Everybody keep an eye out for Incantessi.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's how this goes. Now, Phil, do you want to just take a little half-hour break here and just start the stream up again at 6 o'clock? You guys want to keep talking?
Yeah, because I was going to take my break before I came back on, and then I got roped in, and now I still need to go to the bathroom and grab something to eat, man.
You could have left any time after I came back.
No, Phil, you must endure.
No, Phil, bad Phil, stay.
Okay, for all of our wonderful guests and viewers earlier today in CRoM Con, we appreciate you, we love you. We're going to be back in 30 minutes to kick off part 2 with John Hervey and his elevator pitch. And I hope y'all come back. We appreciate you. Phil, Chuck, Michael. Thanks, guys. You guys rock, man.
Glad to do it.
Absolutely.
So we will see you all in 30. Peace.
Peace.
Adios.